Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. I think you all can hear me. Is that correct? Yeah. Perfect. I would like to welcome you all to the 9th edition of Finweek in Bratislava, Finweek 2025. It's a pleasure to be here again. We have a great speaker list today, and we will start with an opening speech by Monika Langiewicz, Minister Council of the Polish Embassy here in Bratislava. Welcome.
I can stand, no problem.
You can stand, you can sit.
Good morning. I have the honor to welcome all of you to the Finweek 2025 conference on behalf of the embassy and the organizers. I don't need to convince anyone gathered here that this event we are opening now is very important. Since the introduction of the first payments, cards and ATMs machines in mid-century, fintech has been transforming constantly our everyday lives. The internet and the widespread use of smartphones have fueled the development of online financial services. The sector has capitalized also on the opportunities created by the financial crisis triggered by the collapse of Lehman Brothers and the COVID pandemic. Today, the fintech revolution is transforming the financial sector, introducing innovations not only in banking but also in insurance and investing. Your creativity and consistent action have paved the way for the development of non-bank entities strongly linked to technology. Leveraging the latest technological advancements, fintech offers financial services that are faster, cheaper, and more accessible to everyone. This provides both individual customers and businesses with new options for managing their finances. This, in turn, contributes to greater competitiveness and innovations in the market as a whole. Please allow me to present only some numbers. The fintech sector in Europe is growing rapidly, estimated at 315 billion euros in 2022, with a forecast to grow to over 1 trillion by 2032. Traditional European banks and new fintech players are leading together to a diverse and dynamic financial ecosystem. Other data shows that only in Central and Eastern Europe, the sector alone is worth 2.2 billion euros, from which Poland accounted for an impressive more than 800 million euros. This is good information that allows us to look to the future with optimism. But as you know, and some have experienced firsthand, these adopted successes are also accompanied by challenges, market fragmentations, regulatory problems, and difficulties with obtaining capital for investments. Therefore, is it crucial that fintech representatives have the opportunity to engage in expert debate, exchange of experience, and establish partnerships with entities from their own country as well as from abroad. By uniting forces and sharing knowledge, the fintech industry in Central Europe has the opportunity to build a solid competitive position and become a key player in the market. We have gathered here to talk not only about the success stories and challenges that faces the fintech industry, but also to jointly search for solutions that would help Central Europe become one of the leaders in the development of this sector. I wish you successful discussions and meeting with the industry partners. I hope the conference will meet all your expectations and will become a significant contribution to the debate on the future of the fintech Europe and in Europe and globally. Thank you for your attention.
Slovakia, the country with wine so delicious that you can't help but toast every single moment. Villages so open and welcoming that you feel right at home. And autumn days so picturesque that every walk becomes a work of art. Slovakia.
With that introduction of Slovakia, it feels even better to stand here today. Slovakia is a beautiful country, got a young, dynamic, well-educated workforce, English-speaking. So for this reason, the idea of a fintech valley in the V4 countries with lots of activities here in Slovakia makes very good sense. And it's really an honor to be here at the FinTech Conference 2025. It's an honor to moderate with such great speakers. I know some of you from before. There are some new speakers. And before we begin, I would like to thank our main partners, the Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, the National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa. A big thank you to our big sponsors. Without partners, it would be very difficult to organize such big events like this. And also special thanks to our conference partners, Slovakia Travel, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF, Slovak Credit Bureau, DECTA, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prosper and Pavlovic, University of Economics in Bratislava, and Matej Bell University in Banska Bystrica. We also would like to thank our AI stream partners, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. And a big thank you to all our supporters and media partners. Important notice, we are using Slido. So if you have any questions to the panelists, I will receive them through the Slido app on my phone, and I will bring them up to the right panelist, and you can hopefully get good answers to your questions. And we're using a hashtag Finweek to find our Slido. Today's program is packed with groundbreaking discussions, from Digital Euros, CBDC, to the first ever, to a presentation of Central Europe's joint FinTech strategy and sandbox initiative, FinTech Valley Europe. Let's dive in. I would like to welcome our first speakers for the first panel up to the stage. That would be Dusan Jurčak, Aniko Sombati, Asen Najedov, and online Jonas Gross, Peter Paulus, and Juraj Karpiš. Oh, thank you very much. I was just on the way to assist you. It is great to have you here. It's an honor to have such a fantastic panel. The first panel is focused on policymakers. We want to focus on sovereignty and stability issues, regulatory challenges, as well as instant payments. And we have our speakers, Asen Najedov. Yep. And we have Aniko Sombati. Jonas Gross, you're there online. Great to have you on board.
Thanks so much.
And we have Peter Paulus. Great to see you. Juraj Karpiš. Perfect. Each panelist will have 2 to 3 minutes maximum to introduce themselves and their main topics, main issues in this area that you would like to discuss here on the panel. We make it very simple. We start in this end.
Well, thank you. I introduce myself very shortly. My name is Dusan Jurčak, as you can see. I am an executive director for the area of payment systems and cash management. That means that I have the physical cash in charge, as well the non-physical means of payments. That's perhaps some Janus position to look forward and to look behind. But I hope that after several years I make this job. I a little bit understand some important topics. I have to say I am the third time here in this Finweek presentation. The first time I was not so convinced. I was newcomer to the project of Digital Euro. I asked, as most of people at their times, what it is worth about. And I tried to say that I found the reason. I am convinced myself, and today I hope I will be as an optimist of this project.
Thank you very much. We continue with Peter Paulus online because he's next in line. Annika will go third. We do Peter Paulus online here as a second one to introduce himself.
Hi, Jonas, and good morning to everyone. And it's a really pleasure to be part of this panel. I'm the head of financial unit, the permanent representation of Slovakia in the EU, and cover all European affairs areas in relation to the Ministry of Finance, which includes also financial services and fintech area. But I am also dealing with economic affairs, customs, taxation, and economic fiscal coordination.
Thank you very much. And please, Anniko, can you introduce yourself and give us some...
So good morning, everyone. I'm Anikó Szombati. I'm an ex-central banker from Central Bank of Hungary. And in the last 6 years, I was leading the digitalization area at my bank and also leading the project which led to the single retail CBDC pilot in Europe that was up until now made. And we have been, of course, covering the digital euro very closely, and we made several publications on how to design a CBDC framework and how to implement. So later on, I would like to add to the discussion based on real field experience. Thank you.
Perfect. Jonas Gross, you're next.
Yes, thank you very much. So I hope you can understand me loud and clearly.
We hear you very well.
Perfect, perfect. Good morning to Bratislava. So my name is Jonas Gross. I'm chairman of the Digital Euro Association, which is an independent think tank based out of Europe, so not affiliated with central banks or also not the digital euro. Obviously, we are an organization that does a lot of education in this regard. We are there for 6 to 7 years. We are involved in the in the political process, if you will. Also, of course, support and represent our members, and are also, of course, looking very, very closely to the topic of privacy and how you can establish trust. So also one of the topics we will cover in more detail as part of this panel. And additionally, besides my role at the Digital Euro Association, I'm also working for Etonic, which is a small boutique consultancy company where we advise public and private sector clients on digital currencies. And I'm really thrilled to be here with you today online.
Thank you, Jonas. The next one is Arsen Nayedanov.
Hello, everyone from my side. My name is Arsen Nayedanov. Thanks for the invitation and to having me here today. I'm the product owner of the digital euro in the Austrian National Bank. I must say that I'm still new to the central bank life, but I'm also learning. What we do in Austria, we have a dedicated team for the digital euro, trying to support the initiative on Eurosystem side, but at the same time also on the legislative process. I'm a PSG member project steering group supporting the digital euro on the ECB side as well, and Austrian National Bank is part of the alliance, one of the 6 NCBs who are going to develop the internal components for the digital euro infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Juraj Karpiš, please.
Thanks. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Juraj Karpiš, and I'm director of a local economic think tank called INES. I focus on monetary policy and financial system, and with great interest I focus on how Bitcoin started to unfreeze the evolution in banking and in financial system, and I think right now we are in the middle of this revolution, and I'm excited to talk about it.
Thank you very much. Let's dive straight into the discussion. My opening question is very simple, quite broad. Trust versus control. Let's start with the core challenge, public trust. How do we practically design a digital euro that ensures both data protection and effective oversight without becoming a tool for surveillance? This question is a good question for many of you, including Peter Paulos, Anniko Sombati, Jonas Gross, as well as the rest of the panel, Juraj Karpiš and Arsen Najedinov. I think we should start with the representatives from European Union, Peter Paulos.
Thank you. On this, quickly from my side, because I think there are several aspects which are very important in this regards when we are speaking about trust versus control. I think firstly it's important to establish the regulation, to establish needed safeguards. And this is something which we can discuss later on how deep we should go into this. Secondly, I think it's very important, and this is also the case when it comes to the initiative on digital euro. And in parallel with our discussion on the design, we are also discussing an initiative which should improve the status of the cash, which I think is very important, and also should provide some comfort when it's come to our discussion. Thirdly, I think it's also very important to establish or to design the digital euro in a way that it's that the usability is simple, so it's understood and easy to use. What I also think, and this is one of the element which is in the middle of our discussion, and this is privacy. And in these regards, and this will be my 4 points, it's important to establish so-called data segregation. I think this is exactly the way how we are working on it. So for the ECB as a public authority, it should not be possible to identify who is behind the digital account. And last and not least, and this is my very quick fifth point, it's about communication. I think we need to improve also, and therefore I think it's important that also FINAS organize this panel is to explain what the digital euro is about.
Thank you. We continue with Anniko. You can dive into the question as well when it comes to oversight, data protection, as well as if it's a tool for surveillance.
Okay, so when we speak about the digital euro, one of the promises is that it will be the digital cash. And when this phase is mentioned, people tend to have the vision that its privacy can be similar to cash, but this is unfortunately only a desire. And the reality is that there has to be some data collection behind the digital euro payment because we cannot allow to happen any money laundering or terrorist financing with the digital euro. So we have to communicate it very clearly that it will not be as private as cash payments, but will be similarly private as commercial bank-based payments. And to certain extent, the novelty of the digital euro is supposed to be that during offline payment, the balance can be a little bit more tilted to the cash-based privacy, but still all these concerns constantly have to be covered so that people cannot expect that the digital euro payments would be totally private. And I would like to bring up one more issue, which is not very often mentioned, but because the designers of the digital euro want it to be a popular and used means of payments, especially if they expect the banks to invest 18 billion euros for developing the scheme. so that if it is invested, and how can the usability be guaranteed. So actually the reality is that the central bank need to collect the usage data in a very detailed form, so that to design it and operate it in a user-friendly way. So only if the central bank will be able to customize the product to the needs of the customer, will this usability be, let's say, enabled.
Thank you. Jonas, since you're heavily involved in digital euros, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Anniko and Peter have mentioned a lot of very important points like privacy, usability, and similar. Let's just go a little bit deeper on privacy and add on what Anniko said. And also to get the audience a little bit further on board is, for the digital euro, there will be basically two different kind of tiers or two different models. One is the online digital euro and the other one is the offline digital euro, as Anniko already said. For the online digital euro, I think what Peter said is very important, namely that there is data segregation. So basically that the central bank does not know which exact person is behind a specific payment. Of course, there is a number, allocated to an account, but not the real name, the address, or anything. I think that's super important to establish a public trust, because often, of course, the argument is brought that this could become a surveillance tool. But the second argument in the second tier, the offline digital euro, I think is even more exciting in this dimension, because this can indeed bring privacy that comes very close to the one of cash to the digital world. And I think, and I'm German, as a German, I'm probably a little bit biased because we like cash, we like privacy a lot. But what we don't have is today in digital payments, such a solution that comes close to cash in terms of privacy. But this is, I think, what is really needed and a gap that the digital euro can address. And to address this gap and to get the trust and the adoption, I think here again, two aspects are crucial. One is that for this offline digital euro, the privacy, this cash-like privacy is really guaranteed, like technically. So that's not just based on trust, having to trust the central bank or the tech providers that this takes place, but really basically having this code. So it's about the technology. And this is also what currently is envisioned for the digital euro, where the offline part is now being built. So technologically guaranteed, and basically, and it comes into this direction. And the second one is also the regulation that Peter mentioned, because also for this offline part, this cash-like privacy, there will be a limit. Because Anniko also mentioned, it cannot be that all digital euro payments will be completely anonymous, because this would work against anti-terrorist financing, anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, etc. So this means there will be a limit. And we really believe that this limit needs to be sufficiently high so that people can use their, let's say, normal daily, monthly spendings for this privacy-preserving digital euro, and that this is not so low that you can maybe just go to the bakery and buy a few goods, but more. So again, for this offline, I think this is has a really great potential, and it needs to deliver this cash-like privacy technologically, but also regulation needs to support this, that the limit for these privacy-preserving or particular privacy-preserving payments are large enough.
Thank you. Asim would like to comment as well, please.
Thank you very much for the question, because this is essential and it's super important for the digital euro. Quite often on such events and discussions, we have the same question, and we want to share that these questions that you have are also the questions that we have, and we are working on that. One thing has to be clear is that to share the private data is different to have anonymity of data, meaning that all the privacy standards in order to preserve for anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism finance would be in place, but that doesn't mean that the private data would be shared. That's no way, especially for the offline transactions where there would be in the transaction no third-party intermediation, meaning that transaction would be device to device. And I want also on trust to bring the example of 2015, I think. It's also famous as a Grexit, when for the very first time Greece starting to consider exiting the European Union. On that day, all the Greek citizens decided to go to the ATM and to withdraw all the savings from commercial banking to the central bank money. In that sense, it's still cash. So the trust is there, I think. We just need to provide the future natural evolution of the trusted money to the society. Thanks.
Thank you. Dusan Jurčak, we want to hear your opinion.
Thank you.
As a national banker of Slovakia, I think you have some insight here regarding privacy, sovereignty, and trust.
About privacy, I really do not have any insight. The first half of the question, the trust. I think when we are speaking about anonymity and keeping the cash, implicitly we are speaking about the trust, because we are believing in a physical euro. The euro has won his position. In 2002, when euro started as a physical currency, a lot of Germans, a lot of France citizens, they speak that, well, there's something new. I'm happy with the good old Deutsche Mark, or I'm happy with the good old Franc franc. But now, nobody of them would change from euro. Euro has really a dollar too. It's really a internationally accepted currency, and not only we, the Europeans, are believing and trusted the euro, and perhaps the people outside the European Union, like in Turkey and or other countries, they are perhaps believing more in euro than ourselves, because they are building their reserves in euros. Anyway, and I am going next step. The digital euro is simply other form of this physical euro. It's simply other form. In the balance sheet, it will be on the same liability side in the balance sheet of the central banks, like it is today the euro we are issuing. We will have in the balance sheets the position in digital euros, and we will earn the seigniorage on digital euro as we are earning on the physical euro. The trust is, I think, proved by more than 20 years of using the euro itself. That's perhaps I would like you think about it when somebody is speaking that perhaps the private sector can offer something like that. Never the trust will be the same, as Asen said some minutes ago. The second half of the question, the privacy, the control. I did not come here as it's sung in one song. I did not come here to fool you. I had math fees, and I was a IT expert in my youth, and I know very well that everything is once digital is no more absolutely private, of course. But I have to say that digital euro is not intended as a store of value. Is not intended as a store of value. Is a mean of payment, nothing more. You can have just now. It's not illegal to have 1 million euros at home, but it's really suspicious how you bring 1 million euros to your house, because there's a limit to withdraw 15,000 in the ATM, and everyone can calculate how often you have to go to the ATM to withdraw 15,000 to have 1 million. You will never have 1 million digital euro in your digital wallet. It's a mean of payment. What does it mean, the control? Of course, when you have even when you have physical euro, how will you receive the physical euro, the banknote or the coin? Either you receive it from the other person, that will not change, or you withdraw it from the ATM. But when you withdraw it from the ATM, it means that you have the current account with the bank. And the bank, as a payment services provider, knows about you, that you are a citizen of the EU. You are not dealing the drugs. You are receiving the salary, and nothing in this case will change. In the transaction, as it is in ATM, you withdraw the banknotes, or you transfer some funds from your current account to the account of the digital euro. Nothing will change. Of course, the PSP is obliged to have some questionnaire with you when you open the account. It's the same like today. In the project in the digital euro, we keep the principle that we will keep all the things as much as possible as they are today. Well, of course, it's not possible to control or to see the offline transactions. That's logic. When you are transferring some information with NFC, even the provider do not know what happened, because the offline limit is simply something like the spended money from the point of view on the account itself. It's simply spended. It was transferred to some offline amount, and what happens next, it's no more seen or even controlled. With the online transaction, it's exactly the same like today with the instant payments. With the instant payments, in 10 seconds, you have as well the function of verifying of the payee. It's what it is. It's the control that you are not sending the money to, I don't know, to some drug cartel or the vendor of weapons or something like that. It's in 10 seconds with instant payments. What else will be DESP, the architecture, the system for settling instantly the transactions with digital euro? What else will it be? What control we are speaking about? And the last sentence, I see. Really, we in central banks, we are really not caring what you are spending your money for. That's not our task. We are happy that you are using it. We are earning the seigniorage, and that's all for us. I really do not see any value of the information what you are buying for your money.
I think that summary is really good from the central bank's point of view. Juraj Karpiš, some last comment on this, and then I have some questions from the audience.
Okay, just a couple of quick notes. The privacy in money is like, people like it because money and payment is like communication, and part of the communication, people want to have it private. That's why cash is so popular still in this country. And its popularity have risen even in Sweden, like after the COVID. Even the country with the most trust in the government used cash more after the COVID. So, in my opinion, the consumers will pick means of payments that provide some kind of privacy. And if CBDCs, Euro CBDC, wants to compete in this environment, it has to provide it somehow. And well, and me as a consumer, I wanted to have it as well, because right now I can have trust in a central bank. I know that you don't care about my spending habits, you don't check them, but I don't know about the future governments, and if that data is collected, it may be used in the future against me. So with the rise of extremism, with uncertain future of our country, that's why I think people will calculate whether they should trust this digital euro or not. And if there is not enough of it, enough privacy for them, they will pick alternatives, and it will be not as much adapted as some institution expects. So I think privacy discussion is very important, and I think we should keep privacy in money, at least in parts of the sector, because people like it.
I have some questions from the audience here, and they're really digging straight into the private alternatives. And the first question is, the ECB board member has publicly said mid-2029 is a fair target for the launch of the digital euro if decision to issue is taken. Do you still believe it can succeed? Look at stable coins, how far they gone, and superb use cases they already offer. Don't you honestly think the digital euro is dead? That's a very provocative question. And I don't know who would like to answer that question.
I have a mic, maybe I can start. Yes, I perceive there is a revolution going on right now. With the stablecoin regulation in the US, the proliferation of stablecoins in the system, in the payment system, all over the world will grow. And it's, I would say it's tough competition for CBDC, Euro CBDC, to compete with all these private alternatives that will spring up. I know that it's still small, it's like 300 billion. The demand deposits of JP Morgan are 2,000 billion, so it's still small, but in my opinion, in the next couple of years, it will grow very fast and will be huge, and it will be adapted all over the world. So for me, the question is how, if you want to introduce digital euro in 3 or 4 years, the world will be different at that time, and I'm not sure whether the Europe will be already flooded with European stablecoins. There is no hurdle why Circle couldn't make digital euros already right now, and provided them all over the world. So I think that's why I mentioned Bitcoin at the beginning in my introduction. I think the world has changed, and right now we are in the middle of this revolution, and we will have to cope with it somehow. So that's my point.
Yes, Awesome, please, you can follow up.
For the sake of time, because I know that we have other question. We recently published a paper, white paper, and we showed in a with different examples how the digital euro and the stable coins, especially the euro-nominated stable coins, can complement each other, and how that could actually support the international role of the euro, also in the international trade and so on. So I would invite all of you to check our homepage, and there is the white paper of 70 pages where we described how both products complement each other, and they are definitely not competing each other. Thanks.
Okay, now over to Dusan.
Thank you. I will shortly touch to the topic discussed in previous minutes, the question of stablecoins. Well, it's a technological development. It's popular. It's it seems very modern, very useful, and so on. But I'm an old man. I remember dot-com companies. I remember several other technological hits of the season, and where they are now. I believe that in 3 years we will be in completely different environment. Are you 100% sure that stablecoin will exist? Stablecoins are against some assets, and the assets are US T-bills. They are in US dollars. It's because it's the federal government or Fed who is issuing dollars, and the federal government is issuing T-bills, and the stable coins are stable because they are guaranteed by something which is trusted, and they are the short-term American papers, the T-bills. Well, but they are in dollars. In Eurozone, we are 27 governments, 27 states. What will be the underlying about the possible stable coin in euros? What it will be?
Yes,
German
it's
bonds.
already done.
or-
Sorry, so the circle already issued
And,
euro-based stable
And
coin.
in fact, T-bills are believed because they are short-term. What is
They
more
cannot-
short-term than cash?
They can
And,
also hold treasuries with the maturity up to 90 days, so it doesn't have to be T-bills. And you
What
can
is-
use as a reserve whatever you want. At least you have to have 100% US debt, like in form of T-bills
Okay.
and US treasuries.
And what is more short than cash? So cash is the king, and the digital euro is other form of cash. When you have some roughly said, in fact, digital euro is a stable coin in euros.
Well, just a short note. I don't want to take over your discussion. My point is like they are motivated to support their adoption because like they create yield from nothing. If you can issue stable coins, then you buy US debt. You have some kind of yield, like not very high, like 2% or 1.5%, and then you can like subsidize the adoption. You can pay cashbacks and everything. So there is a competition. There will be, well, right now not because there is no digital euro, but there will be competition between, in my opinion, European stablecoins and digital euro.
I mean, that's very good said. I mean, the business case is excellent. You earn yield from nothing. Yes.
You are like central bank. No?
Exactly. You get sovereign. Yes, it's a good statement. But I, as a moderator, should not really get too much involved in the discussion. But so far, I don't know if any of you are here in the panel. That's the question. Have ever made a transaction, a payment with some privately issued stablecoins?
Sure, I did.
Okay, I did not. Anybody else? No.
Yes.
Not yet. Okay. Okay, thank you. So there is where I would see the advantage of a central bank-backed stablecoin, that the adoption, that people would adopt it broadly in society is more likely. That's my point of view. We have some more questions from the audience here. The first one is a follow-up on the first question. Do we need digital euro CBDCs when we already have working alternatives? Such simple things as electronic money transfer and stable coins. And the follow-up question would be why people would trust national currencies more, traditional CBDC, than public blockchain-based currencies issued by commercial banks and corporates. Why would we trust the authorities more than, let's say, JP Morgan? Let's say, in Europe, Deutsche Bank? That's the big question.
So first I would like to turn back to the point which was raised recently, that the digital euro will bring no difference compared to what we have with instant payment. So from October this year, throughout the Eurozone, all the commercial banks has to accept request to pay and also initiate request to pay transactions, meaning that the European single sovereign instant payment regime is already operational. So the real question is what difference compared to the offline functionality, which can also be implemented on a commercial bank-based basis or on a card issuer basis, which is already taking place in the Nordics, by the way, so that what difference the digital euro will bring in 3 to 4 years, and how to sell it, let's say, to the everyday people. So what the difference will be and how to highlight it for the users on the street. This is the question.
I think we should go over to Peter Paulos here now.
Thank you.
With all these three questions that are up, and please
Thank
develop
you.
and evaluate.
Thank you, Johan. Why we need the digital euro? I think, firstly, and it was mentioned that we have launched the euro already 25 years ago, and we have already for more than 3 decades a single market. And still there is no single mean of payment covering all 27 or at least 20 member states in the Eurozone. And there is, when it comes to private solutions, you mentioned in your question EMTs or stable coins. It looks that there is not the possibility for sufficient scaling up. So therefore, I think when it comes to the, let's say, public intervention, it's granted. So I think there is a case for the digital euro. Moreover, we are fully reliant in this geopolitically quite shaky world on the third countries solution, as you may know, and we have discussed it also in our last panel. More than 70% of transactions in Europe are made by third countries providers, and in case of 13 member states in the Eurozone, there are no alternative options, which includes also Slovakia. So you don't have any national or regional solution. We are fully reliant on a third countries provider. So I think it's a very clear case. And also in this quite concentrated market, we face the issue with prices, so it's quite costly, the solution. I think it was mentioned in our first round, the point on privacy. You may know that who is one of the, let's say, biggest seller of data to government. So I think the digital euro should be a solution which would improve not only the privacy for people, but also would reduce the cost. Secondly, I think it's very important, and I refer to it. Is the geopolitics, and there is a fear, I think, and that's very relevant also from, let's say, more macro perspective of further dollarization of the financial system. It has been mentioned that the size, the current market of stablecoin is not so large, but it's increasing very quickly, and is of 99% backed by US dollar. And thirdly, and I think this should be always underlined, digital euro would be an option, so it will complement the system. And we follow behavior changes, so there is an evolution when it's come to payments, less and less transactions in terms of number, but also in terms of value are made in cash, and digital euro should provide an option for citizens, and the added value compared to stablecoin will be a legal tender. It was mentioned. It was mentioned by Dusan. It will be the same currency, but it will have just another form. So it will have a digital form, and I think this should be underlined, so nobody will push to use digital euro. It will be an option for citizens should they want to use the options I have already mentioned.
Thank you. A comment now from Arsene, please.
I think this question, why we need a digital euro, actually brought us to the sovereignty topic, right? And as we heard from Peter, 13 out of 20 euro area countries, they don't have a local payment system. I'm not sure how strong this message ends in the citizen there, because I'm now living in Austria, and we also don't have the local payment system. So 100% of all transactions are going through the international card schemes, which is so far fine. But we have to think about whether we want to be so dependent here in Europe, because we have our own currency, that's the euro. And also, other example is that in the countries where there are a local system, like Germany, for example, Italy, and citizens from those countries traveling to the countries abroad, like Austria. I wish a good luck to German coming to Austria, trying to pay with the local system. He would like to pay in euro, but he would not be allowed. The same for Italian. And that is why we need a digital euro. We need a pan-European solution in our region that everyone can use and everyone can pay. And it would be just in an addition of all the payment means that we have now. One another thing that I want to and more ingredients to the discussion to bring is that I'm pretty sure that even here in the hall, but also outside, in the digital years, we use services like video and audio streaming every day, car sharing, bike sharing. All of these services are accessible and available nowadays only with commercial banking money, only with digital means of payments. We, as a Euro system, are obliged, and it's in our obligation, oversight obligation, to provide the public good money to the citizens. And we are not fulfilling our task simply because we have cash. And cash is not getting to those services. We need to find the way to evolve the cash, and that is the digital euro eventually in the future, where the digital euro would be as an additional option for our daily life in the digital years. There is nothing against that. And last thing is that, because now we are having several discussions with public authorities, with small merchants, big merchants, and so on. One another thing is European strategic autonomy, because some of the non-European processors or providers are trying to apply non-competition tactics, meaning they talk to each other and they know simply that there is no alternative. And they're trying to negotiate conditions that are not in the interest of us as end consumers. Thanks.
Thank you. And now a quick comment from Dusan from the Slovak Central Bank.
Yes, I try to answer the question why we should believe more the public money than the private solutions. One word: experience. Hundreds and hundreds years of experience. Because it's a simple task the central banks have. It's the public good. It's the legal obligation to keep the currency valid. Nothing more, nothing less. And it comes after hundreds of years of examples and situations when somebody tried to create something which will be trusted in the society. And after hundreds of years, we as the civilization, we found a solution that the specialized institutions are responsible for having the mean of payment which will be valid next year, in 2 years, and so on. It's very, very, when I speak about experience, 25 years ago, it was here the company BMG or Drukos, which offers as a private company much higher yields than the big banks and their times. Everybody knows how it finished. The private companies can be as big as possible, but that says nothing about changement of the ownership. 3 years ago exists Credit Suisse, where it is now. The public good is not so understand how it should be. It's some mean of payment, the legal tender, which is obligatory accepted but not obligatory used. When you have the euro in the pocket, you can be sure that the merchant accepts it. That's something which never happens absolutely with the private solution. It's only useful or not, but not obligatory. excuse me, but I have to repeat. Perhaps I am too excited or too angry about the stable coins. It seems like that. 200 more than 225 years ago, the French government found something like the stable coin of their times. They simply confiscated the property of the clergy, and they issued the new currency, which was backed by the property of the clergy. It was called assignats. In less than 10 years, it collapsed because it was managed by the government, not by the specialized institution. They issue more and more papers, and the property does not increase. I speak about it because it's 225 years of the Banque de France, and I was there, and in the vitrine I saw the letter written by Napoleon itself in the short period when he was making something useful, not to fight, and he was complaining to the governor of the Banque de France that, well, you were too submissive to the Ministry of Finance. I did not create the Banque de France to become as a department of the Ministry of Finance. And they know about it 225 years. That's our task. Keep the currency stable. It's a legal tender, public good. It's everybody, the merchants are obliged to accept it. You as the citizens are not obliged to accept it. It's up to you. You can use, it's up to you. You can use every investment tool you will find, but it's your own risk.
Thank you. We have lots of questions from the audience here, and I will combine two questions. Ease your imagination, imagining that issuance of corporate currencies is illegal and technically very easy. Well, it is. We will have hundreds or even thousands of private currencies. Why would CBDC be the winning one? Experience in what? In technology, in DLT. Google seems to have more experience. In payments, private banks and fintech seem to have much more experience. What can central banks actually bring to the table? Really quick answer to this question. We're getting already short of time and I have more questions coming up. Yes.
Sorry. It's not so straightforward that central banks that don't have experience. We have the BIS, Bank for International Settlement, and it's in fact some innovative hub. We even in this project we cooperate very closely with the market experts. It's not so. It can't be said so easy that we do not have experience with the new technological solutions. We are still working. We are even now working in BIS, in other project teams. What will happen in 2030 and so on.
Thank you. Now a specific question for Juraj Karpiš. What is your view on the fact that CBDCs or private stable coins could cannibalize traditional bank deposits or even the transmission mechanism?
I think it will happen because the stablecoins will not go only after digital euro for sure. They will go after demand deposits in Eurozone banks, because if they are stable enough in the eyes of the consumers, like that, those are the guys that choose, and it can be anything. Like now the regulation that came from US, that's just like, okay, they stated it has to be T-bills and US Treasuries up to 90 days maturity, but you can persuade people by having other reserves like gold or whatever. Like you can choose. They can have euros, they can have US cash in a Fed-wire banks or anything. But if the stablecoins are attractive enough, some part of demand deposits will leave and we'll use them as a digital euros. Because right now, my euros that are digital, like I mean that in commercial banks, are also created by private institutions. So the stable coins will compete with these private institutions, and they are not like as stable as we imagine. Like maybe you remember, but we had bank crisis 2 years ago in 2023 in the US that had to be stopped by Fed. We had a bank crisis in Eurozone, like the last time the banks were closed in Greece was like 2015. We had the closure of Cyprus in 2013. So there are some arguments to be made for these new private issuers of stablecoins, and they will have to persuade people. And I think there will be competition, also not between like digital euro but also between stablecoins and classical banks, because if they are quick, if they are stable as promised, and if they may even pay some cashback, because like as I already mentioned, the business of central banks is very profitable. So if you are in the business of central banks, you have seniorage, you can part of it and pay it back to consumers, to whoever uses your stable coins, then it's quite attractive for me. So I'm afraid that the ECB or the central banks will be like much more pushy. I'm not sure about if it will be voluntary, which currency, if I can choose between stablecoin, euro stablecoin, or digital euro or not. So because it will be difficult, this competition.
Thank you. We have to move on, and now we have a question that I will direct to Jonas. Technical and practical questions. We're going to talk about the tech opportunities. So let's move on beyond the hype. How can features like programmable payments or AI actually improve transparency and create new services rather than just adding complexity?
Yeah, thanks so much for the questions, and I will also be pretty quick looking at the time. So I think what's the challenge is that the digital euro, even if it may come just around 2029, 2030, if it comes at all, is prepared for all the innovation that is currently going on, right? And this includes AI, programmable payments, etc. What the Eurosystem has made very clear is basically that such innovation, they will typically not happen in the main layer like programmable payments. They are not happening on the main settlement layer that is managed by the central bank, but there are opportunities for banks, for other service providers, for fintechs to offer such services on top. And this is, I think, exactly where a private-public partnership is needed, where it shouldn't be the expectation that the central bank is doing all of that, but that the innovative private sector steps in, and basically a good model is found to have such a collaboration that in the end you can leverage all these innovations. Because of course the market is not standing still while the digital euro may come in a few years.
Peter Palos.
Thank you very much. Quickly on this, because I would like to avoid that there is a confusion, especially because you refer to the possibility to have something like programmable digital euro, which I think won't be the case. We should be very clear that the digital euro will not be programmable. In my understanding, there will be, and there is also, that's the intention of the regulators and the policymaker, to make it 100%, that it will be 100% fungible. It means there will be no limited duration, no limited usages. And this is very important to, I think, also to communicate. There is something different when we are speaking about the possibility to have conditional payments. And that's also the intention, to allow, to make it possible, to make possible conditional payments, which are known in private business as a so-called smart contract. This is something which is foreseen also for the digital euro. And this I will link also to your previous question when it's come to the, let's say, competition within the private-public sector. Because when we are speaking about digital euro, it will be a two-tier system. So there will be the ECB, and the ECB will establish the infrastructure. And this ECB has a very good track records with infrastructure. And there will be a second layer. So there will be intermediaries, banks, e-money, and etc. And this will be done by the private company. So it should encourage further, let's say, innovation and etc. And this is something what we foreseen as a possibility to establish a so-called or value-added services, and there will be what is expected is to establish a competition in these regards, and this could be used in different, let's say, different ways. I mentioned already the possibility for conditional payment or so-called smart contracts, but there will be also the possibility to have different approaches when it comes to so-called waterfalls. So there will be possibility for fintech companies, and this is something where I think we should a little bit more focus on, especially when we are discussing it with the private sector. And in these regards, what the digital euro could bring to the whole system, because again, I have heard some doubts in these regards. The digital euro, should we be successful, and I think we will be, will improve the digital payment acceptance, and this, I think, it's very important also for the private providers, and it's also will improve the so-called financial inclusion, which is also very important when it's come to acceptance of digital payments in general.
Thank you. A quick follow-up from Arsen, and then we will have to start to round this off.
I think, Peter, Jonas very correctly mentioned that, and that's why I want also to say there is a huge difference between programmable money and programmable payment. The digital euro would not be programmable money. Nobody would have the right to tell you on what and until when you would be allowed to spend that euro, but probably digital euro would support programmable payments, the so-called conditional payments, and evidence for that is the euro system experimentation work that started this week. There were 2 scopes, pioneers and visionaries. Roughly 90 applications have been submitted to Eurosystem. Third-party providers, fintech startups were there to test with us. As I said, the pioneers were working only on the conditional payments. The visionary, as it says by the name, were fintechs that were presenting their vision and how they can imagine the digital euro support their product. The finalists have been invited to a half-day workshop in ECB. We are very happy that there are some Austrian companies. Just give you 3 examples of innovations. One is the e-receipt. Eventually in the future, with all the digital euro transactions, it's a potential that there would be a e-receipt attached to the transaction, meaning that in the future, if I buy a TV and in 2 months I need to go for a warranty case, I should not call my wife and say, where is the receipt? It would be always there attached. The second use case is pay by usage, very practical for train delays that the users and citizens are charged only for the service that they have used. Apparently in Vienna, we pay for delivery, but the delivery mans, they're delivering our boxes to the corner shop because it's convenient for them, but potentially it would be pay by usage, meaning once the delivery is there, and so on and so forth, many other use cases. And that is why we believe that the digital euro, there is a potential, and it would foster innovation, it would foster competition in the payment, and it's, I think, already there. The digital euro definitely mixed the players and made, or kind of made more movable the payment landscape in a couple of months, if not years. And the last thing, that would be also an opportunity for European players to ace their scalability and to access more markets from day one based on the infrastructure. But third-party providers, the market is the one that should add or build on the added value services.
Thank you. We have to round off the discussion now. And the last question, I think, at least is partially covered. It's a question regarding programmability. So, as you say, I completely agree, by the way. Programmability will not be with the digital euro, not with the currency itself, but with the payment systems, where different payment systems can have different forms of programmability. And the question is basically, I don't think we have time to answer it, regarding the scare or risk of social scoring, limiting transaction, limits on purchase and specific items. If somebody can give that 30 seconds and focus on the payment systems and the risk of having these limitations built into the payment system, even though it's not built into the currency, or will the approved payment system for the digital euros vet these kind of initiatives? And that question must go to a central banker, and it's 30 seconds.
I try to say it in 30 seconds. It really is not our task. We are issuing money. We are issuing euros, not caring about how the people are using it. It's the task of the governments. Even in the field of programmable transactions, you never saw any central banker speaking about it. It is always some politicians, some citizens, some activists who do not like that the people who receive the public money for living spend them for alcohol and so on, but it's never the compliance from the point of view of central bankers. It's not our task.
Thank you. We'll have to round off the discussion now, and I think we covered the questions from the audience. And I would like to thank the panelists, Dusan Jurčak from the Slovak Central Bank, Aniko Sombati, digital expert and ex-digital leader at the National Bank of Hungary, Asen Najdenov from Austria, product owner at Digital Euro Austria at the Austrian National Bank, Jonas Gross, Chief Operating Officer at Etonek and co-founder and chairman of Digital Euro Association, Peter Paulus, the head of the financial unit at the Permanent Representation of Slovakia in the European Union, and Juraj Karpiš from Ines. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I think the future for the digital euro, a summary, the central banks, they will introduce it. That I think will happen. Time will tell if I'm right or wrong. There will be competition from private initiatives, unless the politicians put a wet blanket over that and try to ban it. Well, it's not impossible. Unlikely, but it's not impossible. There will be competition. And as an economist, not as the moderator, competition is good. It will lead to good solutions that will work for a large portion of the consumers. And I will round off with one word. The digital euro is a great tool for unbanked people in the European Union, and also for payment across borders, even outside the European Union, with unbanked people. So, therefore, I would like to thank the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. And, I'm sorry. Now we have a short coffee break, and we should be back here in like 10 minutes. We're a little bit late, and we will try to catch up. So we'll start at 10:35 with the second panel. And the second panel is FinTech Powerhouse, CEE and ASEAN, from regional integration to global bridges. It's a very interesting discussion, and I hope to see you all back here at 10:35. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We will start our second panel discussion a little bit differently with a recorded video from Branislav Slobodnik, project manager at Finas. It's a very important work he have done, a written report, written paper, as well as this recording. So we start with the recording, then I will introduce our panel, our topic, and of course our sponsors that enable this event. But first the video.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Let me start with a thought experiment. Imagine a world where your bank, your investment, and even your insurance are no longer just institutions, but digital ecosystem powered by AI, blockchain, and cloud computing. That future isn't a decade away; it's already here, and in Central Europe, it's moving faster than many expected. The Visegrad region, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, and Hungary, is often called a bridge between West and East. But it's more than that. The V4 is shaping its own fintech models, driven by local regulation, entrepreneurial energy, and cross border collaboration. These raise a question for us. How exactly is this happening? Which fintechs are leading, which are booming, and where are the roadblocks? That's why inspired the V4 FinTechs report to be created. Our goal was simple: to map this ecosystem, looking at the regulation and compliance on one side and market trends and growth potential to the others. Together, they give us not just today's picture, but a sense of where the V4 FinTech story is heading. Before diving into the result, let me explain how we built this report. We used 3 layers of research: test audit, we mapped studies, report, and regulation. We did survey. We surveyed 145 fintech firms, which covered around 60% of the market. We did interviews with founders, investors, regulators, and tech partners. We also applied the business model canvas and framed everything in the wider EU context. So what you see today isn't just numbers, it's data combined with stories showing how fintech is evolving, what challenges it faces, and where opportunity lies. Let's move to the legal landscape of V4 fintech companies. The V4 region sits between Western Europe and fast-growing CE markets with strong EU alignment. But regulatory fragmentation and uneven innovation support still hold it back. Strong includes supervisors, sandboxes, and expanding digital banking in Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia. Weaknesses remain: high entry barriers, complex licensing, and limited venture capital. Opportunities lies in MACA, AA, AI, ACG, fintech, and regional integration. Yet threats such as talent migration, cybersecurity risks, and competition from agile hubs like the Baltics still remains. In short, the V4 offers great potential, but success depends on careful navigation of both opportunity and risks. So far, we've seen the legal foundation of V4 fintechs. But what about future readiness? That's where digital components and hotspots like AI Open Finance, MICA, and DORA come in, areas where timing will decide the winners. All 4 countries follow EU rules, but readiness differs. Poland leans in supervisory tech and cybersecurity. Czechia builds strong legal resilience early. Hungary runs AI pilots in its sandbox. And Slovakia is steadily catching up. Key areas to watch are AA, MICA, DORA, and Open Finance. Poland and Hungary are already testing AI, while Czechia and Slovakia have codified MICA, giving them a head start. The takeaway is simple: speed matters. Those who adapt quickly will attract investments and innovation, while slower movers risk falling behind agile peers like the Baltics or Ireland. When we put all it together in SWOT overview, we see the big picture: strength, robust supervisory frameworks, active innovation hubs, and sandboxes that allow fintechs to test new ideas. Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia in particular are developing strong digital banking ecosystems. Weakness: high entry barriers, complex licensing requirements, and limited venture capital in some countries. Opportunity: MICA adoption, AI-driven solution, SEG-focused fintech innovation, and cross-border integration. Threats: brain drain, cybersecurity risk, and competition from more agile fintech hub in Europe. In short, the V4 has strong foundations, but fully unlocking its potential requiring coordinated and regulatory effort and continued investment in innovation and talent. Let's move to the economic landscape of mapping the V4 fintech landscape. In V4, fintech ecosystem reflects both shared trends and national specifics. Poland leans its scale, especially in digital banking payment. The Czech Republic is smaller but highly mature, specializing in alternative financing and tokenization. Slovakia is small but surprisingly diverse, strong in AI and tech-driven services. Hungary is payments heavy but branching into cybersecurity, emergency, and tech. Together, this creates a diversity and complementarity and opportunity for cross-border growth. So what does the picture show? Payments and banking remains the backbones, but AI and data-driven service are gaining grounds, pointing to a strategic shift towards intelligence-based solutions. In short, the region is both diverse and complementary. Poland and Czechia bring maturity and scale, while Hungary and Slovakia bring agility and fresh dynamism. Together, this creates a resilient and competitive ecosystem. Now, let's take a closer look at our fintech sample. Most companies are still early stage, especially in Slovakia and Hungary. Revenue show a dual track. Many ventures remain small, under €500,000, but the growing group is scaling up toward €10 million. Profitability is mixed. 20% are loss-making, which is natural for startups, but over a third are already generating meaningful profits. Growth patterns are polarized. About half are growing steadily, and a smaller but important group is scaling at 75% or more per year. The message is clear. This is a dynamic ecosystem. Early-stage innovation dominates, but scale-ups are proving that fintech in V4 is not viable. It's resilient. When we are talking about company developed stage, the V4 fintech landscape is dynamic across all stages of maturity. About 40% are startups experimenting, testing, and seeking first customers. Another 60% are scaling rapidly, attracting capital and talent. Nearly 37% are already established with proven models and stable revenues. And finally, 7% are corporates, often partnering strategically with banks or insurers. This balance matters. Startup brings innovation, growth firm create jobs, established player ensures stability, and corporates bring scale. Together, they form a healthy ecosystem that can sustain both creativity and economic impact. Technology is where V4's fintechs really shine. Nearly 30% use AI, powering smarter analytics, automatization, and personal finance. A quarter rely on advanced database system, and 1/5 use digital platform for scale. Automatization and open banking are modernizing infrastructure, while blockchain is starting to reshape payment and assets. Country differences are fascinating. Slovakia and Hungary lead in AI adoption, while Poland and Czechia are pioneers in blockchain integration. Early pilots in Web3, EOT, and Metaverse show bold experimentation. This diversity positions the V4 as a genuine innovation hub. Employment today. The V4 Fintechs is built on people and mostly on small and agile teams. Over half of all fintechs employ fewer than 50 people. Micro enterprises, often just 2 until 10 staff, are experimenting with AI, blockchain, and digital leading solutions. The backbone is formed by small and medium-sized firms, representing more than half of the ecosystem. They are the ones rapidly scaling operation and giving the region an entrepreneurial energy. Only a handful of firms have over 250 employees, and just small of corporate giant anchors the ecosystem. This mix creates both opportunities and challenges, high agility and innovation on one hand, but scaling difficulties and funding barriers on the other. And what are the employment expectations in 2026? Looking ahead to 2026, most fintechs, 58%, expect steady team growth. About a quarter plan significant expansion of 10 until 30, and nearly 1 in 5 predict rapid growth of over 30%, often tied to international moves, new services, or scaling insurtechs. Country pattern differs. Hungary leads in rapid hiring with new startups. Slovakia expects steady growth, Poland focuses on SME expansion, and Czechia grows more cautiously, reflecting maturity. Overall, the region is preparing for a jobs boom. For policymakers, this means investing in skills and talent pipelines. For investors, it's signal momentum. Growth not just in capital, but also in people. When we are talking about banks and fintechs, financing is the lifeblood of fintech. Yet in the V4 region, traditional bank financing is more of a bottleneck than a growth driver. Let's look at how fintech are navigating these challenges. Our survey revealed a striking picture. Nearly half of fintechs say banking financing is out of reach. Only 7% describe bank as truly supportive. This is a strong signal in traditional bank-centric region. Fintech are forced to think differently. The barriers differ slightly by countries, but the trend is the same. Banks are not yet playing a constructive role in fintech growth. Instead, fintechs are creating alternative financial cultures. Not banks, then who? The V4 fintech sector is highly investor driven. Venture capital and business angel dominate, while over one-third bootstraps their way forward. This creates a culture more similar to Silicon Valley than traditional Central Europe. Local conditions matter. Slovakia and Czechia are still very bootstrap heavy. Poland has built a more diverse funding culture with EU support. Hungary is betting on partnership with incumbents, showing how different pathways can fuel fintech's growth. So the paradox is clear. Banks which dominate central zero finance are often missing in action for fintechs. But this very gap has forced fintechs to become creative, resilient, and globally minded. For investors and policymakers, this is a chance to leverage the diversity of funding models and support a sector that is already agile by necessity. When we are talking about FIDA, most V4 fintechs, 62% is a current number, see FIDA as a growth accelerator, but 38 remains skeptical, fearing extra admin and weak local capacity to implement. Poland and Hungary are optimistic, focusing opportunity, while Slovakia and Czech Republic are more cautious. This paradox is clear. Open finance has the potential to expand market, but only if regulators provide support, sandboxes, and practical guidelines. And what about the talent in fintechs? Talent is the number one barrier across the V4. A quarter of company face high salary pressures, another quarter can't find qualified people. Brain drain to global hubs and mismatch with education make this even harder. Poland and Hungary feel the salary heat, while Slovakia and the Czech Republic struggle more with education gaps and low local interest. Solving the requires partnership with university, coding schools, and international requirement, otherwise the innovation pipeline will dry up. What about intellectual properties? Fintechs drive on innovation, yet more than a quarter of V4 firms don't protect their intellectual properties at all. Hungary and Poland show stronger use of trademarks, patents, and copyrights, while Slovakia and the Czech Republic lack. As competition grows, intellectual property is no longer optional, it's strategic. Stronger intellectual properties protection builds investor confidence, safeguards innovation, and is critical for scaling across borders. And what about the internationalization of fintechs, in V4 fintechs? Almost half of V4 fintechs are already active internationally, with growth stage and established firms leading this charge. Another quarters are planning to expect soon. Many are even considering relocating headquarters to access larger talent pools, better tax regimes, or more mature regulatory environments. This demonstrates the region's strong growth mindset and ambitions to compete globally, leveraging digitalization and the remote-friendly business models. And why go global and what hold them back? Before fintechs the international market as opportunity for growth, the talent, and strategic diversification. However, scaling abroad isn't easy. The biggest challenge is simple having the right connection. 45% side lack of network as a top barrier. Government support is patchy and cultural or regulatory hurdles complicate expansion. So technology is not the problem. Ecosystem and strategic preparation often are. Before fintechs are increasingly international. Many are in Germany, the UK, France, and EE, with some even reaching the US, UAE, and emerging market in Asia and Latin America. Over 27% of companies have presence outside the V4 region. This flexibility balancing strong local operations with global ambitions shows that V4 fintechs are not just domestic innovators, but increasingly global competitors in digitally connected world. Almost half of V4 fintechs collaborate with academy occasionally, but only a small fraction engage in long-term R&D partnerships. Internships are more common, highlighting the importance of university as a talent pipeline. On the institutional side, collaboration with banks and insurers is uneven. Some partnerships are strong and structured, while many are limited or non-existent. The Czech Republic stands out with better cooperation, while Slovakia sees more independent fintech growth. Overall, there is a recognition of value, but real engagement is still maturing. When we're talking about interfintech collaboration, collaboration among fintech themselves is growing. About a third have established partnerships and nearly half are planning new alliances. Poland and Hungary focus on the cross-border initiative, while Slovakia and the Czech Republic have more mature networks in payment and insurtech. This shows that fintechs are increasingly leveraging collaboration to accelerate innovation, share expertise, and co-develop solutions. But the independence remains a viable strategy for some, showing the ecosystem can support both cooperative and standalone approaches. Partnership with traditional financial organization. The trend in the V4 is moving from pure disruption towards strategic cooperation. Almost half of fintechs now partner with bank, insurance, and payment providers, gaining access to consumer distribution channel and creditability. Poland and Hungary leads with active structured partnerships supported by accelerators and innovation programs. Slovakia and the Czech Republic have independent fintechs, but the overall trends point to greater integration. What are the barriers slowing fintechs growth in the V4? The survey highlights the top barriers that V4 fintechs face. Financing is the most pressuring challenge, especially for early stage startups seeking venture capital or investors. Regulatory complexity is the second biggest constraint, with unclear rules and high compliance costs slowing innovation. Talent shortage, particularly in software development, data analytics, and also cybersecurity, directly limit the ability to scale. Small market also make customer acquisition a challenge. Only 2% of respondents reports facing no significant obstacles, showing that the most fintechs must navigate multiple barriers simultaneously. While financing is generally at the top concern, each country faces unique challenges. Hungary struggles most with regulation and talent gaps. Slovakia is constrained by a small market size and scaling independently. Poland deals with both financing and regulatory hurdles, whereas the Czech Republic benefits from better access to digital but still face regulatory and talent pressures. Understanding these nuances is essential for target policy or investment interventions. And what are the opportunities for growth despite challenges? Despite these challenges, the V4 fintech ecosystem shows strong growth potential. Governments, incubators, and accelerators are increasingly supporting innovation through grants, pilot initiatives. Simplifying regulation, closing talent gaps, and improving access to capital are critical levers. If addressed effectively, these interventions could unlock the next wave of fintech's growth across the region. In short, financing, regulation, talent, and market scale are the main barriers, but with coordinated efforts, the ecosystem can thrive. Today, we've seen that the V4 fintech ecosystem is diverse, dynamic, and increasingly interconnected. Despite barriers, financing, regulation, talent, the region's fintechs are innovative, ambitious, and ready to scale internationally. Success will depend not only on technology, but also on collaboration across country between fintechs and traditional institutions, and also with academia. By addressing structural challenges and leveraging opportunities like open finance, sandboxes, and cross-border partnership, the V4 fintech ecosystem is poised to become a global player. In conclusion, the V4 region has the potential to become a dynamic hub for fintech innovation. With concerted effort in collaboration, regulation, and talent development, the path forward is promising. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, I would like to welcome you to the second panel, and it's an honor to be here again at the Finweek in Bratislava, the 9th Finweek 2025. And I will moderate today's flagship panel, which will bring together fintech leaders, regulators, innovators, policymakers from Central Europe, ASEAN countries, and beyond. Before we continue, I would like to thank our partners who make this event possible. Thank you to our main partners, Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa. And I would like to special thanks to our conference partners, Slovakia Travel, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF, Slovak Credit Bureau, DECTA, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prosper and Pavlovic, University of Economics in Bratislava, and Matej Bell University in Banska Bystrica. We also thank our AI stream partners, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. A big thank you to all our supporters and media partners. During the panel discussion, you can ask questions on Slido. You can use the hashtag Finweek, and we will address that in the Q&A section or throughout the panel discussion if the question fits into the current topic. Today's program is packed with groundbreaking discussions from Digital Euro, CBDCs, to the first ever presentation of the Central Europe's joint fintech strategy and sandbox initiatives, Fintech Valley Europe. And for our panel, we will have the Fintech Powerhouse, CEE and ASEAN, from regional integration to global bridges. In fact, Central Europe as a region is a large enough player. Individual countries might be small. Bratislava is an excellent location in between Poland, Austria, Czech Republic, Hungary, not to be forgotten. And I would like to invite our panelists up to the stage. We have Simona Michalikova from Czech Republic, head of the regulatory sandbox department Czech Invest. Chris Lowe from Hong Kong. And now yes, Regional Director, Europe for Central Asia and Israel, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, HKTDC. Dr. Alexander Titov, co-founder and Deputy Secretary General, International Digital Economies Association, IDEA. Dr. Andreas Rung, board member, Hungarian FinTech Association. Jan Siomek, partner, head of FinTech New Tech Group, and David Ashberger, partner of Finas. And I also would like to promote Finweek 2026 in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. It will take place in June in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. So this is just an example how Finweek and Finas is building bridges to the ASEAN countries by having events also in Asia. We have a lot to learn from each other, and when we're successful developing the FinTech Valley in Central Europe with a sandbox environment for not only testing regulatory environment, but also testing tech, innovation, and customer adoption, this is the goal of Finas, and that's why we have this panel discussion here now. I hope I didn't miss anything important in the introduction. If I did, you have a chance to add it when we start the discussion. Yes, you're online. Perfect. Very good. We will start with the opening questions. And the opening question is the CE Digital Sandbox. We start with the Visegrad 4 Sandbox. We'll expand to the CE Digital Sandbox. So let's talk about the CE Digital Sandbox. What are the most significant practical opportunities? And what are the real barriers? How do we ensure it accelerates innovation, not just compliance? So that is our big opening question. And since I received information about what different speakers would like to speak about, this first question goes straight to Andreas Rung because you were showing interest in this question before the event takes place. And Andreas Rung, as the founder and CEO of Ergomania and board member of Hungarian FinTech Association, and they help banks and fintechs in Europe and Asia to raise their design maturity and deliver next generation digital experiences.
Hello, thank you very much. My thinking about the sandbox necessity, so not necessarily from the regulatory or the legal perspective, that it's very essential to develop this type of solutions that when we are talking about entering in a new market, it's quite critical to find a market fit, and we are talking about this a lot, but what we are not highlighting quite often is also that when we are launching new products, we never do it right for the first time. So it's very hard to invest a lot of money into a solution what might be wrong or partially wrong. So in product development, for example, it's very important, the iterational cycle, that you iterate, you change your product, you improve it continuously. And in that case, if you have a sandbox and not just the small countries are fighting or struggling individually, but it's like more joint cooperative, you support this iteration, what is kind of very critical component of innovation. And in product design, it's a very essential part to iterate and get feedback on time from real users. Because even if you are using like standard product development methodologies, user testing, observation, any type of research, it's just research methodology. So you have to see it in live, but experiment with low cost. So for this reason, I think it's also very critical.
Thank you. Anybody would like to follow up on this introduction, or you can do your own introduction?
So maybe a little bit more, because I have a little bit different experience, because I worked for over 6 years in the Polish FCA, and my job was to help to enter the market for example, the new solutions, new companies. And what you highlighted, and what is one of the most important barrier for the entering the market, is that we are not unified in the meaning of services. We as the countries have different understanding what services we would like to use, how it should look like. So, for example, PSD2 is one of the best examples that, of course, we have PSD2, we have, in theory, standardized API, but at the end of the day, every country have its own standard, more or less. Even not only the country, even the market players have their own API standard. And this is the problem that on which we should work. So to unify the solutions as much as, of course, as it is possible to create some kind of standard of services to make easier to enter the market for the market participants.
So what is the main showstopper, as you see it, for a unified API?
For the unified API, so that even in the aspect of PSD2, if you are compliant, for example, with the API in Poland or in Germany, it's not so easy to just switch to Czech Republic or Slovakia, because first you would have to check whether there are no discrepancies between what you have already and what should be. So, for example, this is one of the problems that it's not so convenient for everybody to change the market, to go with his tools, with his services to other jurisdictions.
Thank you. Anybody wants to follow up again on this question before we continue? And if not, I will have yes, please.
Hello. Maybe I will just add that we do have a sandbox in Czech Republic. I'm sure about it. And also about the heavy requirements for licensing, and this is costly in Czech Republic. I'm not sure. It's not a question probably for me, but maybe the conclusion is that we have the most applications for MiCA license in Europe so far. and the CEE digital sandbox. It's a concept. I do see the point of the CEE digital sandbox, but it's really important to have a sandbox in each country, and it is a long shot for me. There are some problems. For me, it's a transfer of the responsibility of each national regulator when you share this project. Yeah, it's really important to not have just the regulatory testing. That's what we do in the Czech Republic. We do have the regulatory testing, the technical testing, and also the mentoring. Under the first part, it's hidden in just any problem the fintech have. And also, what we can do, I think also here in Slovakia and also in the Czech Republic, the National Bank have a fintech contact point where it's easy to ask a question and to receive a response for your problem. So maybe that's a summary that it's a really great idea to have a CEE sandbox, but probably we need to define the key points, whether it's possible, on which it's possible to cooperate between these countries, because it's really not an easy question how to cooperate between different nationalities and regulators and etc. But it's really definitely interesting idea.
Okay, so from the regulatory point of view, what we really focus on here is the ASEAN Bridge and the CE Digital Sandbox. I will go over to our guest from a little bit further away, Chris Lowe from Hong Kong, but currently based in Frankfurt am Main, if I've got that one right. He's a regional director for Central Asia Israel Hong Kong Trade Development Council. So when it comes to building bridges, I hope we're talking to a bridge builder here or architect.
Thank you, Johan. I think you're absolutely right. We're here, to share about the concept of bridges. What I do actually representing the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, we are exactly trying to build bridge between Hong Kong and the world. So for a lot of reasons, we are the interface of the key stakeholders within the framework of the fintech environment or the fintech businesses. So that also includes a lot of startups and corporates, banks, regulators, investors, but also by and large a lot of the end users. I mean, just a sort of a landscape to share. Perhaps we can also look into the CE sandbox we talked about earlier. I think Hong Kong is blessed with an environment for a lot of reasons to be innovative, to also have a chance to access to the capital and also user cases. So that actually gives Hong Kong a good advantage to start with a lot of entrepreneurship, I would put it that way. The concept of sandbox also exists in Hong Kong, just as an example, but it's not only limited to Hong Kong, because I think there are some similarities between Hong Kong and different countries here. We talk about the V4 here. I mean, collectively, actually, it's quite a sizable market. And in Hong Kong, we have some 7.5 million of people. So we don't have enough domestic market, so to say, for these startups to grow, for these fintech to be successful. The sandbox concept actually works for our different regulators, but also for the corporates as well. So from the public side, how we define is based on the approach of different regulators, focusing on banking services, securities, insurance, wealth management, and so on. So there are different sandboxes focusing on different kind of verticals or different applications. Perhaps that could also be food for thought for CE regions here to look into the division of neighbor or the kind of specialities of different countries, as mentioned in the report earlier. Which country is doing perhaps in different way to help each other to build up this sandbox environment to test. And then from the corporate level, of course, there are a lot of banks and corporations who enable within an environment for startups to test, to run private solutions. So that would also help. But I feel like we from Asia has a lot also to share, but to learn from this part of the world as well. So I think the bridge concept is what I agree, and I hope I can contribute to this panel as well.
So far, so good. Very good. I like your opening statement. And we will move on with David Aschberger from Finas, since you will also be part of the bridge building and are heavily involved in the integration and innovation.
Let's say that. I'm a little bit later addition to this panel, so I'm really glad I can sit with all the professionals here. Basically, as you saw at the beginning, I had a really small introduction there, just partner finance. But what I do professionally, I'm a strategic advisor and consultant to the mostly fintech companies in Slovakia. But I'm also a startup founder. So from my perspective, I will be talking from the perspective of a founder and somebody that is working with the executive team on developing the strategies, how to get in market and do the fundraising. I also worked several years in Web3 and crypto and blockchain space on the side of fundraising. And I can say really what the founders need at the start is to help them, mostly in Europe, because Europe is a bureaucratic, let's say, I don't want some bureaucratic problem there with everything and a lot of regulations. And founders, there are people from sales or tech that just want to get the product rolling, and they need all the help they can get, of course. So when David told me about the opportunity to build this V4 sandbox, it was like really straightforward, and I was really glad that I could contribute somehow or to bring this together, because I see Europe needs to compete much more in the wide range of, let's say, on the world stage regarding their products. We see when it comes to the building something in digital space and fintechs, everybody goes to US or Asia, of course, because first it's regulations, second it's investments, and also the networking. When you launch a product in the US, you have a 350 million market, right, on your doorstep. It's much easier to get money in San Francisco than in Europe, of course. So I think this makes sense to build something that can help the founders at the beginning, really the early stage, the startups, and to build this kind of basic structure they can work on and open these markets to them, because it's much easier to start in 4 markets straight away and get the feedback of the customers and the users than to start in one small Slovak market. It's similar as you said, Chris, in Hong Kong you have 7.5 million, we have 5.5, and it would be much better for the founder to test this product in environment of Hungary, Poland, also Czech and Slovakia altogether. So ultimately, the burden is on the, let's say, regulatory structure from the starter, because we have some differences there. But really, the positives or the pluses that can this sandbox bring are infinite when we look at the broader application.
Good, thank you. We'll go over to Alexander Titov, who is working with internationalization at IDEA. And are you one of our bridge builders as well?
Hello. Can you hear me well?
We hear you good.
Very good. I wish I've been with you there, but hello from the Philippines anyway. And you are right. Now we're speaking not about only interregional bridge builders. We are speaking about more global technology ecosystems. And what we're doing in IDEA, International Digital Economies Association, is exactly that. So we put together the global digital economy leaders from emerging markets of so-called global majority regions, starting from South America, Africa, South Asia, and of course ASEAN. So today we speak in particular about ASEAN. And my personal professional story actually related to the bridge between Central Europe and ASEAN, because I was educated in Hungary, got my PhD there, and was working actually for Digital Success Program of Hungary a few years ago. And after that, I got my exposure to ASEAN region, because I think the most exciting things in fintech and digital economy now are happening here, and I will show you why. So as previous speakers were mentioning, that even Central European region is diverse between several countries consisting in the region. ASEAN is even more diverse. And we have now 11 member states. Yesterday, I think it was official ASEAN summit in KL in Malaysia, and it welcomed Timor-Leste as a new member state. But when we speak about the target markets for the companies, for the technology innovators and providers. Of course, we would more focus on largest countries as Indonesia, Philippines, of course, Malaysia. Singapore is standing out a little bit, as we say, it's like a global hub. We also pay attention for emerging region as Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, of course. And good to mention that our association is headquartered in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is also serving like a global hub, connecting and gathering together digital economies of ASEAN countries, because it's really close and reachable, and from Hong Kong is easy to make business with all over the world stakeholders. So now what we have in ASEAN, it's a market of 600 million people. So imagine that, 3 times more than population of Central and Eastern Europe, and 400 million of them are digital consumers. So very highly mobile first, high penetration and adoption of digital technologies. All of those countries are characterized by that. Moreover, it's very young market. So the average age of population is 25, 27 years old in comparison to Europe, where average is above 40, sometimes 45 years. So you'll be already thinking and strategizing how to direct your products, services, and technologies towards more younger, more like Gen Z population, very highly occupied with online activities, social media, e-commerce, because e-commerce is huge as well. And also the use of and rise of super apps as Grab, Gcash, Gojek across ASEAN region. The total size of digital economy now, it's about 263 billions in last year, and it's growing like 15% every year. And but the next decade, it's expected to be achieve like $1 trillion US. Okay, so I think it's exciting enough, but I would like to say that also there are disparities in regulation. For example, like it was already mentioned, sometimes in Europe there are over obsession, or maybe it's in a good way, proper diligence with regulation, which is not always exist in ASEAN landscape. There is also diverse infrastructure in relation to digital public infrastructure and e-government services. There are certain well-known issues with cybersecurity and fraud prevention, which is also opens more opportunity for European companies to bring their expertise. And we can see more and more players from Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary, for instance, appearing here in the market. And of course, nevertheless, based on my experience and my personal business practice, the communication and cultural aspect is really crucial. So in how we understand each other with the stakeholders from Asia and from Europe, and sometimes it's really different, starting with sending emails. So for example, use more messengers and social networks for communication, which is pretty normal and applied in business here. So we have successful use cases of projects and cooperation between Europe and ASEAN countries. We have partnership with Luxembourg. Our board members come from Germany, Spain, Norway. We have members from Norway, Hungary, and of course Slovakia. And thank you for an invitation, by the way. So I think for now it's okay. And for the next version, I can show you where we can earn money together in that region for fintechs. Thank you.
Perfect. Great to have you on board. We'll continue from compliance to experience, turning regulatory pressure into innovation via design. Design maturity as a growth multiplier, while user experience is essential for scaling from the CEE to ASEAN. CEE and ASEAN fintechs will only reach global relevance by connecting regulatory agility with design maturity, transforming compliance, user trust, and digital ecosystems into unified strategic advantage. This comment and follow-up is for you, Andras.
Okay, thank you. I think, for example, like the regulatory pressure, for example, what we have seen in Hungary, that in some cases it can be very beneficial because in some cases the local financial players are a bit lazy. So if you get a little push about implementing good practices and good techniques, it's kind of essential. So for example, in Hungary, we have seen that the Hungarian National Bank was promoting some good practices regarding how to innovate and how to do product development, had a good effect on the market, even if the banks, they were acting that they were not very happy about that the Hungarian National Bank is mixing up with some things, but they felt at their own territory, but it was helpful for the overall market. So this is my take on this topic. I would add to the former topic one comment that when we are talking about the region like Central Europe and Asian cooperation, I think what is essential that the Central European companies have to understand that it's a long process. So the problem is what I see that, for example, in the cooperation, I see more from Europe to Asia side because we are involved in that the companies are a little bit impatient from two perspectives because they are not very strong on funding. They expect quick results because they will run out of money. So if they want to invest in a long-term relationship, they know that they don't have money for 5-10 years, what kind of essential to have success in a long-term cooperation. And the other thing, what I think Central European companies, they have to change in attitude, but there is a promise for that they are more interested about the business opportunities than the culture. And I think in the region it's quite essential that it's easier to do business with people in all cultures, but especially in this region, that if you show like a genuine interest in that culture and you show the respect. So I think it's very essential in this cooperation that it would not be technical and too much success-oriented, but it would focus more on developing long-lasting real relationships.
Thank you. We'll move over to Jan and the Polish perspective. And being from Poland, that is the largest economy in the region after all. And we've got quite far in this area, so it's great to have you in the CE folder, and hopefully we can build something from this. What is your comment regarding regulatory environment as a driver for innovation and expansion across borders, including the ASEAN countries?
Okay, so we should look at the regulations from two perspectives. So for me as a lawyer, so I will always say that regulation will help because it's building the credibility, for example, that something what is offered for the customer, for the end client, is also some kind of standardized, and we can believe that it is good. Somebody is looking after and let's say assuring that even the partner, your business partner, is verified, is okay.
Just one quick
yes.
there. Will not standardization stifle innovation, except if it is to guaranteeing or doing something just on counterparty risk?
Not necessarily, because standardization means multiple things. It means, for example, from the perspective of technology, it doesn't matter for you whether you use 1, 2, or 3 plugins to take the information from, I don't know, banks or PSPs. It doesn't matter for you. It matters on the level that you have to build your IT and pay for 1 or 2 or 5 updates that you have to do with the IT. This is the problem, that we are focusing not only about the standardization as a technical part, because this is the one thing. Other thing is the regulatory standardization. We know that there is PSD2, there is MiCA regulation, multiple, let's say, regulations that are saying, oh, we are standardized. But when you will look, when you will deep dive in the regulation, you will see that in some countries, so we have some specific translation of that regulation, or maybe some condition that needs to be filled before, for example, the authorization for that participant will be given. This is the problem.
That's an EU-wide problem with all EU regulation that are implemented by the local authorities, and it's interpreted differently. And as you mentioned, interesting enough, sometimes pure translation error creates troubles for certain countries.
I wouldn't say that even they are errors. Sometimes I have confidence that they are for the purpose. From my perspective, even if you're looking at this from the perspective of the lawyer, and if you're looking on the regulations, so of course it helps because it builds the credibility. So previously we wouldn't have the eyes, for example, services like we have right now, so access to our data. Nobody will open 10 years back, nobody will give you easy access to your data to use it, for example, in the credit scoring processes, for example. So we are prepared, we are aware that in Europe, regulations are the key factor to develop them in the market. Coming the regulation, and you have the development of the new solutions that arise and want to use this new opportunity. In the ASEAN region, it's something different because when you're looking at the market, it's like our colleague says, 600 million people around, mostly unbanked. They have the same needs that we have in Europe. So pay for something, be able to, for example, invest the money that they have, maybe small amounts, but millions of people, of customers have that need. So it creates the market. And there it's easier to make the innovation in the meaning to use, for example, personal data to discover what might be good for example, because there is no GDPR. If you're looking at the Europe, one of the problem is GDPR, for example, how to process the data. Right now, AI Act that we didn't mention yet. On the other hand, people are keen to use these services because they know that if anything will happen, they can the company that is processing your data wrongly could be punished for that. So regulation or not, it always have two faces.
So we can talk about regulation when it comes to compliance and such areas, but also about regulation and standardization of technology. It's two completely different areas and should probably not be confused, I guess. Standardized APIs is one thing, but forcing a standard when it comes to technology, that is what I mean could stifle innovation.
Yes, for example, so access to the data, because we saw on the slides FIDA regulation that will probably come into force.
In the afternoon, we will speak about FIDA.
Yeah, I know it's really interesting because it expands what we understand as a PSD2 open banking, so it will open for the whole market. But I think that this will be something interesting for the all market participants because it's no longer banks, no longer PSPs. It's the whole financial market that have to share the data. So we'll see how the standard will be created and whether we will have one standard or at the end of the day we'll have the same state of play. So every country will have separate and every market participant will share different data. So this will create kind of opportunity for us.
Thank you. And I will get back to the ASEAN bridge. Moving beyond synergies, what are the specific bankable opportunities in AI, blockchains, or payments between CE and ASEAN? And what is the pilot project for Kuala Lumpur 2026 seeming most viable? I think that's for you. For me? Yeah, since you're representing Finas here today.
Yeah, of course. Regarding what we are doing with Finas is really to build this cooperation as we spoke about, and building this fund that can really help bring together also projects from Central Europe to Asia and Asian projects to Central Europe. So it really should bring new opportunities for the founders in both regions. and that's it. I'm not really, not really.
Anybody else
yeah.
would like to follow up on this question? What we can do when it comes to AI, bankable AI, cross-border transactions, CE and ASEAN countries, and what we're lacking today, and what are the gaps to be filled? Well, yes, please, Chris.
Maybe I can just add on a bit, also some comment or suggestions from what we discussed. I think overall we are here to talk about, of course, the bridge, but also about the mindset. Again, I mean, the earlier question talking about the design, the experience, I think from our perspective from Hong Kong, let's say 15 years ago, I mean, there was not many people talking about startups or fintech, because traditionally, I think the Asian kind of families believe that, okay, you have a new generation, you start your business, you have to be successful. So it's not really like the concept that we accept the failure. I think that's the traditional mindset. But of course, I mean, within Hong Kong, it's a very westernized and also international business environment. I think over time, this mindset change, where startups emerged, where they understood that the Silicon Valley story told us that, okay, sometimes we have to accept our failure. We have to learn from what we have not done correctly. So that's not only applying to the startups, but also to investors, to traditional banking, even to a policymaker, I would put it this way. So over the years, now, I mean, we are very comfortable to see Hong Kong having a very vibrant ecosystem in fintech. There are more than 1,100 fintech companies right now in Hong Kong. And very interestingly, they are quite internationally connected, because around 30% of these startups from Hong Kong are actually founded by an entrepreneur outside of Hong Kong. So they come to Hong Kong as a testing bed with an environment to try, because of the market that we mentioned about ASEAN being 300 million, and in mainland China is 1.3 billion of people. So it's actually a lot of consumers who are ready, a lot of companies who are ready to look for innovation. And I think that actually changed the mindset for a lot of, the idea of a bank who now look for innovation, who disrupt their own services. Even policymaker regulators, I think they always avoid risk. They manage the risk. At the same time, they create this kind of sandbox environment, which not only develop a sort of more transparent framework for startups or for projects to try, but also at the same time, it's actually for us a sort of process of communications between the regulators within a framework for startups or for projects for the banks to try, and within the process, that can be flexible sometimes to adopt or to change. I think that's actually very important to see how this sandbox not just providing an environment to test, but also providing a kind of feedback loop back to the regulators or to the framework to see how innovation can move forward. So again, this is also a mindset change. But going to the question on AI, I think in Asia in particular, we have actually a lot of needs as a market, because it's a big market. And currently, I don't see personally a lot of bridges that have been starting between the V4 Valley here with ASEAN or even with Hong Kong. So I believe there is a huge potential. But the mindset is to see how we start this collaboration, to localize or to adapt, to test the market. We actually have good successes from other regions who have some user cases in Asia, and then they move back to their domestic market and become very successful. That can be one kind of thinking to see, okay, some startups want to start here to have some, user case, to have a proof of concept, and then they expand internationally. But that could also be sometimes not necessarily be this traditional path versus where the opportunities are, where the markets are, and to start from there and coming back perhaps later.
Thank you. We'll continue with Alexander. Please, I would like your comments on the same question and develop it from your perspective.
Thank you. So how can we build Central and Eastern Europe and ASEAN bridge in next banking generation? And when we speak about technology expansion to the new market or even investment opportunities, the first question is, where is the money? So we already said that the market is huge, potential is tremendous, but where exactly we need to apply our efforts to get faster results? So, and I think this comes to fintech lending opportunities, because in Southeast Asia, nearly, as was mentioned actually by one of the experts, nearly 70% of adult population remain unbanked or underbanked. and this hundreds of millions of people outside of which are left behind or kept outside of formal financial system. And we have more and more foreign and international fintech innovators and players which offering digital credit to underserved consumers who would otherwise have no access to lending at all. So this is the work of fintechs. Then focus should be going to MSME sector, because 99% of all the businesses in ASEAN, 99%, it's SME business, small family-owned stores and shops, sari stores. There are different names in different markets for that, but it's a huge also audience for financial services, and therefore, as traditional banking system cannot serve them, there is a phenomenon as online community-based lending. So there are rural banks which are located in provinces, which are serving local communities. And there are also financial cooperatives which play the role and fulfill the function of traditional banks in those areas. So if you are also a player, you should keep it into account that if you are entering the country as Indonesia or Philippines, you don't focus only on capital and urban cities. The market is really outside. And therefore, the relationships, the cultural mindset, the critical words, what I heard today, it's really important in building your strategy, in penetrating that market. Also, what I want to mention, that the digital assets and crypto use is one of the highest in the world, in particular, Philippines and Vietnam markets. So it also opened the opportunity for cross-border payments and remittance payments. Because more and more ASEAN citizens, they go to work to Europe, and they need, therefore, services and payment trails to remit money back to their families. And also I would pay attention for the, as it use-driven market for gaming sector. There is also high-risk verticals as online gaming and gambling. We cannot ignore that. It's really the huge hub for gaming and gambling in the world, located here in Southeast Asia.
Thank you. From a global context, Silicon Valley and investments, how does this CEA Asian corridor position itself relative to Silicon Valley? Are we competing for capital, talent, or the new models of collaboration? What do you think, Simona?
Yeah, we want to have cooperation with the Asian part. We want to have a Silicon Valley here. It is possible, definitely. Now, no way. We need to make some first steps to build a strong position. It's definitely needed to be in cooperation with someone. We need to work on the cooperation now. It was said that the steps need to be small. We need to be patient. It's not possible to have a Silicon Valley here and to be a competitor for Silicon Valley in 5 years. It's not possible. Not in a CEE region. Maybe if we will really start now with the small steps, with a better process of reaching the new talents, with the visa for talented people, with the data for the companies, and better cooperation between the countries, it will be possible. But it's not possible now, and we are still not a real competitor for Silicon Valley.
That's a clear answer. And the follow-up question is from the full panel. From your perspective, I'm focused on Chris and Jan here. From your perspective, from HKTDCs and the Polish New Tech, what is the single most critical factor for CE, FinTech, and FinTech Valley to be successful bridging to ASEAN countries? What is missing? What do we need to work most on? Let's focus on the important and not ignore, but downplay the less relevant parts.
I started earlier to kind of compare Hong Kong with the V4 region here. I think we are small in terms of our own economy, but we can be collectively very strong because it's a much bigger market size. It's even more kind of innovation and also understanding of the local or regional market. What I saw actually from the report, it was very interesting earlier, is that there are a few pain points or weaknesses in the region, including the funding. So apparently the startups may not be able to raise fund or to scale up because of that, and then the markets. So I think the two kind of key areas we may start working with each other through Hong Kong potentially could be in the areas of fundraising and also in the areas of market expansion. And in both areas, I think the HKTDC, which I represent, more than happy actually to support. We can connect to potential VCs or investors to interesting projects here. We can even, connect to potential clients or customers to start this kind of process. But I hope this is just the suggestions of how we can bridge from both sides.
Now, Jan.
So maybe what Simona just mentioned, so we need to make small steps to make it good, because it's not possible to make big Silicon Valley, to make a big bridge between ASEAN and CE region in a month or 2 or 3 years. It's not possible. So definitely what we need to do is to focus on specific needs that every region have. Because we are different, we have different needs, and different startups will have success in every region. So definitely, this is one of the things that is the most important. That we cannot help everybody. Let's be honest. So from my perspective, definitely, this is one of the key points that we have to focus and identify who will have the biggest potential in the certain markets. And rethink how to make the financing for that companies, especially that we need to understand that always they will say money is not enough, because this is the idea of a startup, that you are spending the money for the development, and think how to scale up on certain markets, because the markets are different. So even if this solution have the success in Poland or in the region, not necessarily the same business model will have the success in the ASEAN region, and opposite side. So we need to focus on that factors.
And where do we find the synergies between ASEAN and CE in sandbox development, working together with regulation sandbox, technology sandbox, user experience, or where do we find the biggest synergies? Is it bilateral investments, knowledge exchange, joint AI, blockchain, or is it digital payments project? Because that's one thing we have in common. We all need payments. At least that we know for sure we need in common. So these are things that we have to consider seriously and think where are the biggest synergies and what are the lowest fruits to pick first. What is your opinion based on your knowledge from the industry and the different cultures? This question is open for anyone who wants to dive into it. We have just a few minutes left.
I think in every field we need to focus on cooperation, but I see, especially in the beginning, the biggest potential in knowledge sharing, because, for example, what I see that in general in the financial area, people are very thirsty about to know what's happening in Asia, because it's harder to get information, so it's not easy to get the information in all cases, and to implement those techniques and innovations what are already working there. For example, like QR payments are very common in the region, and in Europe, so far there was kind of mild resistance to adopt this technology, and I feel that it's changing in the last 1-2 years. But on the other hand, they don't have the practices to use it properly or to use it to its full potential. So I think knowledge sharing is very, very critical, and it's the easiest way to start.
That leaves another to Chris. We talk about knowledge sharing when we want information and knowledge from Asia. So what does Asia know about us here in the CE? Is that also a black hole, or
obviously not enough. I think that's why we talk about knowledge sharing. And I guess going back to my earlier notion about the mind setting, I think if an investor or if the collaboration from Asia side is to come to Europe, probably they would not directly think about Central Eastern Europe to start with, let's say so. Probably instead it's the traditional market in Western Europe, also including the UK, for example. So I think that mindset needs to change, and I think from us here, we need to showcase why they need to look into here. Because the valuation is more interesting, because of the collaborative effort right now that we're talking about, that could be a good story or a good kind of reminder for companies from Asia to think about this region as well. I think that's very important.
I see one advantage for the Visegrad 4 countries. The Visegrad 4 countries started fairly recently from nothing and do not have any old legacy systems that are built into, like many Western European countries. Like somebody was mentioned, Germany have their German payment systems, Italy got their Italian payment systems, Denmark got theirs, Netherlands got theirs, and so on. We don't have these legacy systems here. So we're starting with a much cleaner sheet. So that's why it might be easier to foster innovation and adaptation here. Plus the fact that the Visegrad 4 have a higher percentage non-banked and underbanked people than, let's say, Western Europe. Last comment on that before we round off. Anyone?
So what you mentioned, it's good that we started in the 90s, everybody from the V4, because we had till 1989 almost nothing. So we started with a clean sheet, with a new technology that times, and we are developing still and still. So we see that in Poland that, for example, banks a few years ago even, they were not seen so easy to be used, for example, every day. Not every bank had, for example, application for your smartphone or something like that. Right now, every bank have it. We have additional services. It's, of course, still not maybe the same level of super apps like in the ASEAN region, but we see the development. And soon, maybe we will have the similarities with the ASEAN region, because they also didn't have the technology in the broad meaning. I'm not saying about the Hong Kong. I'm not saying about the Singapore and about these hubs, because they always were on the top. They had to for many years to be on the top. I'm saying about the whole region. So this is big potential for us to learn one from another and exchange these solutions and these tools. Because in the time that we are right now, it's much easier to connect new solutions, new tools in the existing businesses than it was even 10 years back.
I have a question from the audience here, which I think is really important. How do fintechs want to approach demographic change in an aging population in Europe and the Visegrad 4 CEE? I will just give you one anecdote. My father, he doesn't have a smartphone. And he doesn't have a computer. He doesn't want to have a smartphone. He doesn't want to have a computer. He's banked. What will we do with these kind of customers in the future, even the fintech development and new payment systems and so on? How will these people be able to pay their bills in the future? That's an open question for anyone.
I would reflect on that we have good practices, not necessarily in Central Europe, but if you look at, for example, the Netherlands, like ING has almost 100% penetrations, and Dutch people are not younger than here. So it means that I think education, customer focus can help significantly. So I don't think that it's a real problem in that sense that it's not hard to, it's impossible to solve. It needs a lot of attention and good strategies. So I think it's one obstacle what we will solve.
Okay. How will we solve it? That's the question. I will continue with my anecdote. When my father pays his bills once a month, he goes down to the local tobacco store, the Tabak, and he gives him the bills, and he gives cash and pay the store owner a fee for paying his bills for him. Because if you have to pay them through going to the bank, he pays around €1 per bill he wants to pay. If he goes to the tobacco store, he pays 50 cents in a fee per bill he wants to pay. So I'm just saying, this is an area where the fintech could have a great potential when it comes to payment systems. How can we get people to be able to pay their bills, deal with payments when you do not have a smartphone?
I mean, obviously, there's a reason why, I mean, the aged people don't want or cannot use these kind of solutions. I think it's education for sure. Also, I think, like you said, if they don't have an iPhone or they don't have a mobile phone, for example, I think that happens also in Africa. There is a way that people can actually get a device to make use of these kind of digital solutions. Another aspect is to look at probably the user interface. I think that's, we talk about the design. Perhaps if it is too complicated, they feel like, okay, I don't want to learn it. It's too complicated for me, so I stop there. But if there is an easier way to adapt and they find it, okay, interesting or easier to use it, that could be a way to look into potentially as a new business model. And then lastly is incentives. Perhaps incentives can also incentivize the use of these digital solutions. If it is cheaper in terms of the bill, if it is something that can help them, to get additional services, that can also be an idea just to think about.
Thank you. And we have to round off here. We're running out of time. I'm just going to check if we have any more questions from the audience. This question is for Alexander. How can you protect your investment in building fintech in SEA, considering local shareholding requirements and ever-changing licensing requirements? For example, for consumer lending in Indonesia.
Yeah, I think it's a more specific question which they can approach and we can discuss personally. I'm not ready now to give some technical details about that, but of course there are certain requirements by central bank and regulators about foreign ownership as well, and there are different structures. So I think it's a more specific question.
Thank you.
In that could be addressed with legal expertise. Yes.
Thank you. I agree. You have to talk to legal expertise here, and it would be irresponsible to give a too specific answer. I would like very much to thank our panel for the flagship panel. Thank you so much, Simona, Chris, Andras, Jan, and where do I have your name? David. There you go. Sorry about that. And we should not forget to thank everybody who made this possible, thanking the audience for the interesting questions. And it's lunchtime. And after lunch, we're going to speak about regulation. We were on the surface of it today, but we're going to dive deeper into regulation. Hope to see you all after lunch. Thank you so much. I would like to welcome everyone to Finweek Bratislava 2025, the 9th Finweek so far. It's my honor to be the moderator for these panels. We bring together fintech leaders, regulators, innovators, and policymakers from Central Europe, ASEAN countries, and beyond. Before we begin, I would like to thank our partners who makes this event possible. Thank you to our main partners, the Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa. And a special thanks to our conference partners, Slovakia Travel, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF, Slovak Credit Bureau, DECTA, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prospan and Pavlovic, University of Economics in Bratislava, and Mati Bell University in Banska Bystrica. We also thank our AI stream partners, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. A big thank you to all our supporters and media partners. And an important notice, if you have questions during discussions, please send them via Slido using hashtag Finweek, and we will address them in the Q&A section in the end of the panel discussion or during the panel discussion if it fits into the current topic. And today's first panel after lunch is dealing with regulation. We will talk about MiCA, PSD3 FIDA regulation in practice. And we only have 60 minutes. I would like to welcome our panelists. We have Gregor Boltar from Slovenia online. Welcome, Gregor.
Welcome, everybody.
Martin Peter, Head of Banking Department, Ministry of Finance. Jan Prochadzka, Member of Bank Board of Chernobylsk. Great to have you here. Jonathan Middleton, all the way from the UK, Director of Financial Services. Peter Penses, Head of Crypto Asset and Innovation Section at National Bank of Slovakia. And Lukáš Kovanda is unfortunately not here today, just so you know. With no further ado, we will start the panel discussion. And the opening question is a broad question. MiCA in practice. Let's get practical on MiCA. What are the most common and costly mistakes firms are making right now when applying for licenses? Are national regulators truly equipped to handle the load? So we start with the negative part and hopefully finish on a positive note in the end of the panel discussion. This question is mainly for Peter Penses and Jan Prochadzka. And Peter, you can follow up after them.
Yeah, thank you. MiCA is very topical issue now. Thank you for the question. We are now in the process of handling applications we received, and you asked about the common mistakes. And the common mistakes are mostly related to money, people, and IT security, those three areas. With respect to people, MiCA requires directors of crypto asset service providers to be able to oversee the whole operation of the company. And since the companies are usually small, they have difficulties to prove that the single director, because many applicants have just a single director, is able to oversee the operation of the whole company. The other common mistake is they misread the prudential requirements. It's not only fixed amount of capital they need to have, that amount of capital depends also on total costs they incurred in previous periods. And they often think that having 125,000 euros is all that they need to prove. And the last one is the IT security. For crypto, IT security is not negotiable. So we require them to prove with penetration tests that their IT security systems are robust enough. And that is costly and that takes some time. So those are the most common mistakes we see on the part of applicants. And then you asked about capacity.
Yes.
I think here we should take a more global view on what's going on in Europe with MiCA. Currently, there are about 90 MiCA entities on the market. Out of those 90 companies that get the MiCA license so far, 40% are traditional financial institutions that extended their services to crypto world. They do not need to undergo the whole licensing procedure. They just notify competent authority that they want to enter crypto market. They submit very limited amount of information, and then after 60 days, they may start operating. We have N26, Revolut, Clearstream, trading view, banks and investment companies that did just this. They just simply extended their operation into crypto world. And the rest, the 60% of the entities that have MiCA license, if we look where do they come from, they are French, German, Dutch, Maltese entities. Entities established mostly in these 4 countries. And why is that? Because these countries had quite robust pre-MiCA regimes. So the learning curve these companies had to take before applying was much shorter than the learning curve in Slovakia, in Czech Republic, or in other countries where there was no such a steep learning curve to get the license. And coming back to the question about capacity, I think we have capacity to do our job right. It's not our job to do licensing fast. It's our job to do licensing properly and to build really sustainable crypto market.
Thank you. Jan, will you follow up, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. So you said, let's go practical. So I think Dua Lipa is singing, let's go physical. But it's a good idea. So I'll just continue. I can just sign what Peter mentioned. In Czech Republic, I will speak about Czech Republic because I think that we are some kind of real-life testing ground for MiCA, because we have 233 applications for MiCA in Czech Republic. So it's quite surprising. It's maybe quite shocking, but it's a real fact. And what was mentioned here also, we have so many countries, not 4 of them. We have like Kenya, Uzbekistan, South Africa, so many countries all around the world. So there is nothing like some Baltic Stream or something. There is all around the world. And we have to also question ourselves what is the reason why they are asking us, mainly if this I don't know, strength of the regulator, or I don't know, the openness of the regulator, or our discussion about bitcoins in the reserves, maybe. But we were thinking about it, and maybe one point is that this is a fee structure, because our fees, license fees are quite cheap. We have less than 1,000 for the fee, so it's 800 euros, I think. We have no monthly or yearly fee in the supervision fee, so maybe this could be the reason. Other reason is that we have 30,000 WASPs, so these providers of the crypto services. We have 30,000 registered in Czech Republic, so it was also quite shocking. There were no active. It was like so many people. They just fulfill some form like that. They are registered for something. Doesn't mean that they provide this operation. They are miners, mainly investors and stuff like that. But they were registered, so it means 30,000 people who have to do something according to the MiCA. And this is it. And the problems and the real life was mentioned here. So the main problem is that all the applications are generated by AI. So and there are some funny ways, like, because they are really doing properly. So it means they are really perfect. You cannot find so many mistakes, but it's still translation because it has to be in Czech language. And there are some translation matters, so it's lost in translation. For example, like male and female, it's translated like samec and samice, which is, I don't know, who is not from Slovakia or Czech Republic. It means something from the wild, animal kingdom. So like the people, I don't know, some monkeys are samec and samice, but people are male and female, but the translator doesn't understand. So we have so many applications for samec. And this is the first thing. Second one is the application, you have to pay some fees. So this was the first hurdle for them because they were unable to pay. They did so many mistakes in the payment procedure, which is quite easy, I think. And then what was mentioned, so things like business plans, so personals and firms, and all this documentation. So I think that we have the same problem and same challenges and as our Slovakian brothers.
And what is your expectation? How many from what you received will pass the
You mean my expectation or expectation of the market?
Okay, actually, the 100% for them, for you?
My expectation of the bank board is quite low. My expectation is maybe higher. Expectation of the market is 100%. But I really don't know. There are something is completely, some applications are completely crazy, like really weirdo people, which I think are unable to be or capable to be on the market. But I think that there are so many, as was also mentioned here, which are providing services in Czech Republic or in CE region. So I think that there will be somebody who will be successful, who will succeed in this procedure. But I really don't know how many.
Thanks.
Very good. Now, core debate regarding not only Mika, but also the FIDA, revolution or trap. FIDA promised an open finance revolution. Is this a genuine catalyst for a new business model or security and data control nightmare for banks? I don't know who would like to speak about this. Yeah, I hope Jonathan will be on this one.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. So I think I might talk about FIDA from what we've observed recently in the United Kingdom. So, of course, FIDA is thinking about open banking and then extending that across a broader set of financial services products and the data about people's lives. So we in the UK, of course, have been thinking about open finance, but we've also been thinking about what we call smart data or open data. So this is multi-sector data sharing, so energy, telecoms, retail, so shopping. And the UK government has been running a challenge that they call the Smart Data Challenge, and we've been supporting them on that with a Smart Data Sandbox. I think what's really clear is when you think about the insights that open banking can generate in order to drive customer benefit, there's enormous benefit if you then extend that firstly across financial services and then into the rest of the economy. I think it's fair to say that the learnings of the benefits of open banking have kind of been slow, and it's interesting to see actually what's landed. I think when it was first being hypothesized and rolled out, people had quite grand visions of what it could do. And it's taken the market and consumers a little bit of time to actually find that sweet spot about why people want to use it and in what ways. So if we think about open finance across, maybe it's pensions, certain types of insurance, other types of investments, et cetera, we in the UK and certainly in other countries that are thinking about open finance and smart data are beginning to see companies think about new products. That's the kind of rosy, optimistic picture. I don't think anybody's quite fully cracked what it will look like when it's implemented, particularly around, it's the unknown unknowns in terms of potential insights that people might feel nervous about, the data ethic implications as people begin to draw correlations from different data sets. So I think the opportunity is real, and different countries are beginning to test this now. So this recent experience that we helped the UK government with, companies were building the most amazing, innovative products by getting these data insights, helping people earn more money, save more money, be more secure in their online lives. When the rubber hits the road, I think it will take a little bit of time for people to actually see the benefits. So that's how I'd see it.
And I would like to invite Gregor to the conversation here as well. And you're free to comment on both Mika and FIDA.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all. Well, I honestly believe that we're in the phase when we invented a wheel. And now we have to figure it out what we are going to do with it. So we have to invent cars, buses, trucks, and so on to serve to people's life. And before that, we have to invent what to do with it. So, and on the other hand, we are talking about regulation and let's say traffic laws, but we didn't invent the car yet. So That's my first thought about it. Of course, we need sandboxes, and we also need a lot of participations of institutions that we can test it, how these things can work, and what are, let's say, drawbacks, what are the problems that we really need to address with the new laws. Otherwise, we have a lot of, let's say, traditional laws from the traditional finance field that can be applied to the new digital world. And I honestly believe that there is also among the people, there is a lack of education into financial instruments and relationships, and it must be addressed that because from there, the logic of how to operate other instruments is coming from. So that's my first thought about that.
Okay, no problem. Can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here.
Several points. I think Gregor mentioned it quite well. I have a feeling that we are sometimes thinking too much ahead with MiCA is relatively, we can discuss whether the regulation was, because when we started the discussion about MiCA, it was a lot of people were very positive and enthusiastic about, okay, we will regulate. But now we see that that the market is not ready. We have big companies. We are financial institutions that are already on the market, but will it really help the startups? Because some of them are not ready, or most of them. I don't want to be negative, but this is the impression I have, and the same I see with FIDA. What we saw, Payment Services Directive 2 came with the idea of open banking, and in Europe, I think in Europe, not the UK, the use of this concept was not developed. Yeah, so we do not see thriving businesses that use exchange of data between banks and payment institutions. And now we come with even larger concept, even robust, complex, costly, very costly. We go from garage startups to a market where a startup will not be able to enter because the cost to enter will be so high. So I'm like FIDA as a concept is good, but the question is, and I wanted to come back to you. Should we focus more on maybe case by case business models? So companies that are or to provide supervisors with the tools to allow for helping of new business models or new products that actually use exchange of broader set of data, but on case-by-case basis, or create a new framework, but risking that this framework won't be used by the businesses.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think so. If you look internationally, so the Australians and the Kiwis, for example, in terms of their approach, they have an overall arch to their legislation about where they'd like to get to, but they're pragmatic and they basically have a timeline which is sector by sector, and then within sectors they can build out particular use cases. In the UK, and this is, I think, speaking a little bit to your good observation about where's the value going to be and what's the right structure. We have quite multiple different regulators that oversee and probably would have a role in overseeing these different data schemes in these different sectors. It's actually quite a complicated landscape. What the UK has tried to do is run some innovation challenges to kind of prove the hypothesis of what could be built. So it's run it's about a 1-year process, and it's selected 10 or 15 companies, and they provided access to synthetic data from these different data, exactly, and basically said, if you could get access to this data, what is the benefit that you could deliver to people? And so what they've tried to do, sorry, one quick point, Gregor, is actually, is to actually try to answer that question that you've rightly identified, which is, let's not run before we can walk here. Let's actually prove this out. Because in proving it out, they were able to identify how would this work from a user permissioning perspective, the user experience, what are the legislative issues, the regulatory issues, and how do we bring people on that journey? But I think they've taken a small step-by-step approach.
When they will finish the cycle, when we will know the answer?
So the UK has passed a law which gives permission for the different regulators to begin, or the powers for them to begin to implement this. So that's where. So we're still at a very early stage. The individual challenge. The individual challenge that they ran for 1 year to encourage companies, the event is in November. So I can introduce you if you're interested in finding out, but the final event is in November to announce the winners and the results of that.
Okay, thank you.
Gregor, please. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, maybe that whole thing reminds me on the film which is called The Night in Museum. When General Custer said, Americans, we don't think, we do. So there is two different approaches. In US, they go to the action and regardless of the consequences. And then based on the, let's say, trying approach, they see where the leaks are and they try to fix it. I have an impression in Europe, we would like to first regulate it, and then with that we set the frame and do it there. So everything has pluses and minuses. But this approach in UK, I really like because, it sets the frame. Here you can play with it, and then we will see what to do. But it's in the control way. So I believe it's a good approach of mixing of everything.
Great example of a sandbox approach there when it comes to regulation and how we can use the data specifically. Yes, please.
Maybe I will just add one sentence. As our French colleagues always said, that regulation means or brings innovation. It's quite funny always, because it was mentioned it's not as easy. But we as the Czech National Bank are not the big supporters of this FIDA regulation, and also we have the FIDA and also this SCDDD, this Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. So this is amazing. These two things, I think that if we will cancel it, delete it, so I think nobody will cry. But I will add maybe one thing to you, because you said how it can help to support the fintechs. So maybe one thing in MiCA in Czech Republic, there is one adding sentence in the law that for crypto providers, that there is a legal right for access of the payment solution. So they have the main problem with the bank account, because there where crypto is always on the top of the risk. So they were quite nervous. The banks do not open or close the banking account. So there is one thing which supports fintech or crypto industry to be able to provide the services.
Thank you.
If I may add on FIDA, I would also say that FIDA is not a silver bullet. FIDA is replicating one mistake that the PSD2 did. PSD2 mandated banks to give access to the data on payment accounts to third parties, but it didn't set one standard how to provide this access. And it also prohibited banks from charging fees on access to the data. The banks did not have incentives to do the job right. They followed the letter of law, but they didn't follow the spirit of the law. And that's why it was very difficult for third parties to integrate such a wide variety of APIs that were on the market. And FIDA is also not providing answer to the question how to ensure the access, what would be the standard the data owners had to follow in designing the APIs. So that's why it may end up similar to PSD2.
Peter, that's very good you bring it up, because the API is a really hot topic. And if you want, you can continue 1 more minute regarding the API issues, and then maybe follow up from Jan and Peter. Martin Peter, sorry. Oh.
Yeah, the thing with APIs that simply there are so much heterogeneous. And one difference in FIDA is that under FIDA, the data owners, either banks, insurance companies, investment firms, they will able to charge fee for access, and it's called, they can charge reasonable compensation. But then this brings another complexity. What is reasonable compensation for access to API? And there was one more challenge with FIDA regime, and it was whether it will not provide too much space for big tech companies that are very good at handling data and use data for not only creating good financial products, but also targeting advertisements. So I think that was recognized in the legislation, and now the big techs are out. They cannot be the third parties, but maybe it's not finished yet. Martin knows better. But that was another challenge in the design of FIDA. And we heard quite a lot about FIDA in earlier panels, but I think we should all bear in mind that this is law in the making. It's still not finished, and it has a long transitional period. There are 2, 3, and 4 years until it fully becomes effective. So this is not something that is tangible, that is here. The opportunity is quite distant and quite, we will see how it will all end up. Therefore, when looking for opportunities, I would, if I were the market player, I would maybe look for those regulated sectors or unregulated sectors better. But if I were to go into regulated sector, I would probably choose the sector where the building has been already built. Like MiCA is a good example of legislation that is here, that is in effect, together with all of the regulatory technical standards. So there it's quite clear what needs to be done.
Now, Martin, please.
Yeah, but Jan, you wanted to add something?
We get back to Jan. We get back to Jan. No worries.
I will just sum up where we are with FIDA at the time. It's in trialogues, but it's not moving forward. And this is what you mentioned: the gatekeepers, the tech giants. It's still not solved. It's still not finished. There are questions about the scope. Regarding the institutions, regarding the extent of data, and the industry is, and parts of industry, insurance companies, also banks, they are now starting to be, or they are very constantly opposing FIDA in many ways. So there are big questions about how to proceed, whether to proceed, whether it will not stop the trialogue. So it's very open regulation at the time. Yeah.
Let's continue, and we move the debate forward. And now comes a big question. We just heard regarding PSD2, and maybe a mistake not regulating it and mandating a standard regarding APIs. Is FIDA repeating this mistake? Do we find synergies between PSD3 and FIDA? How does PSD3 and FIDA actually work? Now it's going to get really, really difficult, very hands-on. Do they work together? Are we actually building a seamless data framework, or just two somewhat overlapping regulatory silos? I mean, this question is a tough one and provocative. So I don't know who would like to start on this one.
I will just add something general to this. One important initiative that is now ongoing in Europe, in Parliament, but mostly in Commission, is the simplification of regulation. It was started by Draghi report. It was last year already, no? It was last year. My God. And now all it's not visible from the outside, but there is a huge work, and there are teams going through the regulations, primary regulation, secondary regulation, and deciding on whether we need this, whether we need that, and this FIDA framework, PSD3 framework. They can be reviewed in the process of their creation. They are already touched by the simplification process. Yeah, so this is the process that's going on. I think it's a good one. It takes time because the regulation is so complex on the financial market. You from the financial institutions, you know how complex, how many compliance costs you need to get how much compliance with the regulation costs you. So I think the omnibus or the simplification, CSSD, wow, oh my God. This is a huge process. I think FIDA will be touched, and one thing we should avoid is to create overlapping regulatory standards, and as far as I know, we are repeating the PSD2 mistake, not providing with the API standard, because then you will have competitive standards, and from the point of view of a bank or an insurance companies, how many standards you need to apply in order to provide your data to your competition. Yeah, it costs you money, and you lose business, and you lose opportunity. So, we should really think about this in more detail.
I think we all agree on that, but now comes the big question. Are we able to follow the Draghi report and cut down on regulation? I mean, if you have created an organization that its main purpose is to create rules and regulation, organizations tend to do what they're created for. That's just a fact of life. So how far have you gotten in this process? That's the follow-up question.
Now Commission is reviewing the regulation, so it's also part of the so they can argue that not just creating new regulation, but reviewing the old one.
I have full trust in the Commission and,
And
their wants. There's no doubt about that.
They will hire some couple of thousand people just for the. No, I'm just joking.
We all of us are friend of simplification. Yeah, of course, of course. I was with my minister, Mr. Stianura, in Ecofin in Denmark. I don't know, 3 weeks ago. There was a big discussion with Madame Lagarde. And there is a main problem also in wording, because simplification and the regulation, and they really don't know if you say that you would like to cancel something like this, as I mentioned, this FIDAN CSDDD, something like that. They were quite shocked if I'm trying to promote that this could be something we can think about it or negotiate or something like that. Because if they are speaking about simplification and the regulation, they are still afraid of capital requirement. And this is the story, because everybody is afraid of capital requirement. Of course, they have to be robust, stuff like that, but they are, of course. And if you are speaking about simplification, I mean that let's not do things like that. And I will maybe add some simple case from Czech Republic, because we did in Czech National Bank some homework. I think we did some gold plating homework. So we were trying to find which kind of legislation is gold plating in Czech Republic, and we found dozens, maybe thousands, okay, not thousands, but so many things we did, as we would like to be perfect supervisor. So we were trying to do it as hard as we can, but now we can find that we can live without it also. So we promoted to Ministry of Finance that after election, which were held, 3 weeks ago in Czech Republic, that we can think about some simplification also in Czech law, because there are some things that we add and which make no sense.
That leads me into my follow-up question. We can have European Union-wide regulations, and then they're implemented on a national level. How to create some better standard of national implementation? That is a topic that is necessary. Otherwise, I don't see these simplifications to make such a big difference. Seeing that every country, they add their own little perspective to it, and sometimes a new perspective is added simply for translation errors, as I noticed in some legislation.
But you can see this because now a lot of regulation is in the form of not directive that you need to transpose into your national law, but in the form of regulation that is directly applicable. Yeah. So I think this is one, and it already started with AML and other frameworks. Yeah, exactly. Because AML was one of the pain. That was a challenge for startups to fintechs, but also incumbent bank financial institutions. So you directly impose the regulation or the rules, and you do not need to wait for the national legislation to change something, add something, or omit something. Yeah. So this is one way.
AML is a good example you're mentioning. They were not only talking about national different implementation, but each bank implemented differently to make it even more complex. Should we have some maximum and minimum legislation where the banks have to keep in between, or they will be sanctioned in some way because individual banks do this very differently?
I don't want to point finger, but here are guys responsible for checking whether the...
That's why I'm looking at them.
I think the answer is already here. And Martin mentioned it, that we see more and more law being written in the form of regulation and more law coming in the form of implementing acts, specifically in the area of anti-money laundering. Now we are in the process of implementing 6th AML package, which consists of 2 regulations, 1 directive, and there are around 50 implementing acts under these 3 level 1 texts. So in the future, there will be much less room for divergences. And this trend you mentioned, Johan, about differences in national rules. I think the Europe found the answer to these differences, and in a way, in the sense of unifying the regulation and thus ensuring that we are all more unified in the Europe and more perceived as one jurisdiction. This is a process that's been going on for at least 10 years. So I would not be that much afraid about this being a problem in the future.
That's really good to hear, Peter. Now over to the British or UK perspective, and then Gregor from Slovenia. And then we'll move on to the next topic we'll speak about today, CETRA and the CE AI sandbox.
I was actually going to bring in an Irish perspective.
An Irish perspective?
Yeah, well, I think so. So we're lucky to work with the central bank. And I was going to come at it from a slightly different angle. So I recognize everything has been said regarding the specifics of regulation, the legislative mechanisms. I think one of the things that that is interesting to note is in a few different jurisdictions, and Ireland's one of them, a kind of proactive set of measures that the central bank is beginning to implement in order to help the ecosystem, both the banks, the technology providers, in order to comply with both the specifics of the regulation, but also the policy outcomes that it's really looking to achieve. So the Central Bank of Ireland, for example, ran a program around financial crime and stopping fraud. And so they ran an engagement process which brought together both the banks and the technology providers in, again, I'll keep on saying it, but in a sandbox. And they basically said, how are you looking to partner? What types of technology approaches are you using in order to achieve the policy outcomes that we have? Do you need answers from us in terms of whether this is allowed or not? And then what could you actually do to improve, for example, your anti-fraud or your KYC compliance? And actually, we saw kind of partnerships basically accelerated by 12 to 24 months in order, for the banks to use technology partners to better comply with their regulatory obligations. So I think there's one set of conversations around the specific wording of the regulation, and then a second thing, which is the angle I'm coming at it from, which is, are countries and central banks and regulators and authorities trying to provide a set of other support services around all of those in order to help the ecosystem comply with the obligations and achieve the policy outcomes that actually I think everyone's trying to get to, right? We don't want to see more fraud, right? We want to see good compliance checks, right? KYC, money laundering, stopping terrorism financing. And so how is the government and the central bank providing services to support the compliance? So I think that's just another angle that I'm beginning to see as a trend across the world, actually.
Irish pragmatism.
Indeed.
Should we name it that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And the Slovenian perspective, please, Gregor. We would like to hear your...
Well, there is few of them right now, but one of what I see very interesting is, let's say, all the compliance are in serve of preventing frauds, hacks, and so on. But there is one general problem, because all legal entities are trying to comply to something, okay? But criminals don't. And right now, all nowadays topics like digital services and digital finance and so on are running on the basis on white web, not dark web, of course. But white web became more similar to dark web because we can see there is a lot of data breaches, hacks, and so on. So only legislation cannot solve this. Basically, what we need to think about it, maybe into the, let's say, near future, is to start thinking about white web. And that means what could be first steps to that is to build closed circles. And with the blockchain technology, it's possible, and it's possible pretty fast to do it, and it's because it's not necessary to build it from the scratch. So closed circles are okay, but there is also but there is another step how to communicate one closed circle to another one to be able to the data of whatever can be can travel, and that's so it's more about the question of security.
That's very wise words. I like the idea of the white web. It's the first time I'm here it's minted, and if you were the first saying it, well, it's yours. Yes, regarding the white web being like the dark web, every day I can see 10 advertisements from crypto fraudsters on my Facebook page. If people lose money on this, shouldn't Facebook be responsible, since they allow fraudsters to advertise openly in the open? It's just mind-blowing from my mind that these platforms have so little control. And I'm not a big fan of over-regulation, but they should be held responsible. Just a short comment on that, and then we will move on quickly.
They should be just basic regulation, because so Elon Musk, our President Pellegrini, our Minister Kamenitsky, they all advised me what should I buy, where to invest, So it's but jokes aside, it's how is that possible? And you even report it, and I do if something like this pops up, and then it goes to my feed again in 2 or 3 days. So they do nothing. Simply, they just take money and do nothing. I don't think that's the good approach here.
Now let's move on to CETRA and the CEAI sandbox. That's our last topic for today, the potential to create a unified testing environment for AI fintech solutions in the region, ready to cooperate with multiple regulators and inspired by the progressive examples from Asia and the UK. Now, when will we see this in Visegrad 4 and later on in the CEE?
I can jump in a little bit on this. I mean, I think the word sandboxing can mean a lot of different things to different people. I think let's just honestly recognize that. But I would say that there's a few different models that are emerging. So the first is where associations want to better enable the ecosystem. I'll use fintech as an example, between the banks and the technology providers. And so particularly with the focus on AI, we do a lot of work with banks, and everybody's looking at the applications. So what is an environment which enables the large regulated institutions and the technology providers to be able to better collaborate, and for the institutions to be able to run their tests on the AI providers to make sure that it's within the risk profile and their own internal understanding of the regulation. There's a second kind of model, which is more around economic development, and it's where different governments want to provide access to compute hardware, to GPUs, in order to encourage local startups. And then there's a third kind of model, and we've seen this a little bit in the UK because our Financial Conduct Authority launched a supercharged AI sandbox earlier this year, which we work on with NVIDIA for them and AWS. And there it's both about understanding what AI can do, for them to be able to understand its applications in financial services, potential risks, et cetera, but it's also about providing an environment where the regulator can engage the ecosystem to get their perspective on what AI can do, its policy implications. And so I think across those three different use cases, because actually sometimes there's overlap between them, sometimes it's a blended model, I think we're seeing a lot of interest in terms of the capabilities of supporting local companies, because they need help to be able to build, whether it's access to data or access to compute. They need a good environment to be able to demonstrate their services and demonstrate that they are compliant. And regulators need a way of kind of understanding what's actually happening in my system to make sure that like I'm happy and I can understand the policy implications. Now, the EU AI Act is coming by August next year. As it currently stands, every jurisdiction will need to have an AI sandbox. Exactly what that looks like, I think, is still to be confirmed. I think it's fair to say. But I think that there's going to be a lot of interest and a lot of benefit for ecosystems who are able to kind of provide a set of services across those three use cases that I described. And sometimes you get benefits of scale, right? And actually, there will still need to be local implementations sometimes, right, of AI sandboxes, because that's going to be something under the EU AI Act as it currently stands. But if you can begin to think about supporting local companies, providing a way that large enterprises can test AI companies safely, that actually you can sometimes get benefits of scale. And so I think it's a very exciting initiative from some of the descriptions that I've heard over today. And we'll have to see over the next few months how that evolves, exactly what benefits they're looking to land. But I think from the excitement that we've seen in some of the other jurisdictions that we work in the UK, for example, I think there's a desire from industry for these types of exercises.
I will move over to Peter Pensesh, since you have lots of experience from Sandbox at the NBS.
Yes, thank you. I think creating a sandbox in the supervisory authority is not an easy task. It took us more than 1 year. And our sandbox is it's regulatory, so it's about getting in touch with the industry, with companies that already got a license that wish to come up with a new product or service. They need to discuss with us before they roll it out. So it's this model of sandbox we are operating, and it's similar in other countries in Europe. AI sandbox is something different. It has more solid legal standing because it's in the AI Act. Certainly it's true what Jonathan said. Every jurisdiction has to deal with this obligation to establish AI sandbox, and it's good that there are companies that are ready to advise on that and help in that progress. What needs to be borne in mind is that AI Act can be entrusted to responsibility of different authorities in different countries. In our case, we do not have any role in the AI Act. The National Bank of Slovakia is out. It's going to be Ministry of Informatization that's responsible for implementation and also supervision of AI systems. Therefore, when we speak about creating sandbox for more countries, then one needs to take into account this complexity that there are different players in different countries that needs to be involved. But certainly it's good that I heard from our Ministry of Informatics that they are looking for inspiration, and they are looking into other jurisdictions, what they are doing. They want to do it in a good, solid way. So certainly it's good that we have this discussion about possibilities.
Now we're starting to come to the end of the debate, and we come back to where we started, regulation as catalyst. Is the EU comprehensive approach, MiCA, FIDA, too slow compared to the agile market-driven sandbox approaches in the UK and the ASEAN countries? This can be answered by all panelists, but I would like to hear Jan Prochadzka on this one, because we haven't listened to you for quite some time now, and then the rest of the panelists.
Because we have no experience and we have no history with sandboxes, so we have just I cannot add something because Simona Michalikova was in the panel, so I think that it will be a successful story, I believe, in Czech Republic. And to sum up the question, so we were speaking about MiCA, so I think that we are about getting implementation right. So this is the main point. My closing remarks. PSD3, so it's We believe that this is some kind of incremental update because we believe in Czech Republic the PSD2 makes some step, but as was mentioned by my colleagues, I think that we estimate more because it's open data and open finance. So we still there are so many banks who acquired a fintech solution. And it's not what we thought 10 years ago, that it will be that they will move forward, they will go for IPO or stuff like that. But now that somebody is stronger, they acquire them and then stop it or not. So this is that. And FIDA, we believe that this is the wrong path. And according to this burden of legislation, so I think that it was discussed. So I think that this is my closing remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, Jan. Anybody else would like to close up with your closing remarks? Gregor from Slovenia.
Well, my thought is that we have to find the bridge between, if we are talking about the finance, between the classical finance instruments and relationships and laws with the digital one, because it represents the form. And this bridge must be found, and then we don't need so many new laws, so we can avoid overregulation.
Thank you. Martin?
Yeah, I should continue where Gregor finished. I think the way forward is smart regulation. We have to look on what the market really needs and what can increase or help market participants, and sandbox is one way forward. How to help fintech or innovative companies and innovating products, but it is also up to the market participants. Yeah, so I strongly urge market participants to come together, initiate some changes and some business models, or try to open new avenues. And for us and for colleagues from central banks, for us it's the task to try to help them. Yeah.
Thank you. And Peter?
Maybe very short remark. We are open supervisory and regulatory authority in National Bank of Slovakia. We are open to dialogue, and we discussed a bit about sandboxes, but I want to say that we have also innovation hub in National Bank of Slovakia, and we like to engage with market before the market files an application with us or takes some big move. So I would like to encourage anyone who has a good idea and needs informed discussion with the regulator to use our innovation infrastructure and especially our innovation hub.
And last, Jonathan, you can round it up in less than a minute, I hope.
No, I think it's worth recognizing that there will always be a dynamism between the innovation that the market is providing and the types of services they want to use, the business models, the technology, and the very appropriate desire for that to be done in a safe and responsible way. So there will always be a dynamism there. I think what you will have heard here, and I'll defer to my colleagues on the stage, is the fact that they are open to the conversation. So if you are an industry practitioner, as Peter just said, we're here to listen. I think it's fair to say. So take that up, right? Because that's a great thing in and of itself. So I think that by having the conversation is how you can make sure that dynamism is directed in the right direction.
I would like to thank the panel. I would like to thank the audience. It was a very interesting discussion on regulation in practice and sandboxes in particular. And we will have a short break, and then we will continue with Ukraine's reconstruction through fintech. Hopefully that awful war soon will be over and Ukraine can start looking forward again. Now there's a short coffee break, and then we will continue in a short while. There is no coffee break here. Sorry, I'm mistaken. We'll continue directly with Ukraine post-war reconstruction already. So just a leg stretcher, please. Okay? My mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please take a seat. We'll continue. The next discussion, Ukraine after the war, reconstruction through fintech and digital services. Let me introduce the speaker, Rostislav Diuk, chairman of the board of the Ukrainian Association of Fintech and Innovative Companies. Ilya Muchnik, partner at Kinstellar, and you have an opening speech for us, I believe. Perfect. And Jacek Figula from Poland. Great to have you here as well. And with not much further ado, I will introduce our... I have a bit of disorder on my paper. I would like to thank our main partners, the Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa. And a special thanks to our conference partners, Slovak Travel, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF, Slovak Credit Bureau, DECTA, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prosper and Pavlovich, University of Economics in Bratislava, and Matej Bell University in Banska Bystrica. And also thanks to our AI stream partner, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. And a big thanks to all our supporters and media partners. Important, if you have questions during discussion, send them via Slido, #Finweek, and we'll address them in the Q&A section, or during the discussion if the topic fits into the current into the current topic. So please, I would like to introduce our speaker. Where do we have you? Yeah, Ilya Muchnik. I want to make sure I read your name correctly. Would you like to sit down and speak, or would you prefer to stand? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Ilya Muchnik. I'm partner with Kinstellar law firm, and I head in fintech in our 12 countries where we work, from Austria to the east and in Ukraine, of course. My job is to bring fintechs bankable and legal from day one in our countries. So for resume, my point is very simple. Fintech can speed up Ukraine reconstruction, having already created tremendous opportunity right now, not waiting until the reconstruction of the war. So one of my focuses here is to show what is already there in Ukraine and how we see the opportunities for the reconstruction, and even now not waiting for the end of the war. So what is already there? It is really important to recognize that the fintech base of Ukraine is very strong. It's much stronger than in many of the neighboring countries. So just use it. And here I would like to make some concrete examples so we see what's already happening. This is digital industry. It's very efficient during the war. It cannot be bombed or destroyed physically. So it's already there and creates, as I mentioned, quite a number of opportunities. For example, we have DIA. This is the government super app. It unites more than 20 million people, more than half of the population of Ukraine. It has more than 150 digital services online and more than 35 digital documents available there. So you have there all the identity documents like driving license, passports, birth certificates, all the documents for your cars, etc. And it provides the bridge for the banks and fintech for the identity verification and know your client. So it's already eliminates this important step, how you would identify people for your know your client purposes. Is just already there, and state take care of that. There are also the base for various programs like e-recovery program for the housing, where we have, as you know, unfortunately, quite a number of houses destroyed by the Russian missiles and bombs, and the state already supported more than 100,000 people by this program with the real payouts. We have neobanks. One of the examples is Monobank with 1 million customers, 1 million active cards, recently became the unicorn according to concrete transactions that happens. And the technology is state of the art. It cannot be compared with many of the competition in other countries. State-owned private bank and LinkPay, its own acquiring system. Ukrainians paid 18 billion euro for goods and services by only these banks acquiring services in this year alone, and 1.5 billion euro for online acquiring. And the bank, it's up to privatization as rumored by the state. So this is concrete opportunity for foreign investors already now. In 2024, Ukrainian payment system processed more than 1 billion transactions with 27 billion euro volume. This is happening right now during the war. This is not a fancy reconstruction that is upcoming. The cashless data. We, in 2028, 8 billion cashless transactions, and 95 of them of all card transactions are cashless. We have a donation system. United 24, the government held donation platform, attracted more than $3 billion US from abroad by way of donations in cash, in crypto, by way of other means. We have DSCT. This is special tax and legal regime for fintech and tech companies that provides for easy registration, reporting, special tools for employment of personnel, etc. And it paid already this year alone 400 million euro in taxes, and it unites 2,500 of residents. We have transparent public spend, although all these allegations of corruption, which is usually like to be used by Russian propaganda. We have Prozora system, which is a government tech powered by digital payment and marketplace platform. So the competitive online procurement in 2024 reaches 17 billion euro only on that platform. So that shows that the strength of Ukraine fintech sector. Retail works pretty much perfect, and there are some potential for the development in corporates. So what can be done? I try to focus on some concrete mechanisms, not on the discussion of some fancy platforms or discussions of the bright future, but what can be done right now. First one is funds. There are dozens of new and existing funds focused on Ukraine that are in the process of establishment, and bringing the limited partners, development finance institutions, corporates as investors is a big opportunity. As being investor to the fund, you don't have to go on the ground to pick up concrete investments, but just invest into the platform and have your return ready. And we already supported the first institutional fund, venture capital fund, registered in Ukraine, sponsored by European Investment Bank, French BPI, Proparca. It's called Phoenix Fund. It's already operational. And the next step is the special platform within the city for establishment of small-scale venture funds within Ukraine, which provides additional opportunities for the indirect investments. Now, next is corporate participation. Direct investment, everything which relates to the payment infrastructure for future reconstruction and current work as well. We already have several large investors coming. We personally supported acquisition of one of the largest payment provider by Kaspi, the London Stock Exchange listed regional bank, and the other during the war, again, not waiting until the reconstruction or end of the war. It's happening right now. Another transaction where the other regional London Stock Exchange listed bank acquired payment services provider and payment operator in Ukraine. Joint ventures. It's not easy to go on your own. It's important to partner up with local participants, and most of the neobanks are made as a joint venture. Monobank that I mentioned, the unicorn, it is the product of joint venture between fintech and normal bank. And actually, the other angle, which is not usual, it's from Ukraine abroad. There are a lot of exported know-how like this neobank where you could extrapolate Ukrainian experience, and we are now working, for example, with the owners of the neobank, which established the service provider to replicate neobank across the world, to establish neobank in Uzbekistan using Ukraine's experience, and that quite concrete example as well as in monetary term, the neobank within the bank is valued several times higher than the host bank itself. This is quite an opportunity as well. And finally, crypto. Ukraine is top 10 in crypto adoption in the world right now and used to be number 1. That may create additional angle for the reconstruction money to flow by way of tokenization of assets and also using stable coins. And there is potential for the investment in this infrastructure as well. So to wrap up, let me be direct. People are pragmatic, world is pragmatic, everyone wants to do business, everyone wants to make money, and there are not many here for philanthropic purposes. We are totally aware and understand that. So the biggest opportunity in Ukraine are even now, not waiting until the end of the war. They are in payment infrastructure for recovery and generally by way of direct investment, joint ventures and funds. So that will be the real way of making meaningful impact and not just creating the fancy platforms and discussions of some bright future. So finally, my point is that the biggest advantage of Ukraine fintech sector and the positive thing of it is that the opportunities are already there. Not waiting until the end of the war, not waiting until the infrastructure, not waiting until the reconstruction would happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilya, for that foundation. I will let the other two panelists introduce themselves in a minute and give them a little bit of information about who you are and what you do and what you think about Ukraine and reconstruction even before the war is finished.
Okay, just to be logical, I'll start after Ilya. My name is Rostislav Duk, and I'm chairman of the board of Ukrainian Association of Fintech and Innovation Company. So first of all, I want to say a big thank you for people of Slovensky Republic to support Ukraine in these tough times in the war of Russia. So thank you very much. Back to opportunities that reconstruction of Ukraine give, and maybe it's the right time to start. So we'll start this topic. I want to be more maybe concrete from the point of association. So Ukrainian Association is the one association that have all these players like startups, fintech providers, and bank inside the Ukraine and help this ecosystem grow. We in good collaboration with all European Fintech Association, and I'm here because we have long story of collaboration with David Saiko and potential that they start growing here like fintech value here in the Slovensky Republic, and how we can collaborate with Sandbox and other opportunities that these times give to us. So I think that Ukraine reconstruction, it is two-way roads. So Ukraine is still pretty big country in terms of population in Europe. So the war will finish, or even if it's not finished, people still spend money, use financial services, and try to live their lives even after this drone and rocket attacks. So it's still the potential market for your companies to enter Ukraine if you want to grow outside the EU or grow outside the Slovensky Republic. And under this collaboration that we have with Finweek and David, so we discussed that we will help build this bridge. If your company want to enter Ukraine, we will give full support as association to find your partner in Ukraine and have some advice how you can scale your business in Ukraine. It's like one side. Another side, we'll be happy to bring Ukrainian fintechs to find the right matchmaking and collaboration in your country, because Ukrainian company want to go. So 50% of Ukrainian fintechs are thinking to expand their services abroad for many reasons, but due to the war, and we also believe that fintech is like global story. So we even say that fintech speak two languages, English and Python. So I think you maybe have the same examples. And if you're interested to collaboration with Ukrainian fintechs, we'll be happy also to help to do this, especially so Europe have more than 5 million Ukrainian migrants that due to the war stay in EU, but it's also potential market. And if you're a licensed business, you have a MII license or whatever, we have fintechs that are ready to collaborate, that they know these customers, and you can do some joint business. So it's like 3 layers of potential collaboration. Third one is when we speak about the reconstruction of Ukraine, so estimation is at the moment like 500 billion euros, and it's abnormal money for Ukraine. So Ukraine never can eat such big investments. So it means that we will need strong collaboration with EU partners to help us to do this reconstruction. And I'm here just to invite you to Ukraine, start to observe this market and bring your technology and your products to Ukraine via associations will help you to enter the market, find the right partner, and be part of this reconstruction, because we want to help business from that country that help Ukraine during the war. So this is like our mission, and we will do a lot, to make it happen. And then other things, we still have strong base of IT and mathematicians. So we have jokes that Ukrainians have strong mathematicians. That's why we have a lot of IT business in Ukraine, and the Russians have strong physics. That's why they have a lot of bombs. Yes, they are not so good in terms of how they can enter this or that target, but they still produce them a lot. And it's also potential, what we discussed, that we could build this bridge of cross-country collaboration for students, just to, it's like question of workforce development and human capital development for both countries. So it's interesting when you work in different countries, you have more wide mindset and you can bring some innovation to your country and from your country to another country. And I think this is good also for, grow your business. And what else? We still are not in EU, but we're in the road to EU. It's also plus and minus. plus we don't have such tough regulations that you have. So it's give more flexibility in terms of doing business and starting MVP in Ukraine. And to finalize, starting August this year, we implement open banking in Ukraine. It means that if you have solution based on open API and open banking philosophy, welcome to Ukraine, because it's like markets that opened and nothing exists at the market at the moment. So it gives huge potential for commercial API and commercial business model in open banking world. So I think this is like, for start is enough, and I pass the micro to...
Thank you, Rastislav. And now over to Jacek Figula from Poland. And is Poland ready to enter the Ukrainian fintech market?
Look, first of all, thank you for the invitation, for having me here. I must say that I admire the way you moderate all of these panels. I've been listening to all of them, and you do a great job. On this topic, as a matter of introduction, what I do, I co-create a company in Poland, which is the only, so far, e-money institution, so licensed company since 2019. This is when we have a license for e-money issuance, any European currency. Unfortunately, hryvnia is not included in our batch. In 2021, we've started to operate this system based on the DLT, or the distributed ledger or blockchain. And we started to implement this in a B2B space. As it has been said earlier this morning, MiCA has come into force in Europe in December last year, 2024, which allowed companies like us to open this platform to a public blockchain infrastructure. And of course, it allowed a new company like VASP providers or other companies to apply, as it was just said before, to a CASP license or similar licenses under MiCA. So this is, in my view, a hyper opportunity because this creates or this eliminates so many different barriers that have been created by the borders of Europe, and not only Europe. If we imagine the world that has a open blockchain-based payment system, then in my view, many things making business will be much simpler. Okay, but let me start a little bit on the personal note, because I remember very well the 22nd of February 2022 when this war has started, and I remember very well in my small village out of Kraków when I was there. I basically has been approached by one of the person of the local government asking how can we help so many people coming into Poland. The village that I live in is a village of roughly about 3,000 people, and we had 800 people coming into this very village. So you can imagine the scale and the need of supporting them in this disaster. So I'm saying this because just to say that this has not been in our history so much of the integration between these nations, and I believe this happens very similar in between Ukraine and Slovakia, and Ukraine and the other countries that Ukraine borders with. So this has not only created the opportunity overall, but specifically in the talent exchange. In my company that I co-create with two other colleagues, this is a company of 25 people roughly today. We have 3 Ukrainians, and obviously we work remotely, and they are super talented people and motivated people, and they are very well connected to the ecosystem that you've just described before. Just joking a little bit, we speak obviously English and Python, but also we speak Solidity, as this is the language of the smart contract, which is actually the language of the stablecoin. So maybe to close off this entry briefly, I believe that the first step in facilitating the exchange of business and money and exchange of information is to make sure that this trust that has started to be built between these nations continues on the IT layer. And I want to make a segue to a European regulation, which is called eIDAS. It's actually a 2.0 version of this eIDAS. In the preparation for this panel, I looked at what DIA is doing as an application. So obviously, every country in Europe has its own application, which is differently called in different countries, but more or less serves the same thing. One of them, well, one is more advanced, another one is less advanced. But Poland and DIA has already integrated. Okay, so Poland has its application called Mobile Citizen, and when you open Mobile Citizen, you have basically three choices. You can download DIA, you can download the proper Polish citizenship application, and you can download a Polish citizenship for junior. So it already has been integrated. Now, if Europe goes into this eIDAS 2.0, and we all know that this model is pretty advanced model and challenging model as well, including features like self-sovereign identity for identity management. Now the trust on this technological layer is super fundamental, okay? Because once we establish this identity trust, which will be passed through a self-sovereign sign-up and self-sovereign solution like the European wallet with integrating the Ukraine, then this will open so many businesses, and not only for money exchange, but also for documents exchange, data custody, contract signature, digital signature, etc. So that is, in my view, a first step for the integration and the rebuild in an invitation, Ukrainian people and Ukrainian companies to Europe and European people and companies to Ukraine.
Very strong start from all our three panelists. I will move on with the big, broad questions. How to move from talk to action. CE is called the architect of rebuilding, and how can we move from a fragmented bilateral support to more coordinated regional platform for technology and investment? What will be the practical first steps? This question I will give both to Rostislav and to Jacek.
So I may start on this one, because this is not a super question, and thank you for this one. I take it as a two-layer question. One layer is the legal question or legal regulatory question. So in my field, it is super important that we have a legal ground, as I said, well set and well understood and well implemented. As I said, in Poland, we are the only company that is allowed to mint national currencies or European national currencies, including Polish zloty. Now we would love to have an opportunity to also be able to partner with someone in Ukraine in order to mint the national currency of Ukraine. Why is that so? This is super important for the schemes like delivery versus payment, like reliability of transfers, cross-border transfers, eliminating of fraud, and I think you, Ilya, mentioned about high rank of adoption of cryptocurrencies and stablecoin in Ukraine. Then this is great. Now, in order to transfer this crypto into the traditional finance is not an easy task. There is a major challenge with that. So once we would have this legal ground to allow this transition, so to build a bridge between this well-adopted DeFi into the traditional finance, this would allow the traditional trade to happen much easier. And now also on this, if we only want to stay within this crypto space, This is also a fundamental benefit to everybody. If we have this legal grounds established and the technology integrated, then we could demonstrate to other countries how easy it would be to let's say custody or to protect and to invest in different assets. I mean here these assets which are called real value asset, and under the European regulation it is called ART, asset real tokens. Okay, so you mentioned, Ilya, about this tokenization projects that are happening. Of course, there are lots of different pilots in Europe. I haven't heard about anything which is live in Europe because it's pretty new as a matter of regulatory. So here Ukraine can be put as an example of the early innovator in this space and transitioning to European tokenization projects.
And now Rostislav, please.
I will reflect. So this is a great idea, and we will help you to find the right partner in Ukraine to do the Ukrainian stablecoin. It's still some legal issues under the regulations that need to be fixed, but in terms of sandbox, we could start to test this idea based on this regulatory sandbox that we have in Ukraine. And crypto is like separate space, and I agree, split it. So Ukraine start to think in how to implement the crypto legislation, and we as association lobbying to have the Ukrainian version of MiCA, just it'll be easy to enter the EU in terms of we will have the same legislation. We still observe how it's do the evolution of this MiCA in Europe, because we think it's still a little bit different in different countries, and it's like challenge what's the right version of MiCA we need to adopt. Maybe MiCA 2.0 will be the final version of it. And second, very practical things, it's just have delegation to come and discuss and do the network, because people make business, and this connection in person is a new luxury in our digital world. So we have some issues like war, but we know how to live with it if you're brave enough or you need some adrenaline. Welcome to Ukraine. So we'll do all the recommendation in terms of safety and how to come back to your country alive. And we'll have a big conference in December. So normally before the war, it was the biggest fintech event in Eastern Europe, up to 3,000 people. Before the war it was, and now we are limited to 600 and -2 floor in shelter, and we can provide this conference even if the city under the rocket attack. So all these ballistic rockets can't hit this building. So it's a joke, but it's like really situation in terms of safety. So you are welcome. We will give free tickets for David to enter this conference, and we'll be happy to see if somebody wants to come.
Ukrainian resilience is fantastic, and I'm so wonderful to hear that business goes on, life goes on, and as normal as possible. It's so great to see the resilience.
I can share some numbers. So we as association monitoring all the sub-industries that we have. So when the war started, the digital lending dropped to 0%. So it was switched off, and in half a year it's recovered half. In 1 year, the digital lending industry recovered 100% before the war. So the payment industry was dropped up to 80% the first half year of the war, and then start to slowly recover to the end of the year, the full recovery that it was.
Now we're going to talk about the now investment questions. Basically, we talk about lots about physical safety, but let's speak about financial safety. And is it a time to invest in Ukraine now? For investors, and why not donors? Why not investors and donors in our audience? What is the most immediate impactful fintech opportunity in Ukraine? Is there enough transparency? Can tools in the future maybe used already, like AI, help with transparency? Or should we invest more in long-term assets and use AI and tokenization and blockchains for transparency and follow-up to mitigate the risks, for example, in real estate tokenization in Ukraine today.
Yeah.
It's a time to invest now. The risk is high, obviously, but so is the potential.
So I will start and Calix maybe continue with ideas with blockchain or whatever. So I think it's good time. Ukrainian fintech, it's pretty young sub-industry. So we start monitoring 2018 and, measure the market from that period until now. So when we do the evaluation of the market 2018, it was, the whole market cost $30 million. It's like peanuts for today monies. And now the whole market is evaluated more than $1.5 billion in these 7 years. And last week, we have first Ukrainian fintech unicorn. It's like Monobank, who provides this Neobank, and Neobank is a platform for different banks. So this is like first point. Second point, Ukraine don't have clear this exchange regulation and venture capital regulation. So it gives some flexibility and some constraints. But, if you have big willingness, you can work with this. Third one, this lack of venture capital inside the country gives this opportunity, to invest with small tickets. And third one, it's more about the problem, and it's an opportunity in the same time. So Ukraine don't have the war insurance. So a lot of investors are afraid of war insurance as it don't exist at the market because it's hard to think how crazy are Russians. And this is stop some investors. But when we back to crypto market, so we joke that, this frequency of exchange rates and inside the crypto markets are more crazy than potential disaster from the war. And we think that bringing some crypto regulation to Ukraine will give potential for this crypto investor to come to Ukraine because their risk appetite is much higher than appetite to the war insurance. And I think this is a unique situation that we could manage. And in this, I hope, positive things, I will pass the word to colleagues to share their thoughts.
We continue with Ilya. You can make this as a follow-up on your introductory speech.
Thank you very much, Rostislav. That was very, very valid points you made. Actually wanted to expand a bit more on what I said in my introductory speech. Fortunately or not, fintech is one of those industries which does not operate on physical assets. So in that sense, in terms of security, it has luxury as compared with a physical plant, which can be physically hit by a rocket. It's different with fintech. The regulations, generally speaking, support it. You have all sorts of cloud solutions, and in many cases, even cloud solutions to store your data and process your data outside of Ukraine. So in that sense, the physical security is quite dealt with, I would say, for the fintech industry. For the corporate security and legal protection also, this is one of the most transparent industries. It is highly regulated. It is all digital. All the payments now are processed digitally and monitored online. So it's quite, compared with traditional industries, it's much more difficult to be involved into some shady matters. So in that sense, it's much more secure as well. The state as well pays quite a lot of attention to that and provides a lot of incentives and will, guide you through the process. The corporate structures allows it to own from outside of Ukraine, which also provides some additional layer of protection if you want it. So in that sense, the physical security, to wrap up, is quite positive, as positive as it could be during the war for Ukraine.
Good to hear. We move over to Jacek. You grab the microphone. I'm sure you have something important to tell us as a follow-up
I don't know
from
whether,
the Polish perspective?
I don't know whether important, but no, I wanted to answer this question, Johan, you asked on the investments. We work with VCs on a daily basis. Our business requires an incremental capital because of the regulatory requirements, etc. One of the business plans we have made is the trade exchange between Ukraine and the European Union. And I must say, unfortunately, VCs don't react to this business to this portion of the business plan too well. We are mainly talking to European VCs, and they basically wait or pray for the end of the war to actually enter this. This is far too risky for them. So whatever we can say, Rostislav here, or whether this is already the right time or not, in my view, from the VC perspective, is too early to have any optimistic plans on the table.
Is the problem that the risk is too difficult to define, or it's unquantifiable? Is that the main issue?
Well, in our case, with the business that we run with the VCs, there is still a significant demand for growth within the area, which is much more better defined, and the risk is much better quantifiable. So naturally, they are not looking for alternatives, right?
Okay. So, looking at global bridges, what's the single biggest barrier preventing investors from deploying capital and technology today? And not just within Ukraine, but also regarding cross-border transactions, payment systems that can be used within Ukraine, outside Ukraine, and for Ukrainian payments, as well as EU payments to, let's say, why not Ukraine, since that's the main topic for today. What are the main barriers and hurdles we have to get over?
I think the main barrier at the moment is synchronization of legislation, because we still live like in our own world. It's very similar to EU legislation, because a lot of new laws was written based on EU like directives. But it's still, if you do some like significant money transfer, you can have the red flags because money go from the war region, and this is need additional checks. So this IML function, sometimes do additional checks because money go from Ukraine because it's war. So this is first. Second one is all this data protection law. So when I was joking that you can enter Ukraine with your MVP more faster than EU because less legislation, but if you go back, it means that you need to follow all this GDPR, DORA, all these like things that I think you love very much in terms of speed of developing the projects and products. And this is like still barrier if you look in terms of Ukraine. And third one is SEPA. We're still not in this payment infrastructure and payment area, but we do a lot just to join it in nearest future, and I hope it will help build more like strained and transparent payment infrastructure that gives us opportunity.
Good you bring it up, because that's a real hurdle. It's difficult to make payments to Ukraine, and it's difficult to receive payments from Ukraine. Personal experience, I was trying to pay some money to Ukraine, and my payments, which are small amounts, been blocked. And it doesn't matter what I explain to my bank. They're not going to unblock it because they just follow some algorithm. And it's a small payment. I'm an unimportant customer. So no human being will ever look at it.
No, I mean, Johan, this is the major problem. We've got such a complex regulations, AML and others. We are a regulated company, and we need to follow those. Just as an example, a couple of weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, European Commission has passed this sanction number 19. And that is absolutely very hard to implement, but no, we will have to implement them. And these sanctions mean that whenever you have a dual citizenship, European and Belarusian, and European and Russian citizenship, then you are subject to a specific treatment and screening and sanctions. And this exposes us to challenges, not only dealing with Ukrainian citizens, but also Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and all of these post-Soviet countries. So that is making life very difficult. I understand why it is so, but no, I'm just stating a fact. This is very, very much difficult. And no, to your point, the problem with sending money here and there is not only with Ukraine, but if you deal with Saudi Arabia or the Emirates and you send money out of there or from there to Europe, the predictability of this flow, I know that we need to wait 2-3 days, but sometimes you wait 2-3 weeks and the money get blocked and you investigate why, etc. For business, if this is even worse, that you don't know how long you will have to wait for the money to come, and it is independent of the value of this transfer. If it is low or high, it goes through the specific algorithm and it will get blocked and it will wait on the list to be sorted out.
Just one short comment. Ukraine is, however, not famous for being a money laundering paradise. So that's why it's kind of surprising.
Well, adding to that, actually, that's, from my perspective, it's not only a technical or legal issue, but it's also a perception issue. Of course, we in Ukraine, we have strict regulations on outflow of money because the government is trying to control financial position of the country and prevent uncontrolled transfer of money from the country during the wartime, which is understood. But this is pretty much regulated and transparent, and we can deal with it. But practically, in terms of even money transfers in Ukraine, there is the perception or educational problem for the banks. Like a couple of days ago, we had the transfer blocked from the US bank to the company of our client, which belonged to one of the largest global tech companies. And the reason for blocking is that they say, okay, but Ukraine is under sanctions. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about? And they just, at the level of just regular employees, they didn't even want to dig into detail. They hear something, they have some red lamp somewhere, and they just block it until we had to explain that, yes, indeed, there are some occupied territories of Ukraine, which indeed are subject to all the things, but not mainland Ukraine, which operates perfectly free without any restrictions. So this is something which needs to be dealt with in terms of education and, on the level of financial institutions.
Okay, so what concrete solution or guarantee would you need to make the Ukrainian financial landscape easier to operate for fintechs, as well as ordinary payment providers and banks within Ukraine, as well as in the European Union? What can be done concretely in the short term?
Johan, you're asking extremely difficult questions. I mean, I don't know. When I was preparing,
this is the wish list. It's not.
When I was preparing to this panel, I looked at certain quotes. So there was your quote as the number 1 quote on the need of cooperation, and I would emphasize this one, what you just said on some other conference, that these associations like FinTech Poland, FinTech Ukraine, FinTech Visegrad region should cooperate. There is also a nice set of associations outside of fintech, but adjacent to this market. Like there is a super association called Cyber Made in Poland. Ukraine is one of the top most attacked cyber-wise country. Poland is possibly in European Union #1 as well, attacked. So there is a lot to share and there is a lot to cooperate. So in my view, this would be quite a nice starting point. But if you ask broad questions, so the question comes or goes to some politicians that probably know better than I can say here.
Yes, and from the Ukrainian point of view, what would be #1 in your wish list to make your life within fintech and transactions easier? What would you wish the European Union as well as the Ukrainian politicians would do?
I think this finalizes setup to join the EU will help a lot in terms of synchronize the legislation and all this licensing business, because if you're a financial company, you need to have a license in Ukraine and license, for example, in Poland, just to operate in EU. So it means that you have twice to go to this licensing hell. If you'll be part of one, like union,
rights.
passporting will be is a good word for this. So this is first. Second one, during the war, we need to find some solutions for work insurance, for war insurance, because it stop a lot of businesses because not they afraid, because they have this like processes written that they need to cover this risk and no instrument to cover. So this is like legal tupik, and we need to find the solution for this. Third one, I think this what Jacek say, it's what we can do immediately. This collaboration networking under the work of association and such kind of conference to exchange the ideas and connection, etc. It will bootstrap a lot, and I truly believe that this communication and network give more better than politicians with regulations. Because if you want to do something, you find the way how to you will do this. Not waiting until the government will think how to write the right law to teach you how to do this. So we even start this legal tech stream in our association. We have the right legal companies in Ukraine that help you to onboard to Ukrainian legislation to operate with, and it's worked very well. So it means that it's could be potential problem, but if you want, it's not a problem.
Very good. We will finish very soon with Ilya. He started, so Ilya will finish with the final remarks on this interesting panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just wanted to reiterate the panel is named Ukraine After the War, and my key point is to shift a little bit the paradigm that Ukraine should not be seen as a country for the investment after the war, specifically in fintech and industry, which is pretty much alive and promising and provides so many opportunities, much bigger opportunities than in many neighboring countries. So just don't look at it as Ukraine after the war, look at it as Ukraine now.
Thank you very much. And I don't know about you, but I'm admiring Ukrainian resilience, and they're looking forward to a bright future. There's for sure lots of fighting spirit. And I'm not talking about the war necessarily, but also in the financial service sector and the fintech sector and business as usual sector, which I think is what I really like, business as usual. And there's an Arab proverb saying that no wall is so high that a donkey carrying gold cannot get over it. So even though there are barriers doing business, potential is high, and I hope to see more European business entering Ukraine and more Ukrainian business entering the European Union, and eventually Ukraine entering the European Union as well. These are my final remarks, and I would like to thank Ilya, Rostislav, and Jacek for a great panel. That was very interesting. Thank you very much.
Dobrý večer, dámy a páni. Krásny večer vám prajem. Srdečne vás vítame na slávnostnom odovzdávaní cien Zlatá minca 2025, podujatí, ktoré oceňuje to najlepšie vo svete finančných služieb na Slovensku. Moje meno je Eva Vokounová a som veľmi rada, že tu dnes môžeme spoločne oslaviť profesionalitu, dôveru a inovatívnosť. A teraz mi dovolte privítať môjho spolumoderátora, zakladateľa a organizátora Zlatej mince Jiřího Ščobáka, s ktorým vás budeme sprevádzať dnešným večerom. Prajeme vám príjemný, inšpiratívny a úsmevný večer plný zlatých momentov.
Ďakujeme. Vážené dámy a pánové, vítejte na tomto gala večeru. Zlatá minca 2025 a byla hodnocena ve časovém úseku od 3. do 24. oktobra. Hlasovalo celkem 210 členů odborné poroty. Odbornou porotu tvoří nezávislí finanční experti, to znamená lidé, kteří nepracují v bankách a v pojišťovnách. Tyto výsledky hlasování odborné poroty jsou notářsky ověřené. A v podstatě nemáme na to slide, ale Zlatá mince byla založena v roce 2005, letos je rok 2025, čili je to přesně 20 let od vzniku soutěže. Tuto úvodní řeč bych chtěl věnovat tomu, že vždy, když jsem za uplynulých 20 let hovořil o zlaté minci, tak jsem mluvil nejčastěji o tom, že nastavuje zrcadlo bankám, pojišťovnám, investičním společnostem. A letos jsem si uvědomil, když jsem sledoval výsledky a to, jak hodnotí odborná porota, ještě jednu věc, která mě nikdy nenapadla, totiž když jsem měl před očima tabulku s výsledky, tak jsem se podíval, jaké byly výsledky v uplynulých letech. A velmi často jsem zjistil, že odborná porota, která měla letos 210 členů, v mnohých kategoriích subjektů na prvním místě dala více bodů než uplynulý rok, přestože tehdy měla jenom 203 členů, což není až zase tak o moc málo, ale ten bodový rozdíl byl mnohem výraznější. Příklad. Minulý rok jsem v tiskové zprávě uvedl, že 2 pojišťovny nezávisle na sobě dosáhly historický rekord v zlaté minci v počtu bodů v jedné kategorii. Bylo to Unica, byla to Allianz a bylo to tuším 253 bodů. Letos havarijné pojistění Allianz 317 bodů. Loni v kategorii bankovních účtů 3 subjekty na prvních místech měli 413 bodů. Letos v kategorii bankovních účtů 3 banky, 3 produkty na prvních místech 491 bodů. A tak to šlo dál. Díval jsem se na výsledky a uvědomoval jsem si, že odborná porota se osmělila, že víc hlasuje. Moje první myšlenka byla, že je to dobré, protože to znamená, že odbornou porotu hlasování baví, že jí to zajímá. A potom jsem si také uvědomil, že kdyby to bylo obráceně, kdyby odbornou porotu to nezajímalo a hlasovali méně, tak by to bylo zlé. Ale přemýšlel jsem nad tím, proč to tak je. A určité vodítko mě poskytl jeden člen odborné poroty před několika dny, když na LinkedInu komentoval můj příspěvek slovy, že on byl shodou okolností první rok v odborné porotě Zlaté mince a napsal tam, že to, že byl v odborné porotě, ho přinutilo nad těmi produkty víc přemýšlet a víc je porovnávat. A toto je zajímavé, protože co to znamená v praxi? Uvedl bych takové přirovnání. Já například od roku 2009 hodnotím a komentuji filmy na československé filmové databázi. A dřív jsem to nedělal, jenže když nyní sleduji nějaký film, tak si v průběhu sledování filmu říkám, tomuto bych dal 3 hvězdičky, nebo dal bych tomu 4 hvězdičky, nebo možná 5 hvězdiček. Máme 3 dcery, jedna je 27, 2 je 17 a 2 z nich už také hodnotí filmy na československé filmové databázi. A vidím, že ty, které hodnotí, když se bavíme o filmech, tak častěji dají názor, že tomuto bych dala 3 hvězdičky nebo 4 hvězdičky. Prostě jsou v tom rychlejší než ta, která nehodnotí. A pravděpodobně to, že lidé jsou v odborné porotě Zlaté mince, není užitečné jenom pro finanční subjekty, kterým to nastavuje zrcadlo a nějakým způsobem je to motivuje s tím pracovat, ale může to být užitečné právě pro ty členy odborné poroty, protože dokud nepřemýšlíte nad tím, že byste měli nějak porovnávat finanční produkty, tak nemáte to v hlavě, ale v okamžiku, když jednou s tím začnete a každý rok budete hodnotit finanční produkty, tak zřejmě i v průběhu roku máte tendenci, že vidíte 2 produkty a přemýšlíte, který bych umístil na první a který na druhé místo. A potom, když přijde hlasování Zlaté mince další rok, tak už jste schopni hlasovat i v kategoriích, ve kterých jste předtím nehlasovali. Doslova, udělala jsem si analýzu. Tento rok hlasovalo jeden člen odborné poroty, dal v průměru o 30% víc hodnocení než člen odborné poroty v roce 2021, před 4 lety. O 30%. Takže si myslím, že odborná porota Zlaté mince nevědomky, ale do jisté míry se samovzdělává a učí se tomu, jak hodnotit finanční produkty i v kategoriích, ve kterých to v minulosti nedělala. A toto je moje taková úvodní řeč. A protože toto téma se do jisté míry týká psychologie, behaviorální ekonomie, tak bych uvedl jednoho speakera, který teď vystoupí. Potkala jsem ho před rokem na TA3 konferenci. A před 2 týdny, když byl Money Week, tak tam mluvil opět. Trošičku mě vazbí mikrofon. Maličko mě uberte hlasitost, mě to nevadí. Dobře. A mluvil opět a ta jeho řeč, kterou tam měl, to byl nejvíc narvaný sál na Money Weeku, který jsem viděl za ten den. Byl problém najít tam místo na stání. Takže dovolím moderátorce, aby ho teď uvedla ještě několika dalšími slovy.
Ďakujeme Jiřímu Ščobákovi, ďakujeme. A teraz mi dovolte, aby som predstavila Mateja Šuchu. Pred 14 rokmi zmenila Matejovi život jediná kniha. Fascinovaný silou behaviorálnej ekonomie sa rozhodol opustiť korporátne vody a založil Mindworks. Dnes, po vyše 10 ročí ako CEO Mindworks, sa Matej radí medzi top svetových expertov na zákaznícku psychológiu v predaji. Spolu so svojím tímom radí a školí najväčšie banky, poisťovne a maklerské spoločnosti, ako zlepšiť predaj, zvýšiť konverzie a vytvárať produkty, ktoré zákazníci naozaj chcú. 11. novembra vyjde Matejovi kniha The Hidden Yes, v ktorej pretavuje dekádu skúseností do praktických návodov a stratégií na zvýšenie predaja vo financiách a poisťovníctve. Prosím, privítajte na pódiu Mateja Šuchu, ktorý nám porozpráva o tom, čo nás kuracie krídelka môžu naučiť o finančných produktoch. Nech sa páči.
Pekný večer vám prajem. Zlatá minca je oslava skvelých produktov. A preto ja mám na vás jednu kontrolnú otázku. Prosím vás, dajte ruku hore tí, ktorých firmy alebo ktorí máte dobré finančné produkty. Ktorí ponúkate, predávate dobré finančné produkty. Nehambíte sa. Páni, vy nemáte dobré finančné produkty? Dobre. Čiže väčšina z nás sme presvedčení o tom, že väčšina tých produktov, alebo aspoň nejaké, ktoré v portfóliu máme, sú dobré. Druhá otázka. Koľký z vás by ste chceli, aby sa tie vaše dobré finančné produkty predávali ešte lepšie? Dajte ruku hore. Veľa rúk ide hore. Tí, ktorí ste nedali hore ruku na druhú otázku, tak vám tiško závidím pre nás ostatných, ktorí máme dobré produkty a nepredávajú sa tak, ako by sme chceli. Ako je to možné? Prečo keď ten produkt je dobrý? Ten produkt dáva zmysel pre toho zákazníka, prečo si ho nekúpi? Je to o tom, že ten zákazník o tých produktoch možno ešte nevie? Alebo je to možno o tom, že to, že ten produkt je pre neho dobrý, nevidí? Každopádne, my sme si tí, ktorí sme v predaji, tak sme už dávno pochopili, že ten zákazník nekupuje, keď ponuka dáva zmysel. Ten zákazník kupuje, keď sa stretnú rôzne iné faktory. Ale skúsme teraz zabudnúť na chvíľočku na finančné produkty. A chcem, aby ste si predstavili, že idete do reštaurácie. Vy, táto strana, vodíte do reštaurácie, otvoríte menu a vidíte tam takúto položku. Týždenné menu. Vývar, kuracie krídla s hranolkami, citrónová zmrzlina. Za 25 €. Čo si pomyslíte? Dobrá value for money? Dám si? Nedám si? No, nechám na vás. Vy vojdete do reštaurácie, otvoríte menu, vidíte tam položku, ktorá znie zhruba takto. Typ šéf kuchára. Trojchodové degustačné menu. Kohúti vývar s domácimi... Prvý chod. Kohúti vývar s rezancami doma urobenými. Druhý chod. Dozlatistá ugrilované kuracie krídielka s cesnakovo-medovým dressingom. S ručne krájanými hranolkami z domácich baby zemiačikov. Tretí chod. Citrónový bio raw vegan sorbet. Za 25. Čo si pomyslíte vy? Dobrá value for money? Dám si? Nedám si? Pravdepodobne cítime, že vy budete o mnoho naklonenejší tomu vybrať si to, dať si to, povedať si, však to je dobrá value for money, veď sú to 3 chody. Popri tom, ten produkt aj u vás môže byť úplne rovnaký. Ale to, ako ho vnímam, je diametrálne odlišné. Lebo ten zákazník nekupuje, keď ponuka dáva zmysel. On nekupuje, keď mu dáva zmysel, že áno, dal by som si tie kuracie krídla s polievkou a s hranolkami. Ten zákazník kupuje, keď má z rozhodnutia dobrý pocit. A vy budete mať podstatne lepší pocit z vášho rozhodnutia, ak si to dáte ako vy. 25 eur za týždenné menu, kuracie krídla s hranolkami. Pravdepodobne nie. Prečo je to vnímanie, ten pocit, ktorý mám z rozhodnutia, tak strašne dôležitý? Je to preto, lebo niečo, čo sa nazýva kontext, je vaša super zbraň. Vy veľmi často až tak meniť ten produkt nemôžete. Pracovať s tou cenou až tak nemôžete. Ale čo máte nekonečné možnosti, je meniť kontext. Sú slova, ktoré používate. Je spôsob, akým ho odprezentujeme. Je to poradie, v ktorom dáme informácie. Je to nejaká otázka, ktorú sa spýtam, nespýtam. Prečo je ten kontext taký strašne dôležitý? Je to preto, že výskumy ukazujú, tá moja prax ukazuje, že drvivá väčšina nákupných rozhodnutí sa udeje podvedome. Až 90% nákupných rozhodnutí sa udeje podvedome. Nie na základe racionálneho zrátania plusov, minusov, počiarknem, vyhodnotím, chcem, nechcem, nie. Sú tam nejaké iné podvedomé skratky, faktory v rozhodovaní, ktoré determinujú, či ten zákazník si to zoberie, alebo si to nezoberie. A o tom je tá zákaznícka psychológia. Tá zákaznícka psychológia, to pochopenie, čo sa deje zákazníkovi v podvedomí, aký je jeho rozhodovací proces, čo všetko ovplyvňuje jeho rozhodnutia, nie je podstatné až na konci, keď ten produkt predávam. Ono je to podstatné od úplného začiatku, od momentu, kedy ten produkt začnem dávať dokopy. Koľkokrát za nami prišli firmy s tým, že chceli by sme spraviť novú kreditnú kartu pre afluentov. Chceli by sme spraviť nové poistenie pre mladých. Na prvý pohľad, fajn, dáva zmysel, poďme to spraviť. Ale keď začneme vrtať trošička nižšie, možno, že keď len troška zmeníme perspektívu, tak zrazu sa aj na ten dizajn produktu vieme pozrieť úplne inak. Predstavte si 2 ľudí, Martina a Martinu. Martin má 17 rokov, akurát sa balí, je na strednej a ide na work and travel do Ameriky na prázdniny. Martina má 22, pracuje a po večeroch si rozbieha svoj biznis. Obidvaja spadnú do kategórie mladí. A majú toho veľa spoločného? Veľmi nie. A teraz si zoberme ešte Gusta. Gusto má 56. Celý život robil v korporáte. Dobre zarába, je manažér, ale má toho fakt plné zuby. Ide dať výpoveď a ide si založiť prvýkrát v živote vlastnú firmu. Nemá tá Martina toho viac spoločného s tým Gustom? Keďže sú v rovnakej životnej situácii, čelia rovnakým problémom, možno, že majú rovnaké neistoty, možno, že majú podobné motivácie. A často len zmeniť tú perspektívu, prestať alebo zabudnúť na to, že či je mladý, či je starý, bohatý, chudobný, z východu, zo západu a pozrieť sa na to, škatulkovať si tých klientov troška inak. Akú má motiváciu? Prečo to chce spraviť? Akému stoja v ceste bariéry? Ako sa rozhoduje o tých produktoch? Nás vie naviesť na krásne, úplne nové cesty, ako nad produktmi rozmýšľať. A preto od dizajnu produktu až pod spôsob, ako ten produkt komunikujeme, tak ja si myslím, že tá naša úloha je robiť to tak, aby zákazník tým produktom rozumel, aby tie produkty mu riešili konkrétny problém, aby mu prinášali konkrétnu hodnotu, aby mal dobrý pocit z toho rozhodnutia. Lebo ten zákazník nekupuje, keď ponuka dáva zmysel. Ten zákazník kupuje, keď má z rozhodnutia dobrý pocit. A snažme sa tým zákazníkom prinášať ten dobrý pocit v predajnom procese, v tom predajnom rozhovore. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Děkujeme. A ještě bychom doplnili jednu věc. Když jsme hovořili před akcí o tom, že přijdete sem a uděláte 5minutový vstup, zmínili jsme vaši knihu a Vy jste dospěl k určitému rozhodnutí, můžete nám ho povědět?
Ale ako sme sa rozprávali na manifeste, tak sme sa bavili o tom, že veď prečo nedať tým, ktorí dnes budú ocenení túto knižku. Tá knižka vyjde 11. novembra, čiže ešte vám ju nedáme, ale tu sa verejne s Jiřím zavezujeme, že nejakým spôsobom tí, ktorí dnes dostanete cenu, tak dostanete potom aj tú knižku.
Můžete se spolehnout. Děkujeme.
Ďakujem ja.
Ja si vezmem... Aha, ďakujem. Ďakujeme krásne Matejovi Šuchovi a teraz privítam na pódiu Tomáša Magu, finančného poradcu, partnera a člena odbornej poroty Zlatej mince od roku 2021.
Takže vítej. Ty jsi tady teď momentálně jenom, aby si potřásl rukou a já také. Krátce oceníme společnost pojišťovnu Pillow, která je na trhu teprve druhý rok, ale přesto se dokázala dostat z loňského 5. místa na místo 4. v havarijním pojištění a dokonce je třetí v nejinovativnější pojišťovně, ale za to se žádný certifikát nedostává. Otázka na tebe, asi ti půjčím svůj mikrofon. Hlasovala si ty za produkty pojišťovny Pillow?
Áno, hlasoval som. V Čechách je to už etablovaná poisťovňa a majú taký inovatívny prístup. Špecificky sú napríklad v tom, že klient si predpláca len to, čo naozaj najazdí. Ak najazdí menej kilometrov, tak zaplatí, mu vrátia dokonca poistné a majú veľmi jednoduchý a prehľadný produkt. Takže z tohto hľadiska majú veľmi inovatívny prístup.
Dobře. A můžeme tedy pozvat na pódium zástupce?
Za Pillow poisťovňu prichádza Stanislav Dvořák, obchodný riaditeľ pre Českú republiku a Slovenskú republiku.
Takže čestné potřesení rukou. A otázka na vás. Co z toho, co vaše pojišťovna za uplynulé 2 roky přinesla, považujete za nejinovativnější?
Dobrý večer všem. Já především chci poděkovat odborné porotě, protože jsme na slovenském trhu pouhé necelé 2 roky. Už dneska máme bezmála 50 000 smluv. A ta největší inovace, kterou jsme přinesli, už to tady bylo řečeno, pojištění podle nájezdu kilometrů. A druhá věc, náš produkt je velmi, velmi snadný a jednoduchý. A co je asi to nejdůležitější a proč ho mají rádi klienti jak v Čechách, tak na Slovensku, je, že je bezkompromisní. To znamená, všechna připojištění jsou bez jakýchkoliv kompromisů, omezení a jsou vlastně na všeobecnou hodnotu vozidla.
Dobře, děkujeme.
Díky.
Ďakujeme Pillow, ďakujeme Tomášovi Magovi a Stanislavovi Dvořákovi. Pillow dostal uznanie za 4., 5. a 3. miesto a môžeme ísť ďalej. A na pódium príde Marek Dudáš, konateľ spoločnosti Agropoistenie a člen odbornej poroty od roku 2008.
Dobrý večer, prajem.
Jak bylo řečeno na začátku, Zlatá mince existuje od roku 2005 a slaví 20 let od založení. Bude tu několik členů odborné poroty, kteří od roku 2005 jsou v odborné porotě. Ty jsi pouze od roku 2008.
Prepač.
Ale i tak je to zajímavé a velice úctyhodné. Jak jsi vnímal v roce 2008 Zlatou mincu, když jsi se přidával do odborné poroty?
Tak pre mňa bol rok 2008 významný. Zlatú mincu som pokladal za niečo, čo pomáha hodnotiť produkty a chcel som byť súčasťou toho a chcel som pomôcť zorientovať sa ľuďom medzi finančnými produktami. Okrem toho v roku 2008 som sa oženil a kúpil som si svoj prvý byt ešte v slovenských korunách, ktorého hodnota následne prudko opadla. Začala finančná kríza. Takže rok 2008 bol pre mňa veľmi významný a pamätám si ho veľmi dobre. Rozbiehal som projekt Superpoistenie, kde sme priniesli taký tiež inovatívny spôsob zatvárania PZP bez papierov, bez podpisu, potvrdený zaplatením poistného. A v roku 2017 som Superpoistenie predal úspešne, stále som ženatý a môj byt má už trojnásobnú hodnotu oproti tomu, čo som ho kúpil.
A vnímal si zlatou mincu jak v té době?
To som zabudol odpovedať. Zlatá minca mi prišla ako nová vec pre mňa. Bolo to len 3 roky, čo sa hodnotili produkty. A vnímal som to ako užitočnú vec, prečo som sa aj rád toho zúčastnil.
Děkujeme.
Ďakujeme. Za poisťovňu Colonnade prichádza Daniela Kotrus, Business Development Manager. Preberá ocenenie za 2. miesto, ostatné poistné produkty.
A teď si vyzkoušíme, jak bude vypadat oceňování a předávání. Tak, když, ještě předej cenu, prosím. A postavte se co nejblíž k okraji pódia, tak abyste nespadla, protože v tu chvíli nesvítí světlo zhora na vás. A fotografy mají možnost.
Áno, my ženy nemáme radi kruhy pod očami zo svetla, takže 2. miesto, ostatné poistné produkty.
Takže fotografii mají hotovo? Dobře. Prosím, děkuju. Dostali jste 2. místo v kategorii ostatních pojistných produktů a konkrétně za produkt kybernetických rizik. Jak se vám daří takovýto produkt prodávat, aby jsme navázali na to, co hovořil Matěj Šucha?
Dnes je veľmi náročná doba a myslím si, že tento produkt zastáva svoje dominantné postavenie na trhu a bude čoraz viac a viac žiadanejší. Je veľmi náročný. Klient musí vyplniť 11-stranový dotazník a naozaj, keď splňa všetky podmienky, tak dostane to, čo potrebuje od nás.
Okay. A dokáže to klient udělat sám nebo potřebuje finančního zprostředkovatele?
Dokáže to urobiť sám, dokáže to urobiť aj s finančným sprostredkovateľom. Myslím si, že pozná svoje zabezpečenie. Takže...
Dobře. Děkujeme, gratulujeme.
Ďakujeme Marekovi Dudášovi a Danielovi
Kotrusovi. Ja som sa
Kotrusovi.
poďakovala ešte za dôveru a veríme, že aj na budúci rok takto budeme tu stať.
Ďakujeme. A teraz na pódiu príde Lahuta Patrik z akcie.sk, investičný analytik a člen odbornej poroty od roku 2024. Vítajte.
Budete odevzdávat ocenění pro Portu. Portu nabízí jak pasivní, tak možnost částečně aktivní strategie. Vy jako člověk, jako investor, preferujete spíš pasivní nebo aktivní strategie?
Dobrý večer. Myslím si, že
pro běžného člověka.
Myslím si, že je to dosť ťažké nejako generalizovať, takže to poviem asi tak, že keď je človek mladý, tak nech si zvolí kľudne tú formu pasívneho investovania a svoj čas zamerá na dôležitejšie veci, ako napríklad vzdelanie, rodina alebo budovanie svojej značky a čím sa mu blíži ten dôchodkový vek, tak môže zapájať aj formy toho aktívnej správy.
Dobře, děkuji.
Za Portu SK prichádza Marek Malina, analytik finančných trhov.
Vítejte. Nejdřív dostanete, omlouvám se, certifikát a minci.
Takže je to 2. miesto za investovanie roboporadcovia.
Postavte se víc dopředu, ať vám nesvítí na hlavu.
Fotka je.
Mikrofon. Ďakujem. A teď otázka. Zpátky k té úvodní prezentaci. Přemýšleli jste někdy nad tím, jestli klienti, kteří u vás investují, mají dobrý pocit?
Áno, ja nad tým premýšľam už 4 roky, ale našťastie nemusíme len premýšľať, pretože si spokojnosť našich klientov, našich investorov neustále meriame. Naposledy práve včera, takže našťastie tie výsledky sú konzistentne dobré. A je to aj vďaka tomu, že naše služby alebo produkty staviame aj na základe klientskej spätnej väzby, takže nebudujeme alebo nevymýšľame len produkty, ktoré si myslíme, že budú fungovať, ale práve také, ktoré vlastne klienti chcú a či už sú to teraz tento rok zvýhodnené študentské účty, zvýhodnené dôchodkové účty alebo akékoľvek iné zlepšenie, tak vždy je to vlastne stavané pre tie skutočné potreby našich investorov.
Ďakujeme. Ďakujeme Marekovi Malinovi a Patrikovi Lahutovi. Blahoželáme. Plynule prechádzame ďalej a ja na pódiu vítam Černaja Tomáša z euroekonom.sk, zakladateľa internetovej ekonomickej encyklopédie a člena odbornej poroty od roku 2022. Vítajte.
Dobrý deň, ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Já bych využil citát z knihy Jakuba Dvořáka Průvodce pro pasivní investování, ve které se píše: kapitálové trhy v dlouhodobém horizontu vždy rostly, rostou a pravděpodobně ještě velmi dlouho růst budou. Je to dané zvyšováním produktivity práce, drastickým technologickým pokrokem, ale například i růstem lidské populace a celkovým bohatstvím předtím rozvojových zemí, které si výrobky a služby velkých akciových korporací mohou dovolit. Společnost ještě stále nedosáhla svůj maximální potenciál a kapitálové trhy stále mají kam růst. Souhlasíte s tím? Doplnil byste něco?
Tak určite by som s tým súhlasil. Možno by som aj doplnil, že ekonomika sa vyvíja cyklicky, takže my máme možnosť to pozorovať nielen cestou hore, ale aj cestou dole, ale v podstate by som s tým súhlasil.
Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme. Za XTB prichádza branch director Vladimír Holovka a head of sales Tomáš Vranka.
Je mi veľkou cťou, že vám môžem predať túto cenu, pretože inšpirovaný knihou The Hidden Yes, vaše produkty sú šťavnaté, do zlatova vypečené a ručne krájané. Blahoželám.
Je to druhé miesto za brokerské platformy. Blahoželáme.
Fototermín. A já bych ještě navázal na to, co jsem se ptal Portu. Může i brokerská platforma usilovat o zlepšení dobrého pocitu svých klientů?
Děkuji za otázku. Já věřím, že ano. A když přemýšlím, jakým způsobem...
A jak ano?
Ano, když přemýšlím, jakým způsobem to verifikovat, tak vzhledem k tomu, že investování není aktivita jednorázová, ale měla by být spíše konzistentní a hlavně dlouhodobá, tak my se snažíme to měřit právě tím efektem, kolik těch našich klientů u nás zůstává, pokračuje v tom svém investičním plánu a podobně. A tato čísla nám dokládají, že patrně jsou spokojeni. Takhle bych tomu dal ta hard data. Děkuju.
Děkujeme.
Ďakujeme krásne Vladimírovi Holovkovi a Tomášovi Vrankovi. Blahoželáme. Ceny pre fintechy odovzdajú Jiří Ščobák, organizátor Zlatej mince, a David Čajko, prezident Fintech Insurtech Asociácie Slovenska.
Zatleskejte Daviemu Čajkovi. Toto je speciální ocenění.
Dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer. A otázka, cena pro fintechy, vidíš, jaké společnosti ho získaly? FOAF, Doklado, Fumbi Network. Jsou to podle tebe zasloužená ocenění?
Ja myslím si, že áno. Doklado, to už je taká klasika u nás, neustály víťaz, takže dopredu gratulujem.
Je to třetí rok, co děláme?
To je už čo oslavovať, si myslím, takže ďakujem samozrejme Jižimu za to, že sme tu takto spoločne a gratulujeme tebe za tých 20 rokov, za to, že si A keď si tak spomeniem, že keby som ja investoval pred tými 20 rokmi, tak by to bolo určite hodnotnejšie. No a čo sa týka ostatných, oni myslím si, že prezentujú sa sami podstatne lepšie, ale ja myslím, že ten výber je dobrý, ale aj tak by som pogratuloval asi všetkým. Hej? Čiže nie je to len o týchto troch našich členoch, ale aj o tých ďalších. Takže podľa mňa ja gratulujem všetkým.
A teraz víťazí pozývam na pódium zástupcov troch subjektov, ktoré získali ocenenie Top Slovak Fintech Awards 2025. FOAV Lubor Varga, Head of Product, Doklado Kamil Krajňák, CEO and Founder a Fumbi Network, vedúca marketingu Milena Košová. Blahoželáme, vítajte. Jednu fotku. Gratulujeme.
Tak, máme? Dobře? Funguje tento mikrofon?
Áno.
Halo, ano, děkuji. Můžete stručně a postupně okomentovat výsledek, jak jste šťastní a podobně?
No tak určite som veľmi šťastný, áno, je to čest sa sem postaviť a teda za spoločnosť FOAV, teda za ten celkový produkt, kde si môžeme vlastne navzájom sa pozrieť, kto čo kde robí, kto s kým pachtí, tak verím, že ho používate aj vy a zisťujete možno niekedy prekvapivé, ale zaujímavé informácie.
Dobrý večer, ďakujem. My sme veľmi šťastní za toto ocenenie a je to vlastne dôkaz o tom, že to, čo robíme, má zmysel. Ďakujeme.
Ďakujem, aj nás teší, že sme uspeli v tejto súťaži a o to viac, že je to už tretíkrát. Tak ďakujeme pekne.
Ďakujeme.
A ešte jednou uděláme.
A ja by som si dovolil ešte pozvať vás zajtra všetkých milých hostí. Pokračujeme ešte na Finweek konferencii. 13 krajín sem prišli od UK po Singapur a zajtra od rana riešime naozaj technologické zaujímavé informácie, takže prídite a toľko to šťastia, šťastných tvári tam tiež môžete vidieť, takže ste vítaní aj zajtra.
Ano, já bych k tomu jenom dodal, že za mě osobně před 4 lety po koroně, když jsem 2 roky neorganizoval soutěž finančních produktů Zlatá minca a potřeboval jsem fungovat doopravdy v úsporném režimu, tak mi nesmírně pomohlo, že mi David Čajko nabídnul pomocnou ruku. A mohl jsem začít takhle gala večer Zlaté mince dělat v souvislosti s touto konferencí Finweekem a velice mě to odbřemenilo a část starostí, které jsem do té doby měl, už nemusím mít. Takže děkuji.
Áno, my tí mladší teraz nesieme toho viacej a ešte sa aj si gratulujeme a potešíme sa, takže tešíme sa vzájomne.
Ďakujem.
Ďakujeme Davimu Čajkovi, Luborovi Vargovi, Kamilovi Krajňákovi a Milene Košovej.
A já bych ještě využil 2 minuty vašeho času a udělal bych prezentaci na jeden projekt, který dělám. Protože teď jsme trošičku tím, že jsme udělali fintechy, tak jsme se dostali od Zlaté mince a ještě sem dám jednu krátkou vložku. Mnozí z vás už registrují, že přes 2 roky pracuji na projektu, který doufám, že bude největší projekt finanční gramotnosti, jaký byl kdy na Slovensku realizován. Doslova uvažuji způsobem, že když to udělám, tak toužím potom, aby 5 let nikdo nedokázal udělat nic lepšího. Jedná se o 20 finančních cílů, které by si každý člověk na Slovensku měl adoptovat. Mám tady sebou několik kusů brožury a potom, až skončíme, tak pokud budete mít zájem, vyhledejte mě a můžeme se o tom víc pobavit. Vrátil bych se jenom takto zpět. Citát: zbohatnout je skvělé. Řekl to Deng Xiaoping, což byl architekt moderní čínské ekonomické reformy, která začala v druhé polovině 70. let v Číně. Byli tehdy 2 ekonomové v Číně, ale Deng byl ten, který byl aktivnější a víc měl představu o tom, že je třeba experimentovat, je třeba se nebát, je třeba zkoušet nové věci. V roce 92 na začátku roku byla čínská ekonomika na křižovatce, protože to bylo těsně po tragických událostech na náměstí Nebeského klidu. A čínská ekonomika zažívala brutální inflaci, jakou do té doby nikdy nezažili. A komunistická strana uvažovala o tom, že stopne všechny reformy a otočí kormidlo úplně opačným směrem. Dong tehdy byl už ve věku 87 let, byl mimo politiku, víceméně v důchodu. A podnikl takzvanou cestu na jih. To si můžete dát do Google. Normálně se o tom dají nalézt zprávy. To znamenalo, že cestoval vlakem, vystoupil z vlaku, přednesl připraveným lidem projev, nastoupil do vlaku a pokračoval v cestě dál. Ta cesta byla tajná, podnikl to na vlastní pěst a zprávy z jeho projevu se začaly objevovat v médiích až měsíc poté, co se vrátil. Mně tam zarezonovala myšlenka v tom jednom z jeho projevů, že on vyslovil, že kdo z nás si může být na 100% jist, že to, co dělá, bude úspěšné. Já si teda jist být nemohu. Ale hovořil, že musíme zkoušet nové věci, že musíme experimentovat. Když zjistíme, že něco nefunguje, tak to odložíme a budeme experimentovat dál. Je pro mě obrovskou inspirací jako člověk, jeden člověk dokázal úplně změnit charakter a zachránil tehdy čínskou ekonomiku, aby se dál vydávala trhovým směrem. A doufám, že když budu dělat projekt 20 finančních cílů, přestože se s ním nemohu absolutně srovnávat, tak se mi také možná na Slovensku podaří něco dokázat. A teď poprosím moderátorku, aby jsme pokračovali dál. Aha, dobře. Privatbanka se mi dnes ráno omluvila, bohužel to jejímu zástupci nevyšlo, takže to zkrátíme. Získali 2. místo v termínovaných vkladech a jsou 3. v privátném bankovnictví.
OK, gratulujeme. Teraz by som rada na pódiu privítala Janu Valkučákovú, Centrum poistenia, riaditeľka pre oddelenie úverov, leasingov a poistenia, členka odbornej poroty od roku 2023. Vítajte.
Dobrý večer všetkým.
Jak vidíš, Unicredit získali 2. místo v kategorii hypoték. Hlasovala jsi za ně?
Áno.
A proč, jestli se může zeptat?
No, dlhodobo pracujeme teda so všetkými inštitúciami a z hľadiska toho, ako sa vyvíja, myslím, inovácia ich systému schvaľovania úverov, a to sa týka aj spotrebákov, aj hypoték, tak myslím si, že urobili kus veľkej práce.
A za ten kus veľkej práce prichádza za Unicredit Bank, prichádza Jaroslav Habo, riaditeľ Unicredit Bank pre Slovensko. Blahoželáme. Je to ocenenie 2. miesto za spotrebné úvery, 3. miesto za ostatné investičné riešenia. Jedna fotka.
Ano, tam je chyba. 2. místo... Ježišmarja. Omlouvám se, nebylo to hypotéky. Spotřebné úvěry. Moje chyba. Ale dobře, mám otázku. Povězte.
No, v hypotékách sme tiež výborní.
O tom nikto nepochybuje.
Teda ešte jednu vetu možno, alebo jednu myšlienku. Keď potrebujete si zobrať veľa peňazí, tak si požičať veľa peňazí, tak si zoberte hypotéku, založíte nehnuteľnosť, máte výbornú sadzbu na veľa rokov. Ale keď potrebujete menej peňazí, niekoľko tisíc eur, tak vtedy to potrebujete rýchlo. A keďže my sme talianská banka, tak ten náš úver sa volá Presto a je to preto, že naozaj vtedy, kto rýchlo dáva, dvakrát dáva. On má aj výbornú sadzbu, ale hlavne je schvaľovaný veľmi rýchly, jednoduchý. Potrebujete občiansky preukaz seba a niekoľko tisíc eur, aj niekoľko desiatok tisíc eur, 20-30 si dokážete požičať, takže večer ich máte na účte. A dávame pozor, aby ste to nemenuli nesprávne, aspoň tak, že pokiaľ to neviete splácať, tak vám to neposkytneme.
Jinými slovy, Italy není možné podezírat z byrokracie.
Keď to hovoríte vy, tak to bude pravda.
Jinak gratuluji, loni jste byli třetí v této kategorii, teď máte druhé místo, což si myslím, že je velice dobrý výsledek.
Ďakujeme. Gratulujeme. Ďakujeme Jane Valkučákovej a Jaroslavovi Habovi. A teraz už na pódium príde Ivan Huspenina zo spoločnosti Universal, maklérsky dom, team leader garantov a člen odbornej poroty od roku 2021. Je tu?
Ivan Huspenina se nám ztratil. Dobře. Tak nevadí. Máme rezervy. Pozveme na pódium Janu Sedlákovou z webových stránek banky SK, pojišťovny SK, členku odborné poroty také. Vítejte. A zeptám se, jaký máte názor na zlatou mincu?
Páči sa mi.
Máte z ní dobrý pocit?
Určite áno, pretože môžeme mať veľa subjektívnych pocitov o rôznych produktoch, s niektorými máme väčšie skúsenosti, s niektorými menšie. A keď sa nad tým naozaj človek zamyslí, že ako majú pridanú hodnotu pre užívateľa, tak potom z toho vznikne nejaký zaujímavý rebríček.
Dobre.
Ďakujeme. A teraz za poisťovňu Premium prichádza riaditeľ produkt manažmentu Milan Holinďák. Gratulujeme. Preberá ocenenie, druhé miesto za ostatné poistné produkty a tretie miesto poistenie nehnuteľnosti a poistenie podnikania. Jedna fotka.
Já bych opět citovala z knihy Veroniky Kalátové, která se jmenuje Finanční zralost a píše: Na rozdíl od nás ve Francii, Německu, Rakousko nebo Anglii vnímají pojišťovnictví jako základ pro řešení rodinné finanční analýzy a nedovedou si představit život bez pojistných produktů. Ve Francii je zvykem například mít 5 až 6 pojistných smluv na hlavu. Dovedete si to představit? A teď otázka na vás, dovedete si to představit, případně máte informaci o tom, kolik smluv má průměrný jeden člověk ve vaší pojišťovně?
No, naše poistenie, keďže naše portfólio je zamerané len na poistenie nehnuteľných a hnuteľných vecí pre občanov a podnikateľov aj veľké podniky. Takže tá prepoistenosť, čo sa týka počtu zmluv, nie je až taká vysoká ako u všeobecných poisťovní, ale samozrejme v rámci tohto segmentu poistenia sa snažíme, aby tá prepoistenosť sa zvyšovala. A myslím si, že sa nám to aj za tie roky darí. Ďakujeme teda za ocenenie a myslím si, že to je dôkazom, že ideme správnou cestou.
Je to stejný zisk, jenom trošičku v jiných kategoriích jako loni, kde jste měli také druhé místo, první a druhé místo a 2 třetí místo.
No, mňa prekvapilo, že ostatné investičné riešenia, lebo neviem, čo v tejto kategórii u nás bolo oceňované. Ale
ostatné pojistné riešenia. To, zmínil se grafik, který to dělal a já jsem to přehlédl. Ale to máte správně, pravděpodobně. Ano, ostatné pojistné produkty.
Poistné produkty.
Dobre, takže už si viem predstaviť, čo tam bolo. Tam je poistenie bytových domov. Dobre, ďakujem.
Omlouváme se.
Okay.
Ďakujeme Milanovi Holinďákovi. Ďakujeme. Presto ideme ďalej, inšpirovaný Unicredit Bank. Na pódium príde Dalimil Hatok, konateľ odškodňovacej spoločnosti Arbitra, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2021. Vítajte.
Otázka na odškodnění, které řešíte. Je jejich počet na Slovensku větší nebo menší než v minulosti, případně počty spokojených lidí, kteří dosáhli odškodnění, se zvyšuje nebo snižuje?
Tak to je taká... V podstate ten počet je asi totožný s tým, čo sa deje na slovenských cestách, pri našich teda bežných situáciách, úrazoch a tak ďalej. Takže ja by som povedal, že nejak tak... Nie je tam nejaký dramatický nárast, asi je ten rovnaký počet. No a každý, kto dosiahne plnenie, teda ak sa naplní záväzok poisťovne voči tomu, k čomu sa zaviazal, tak je spokojný.
Dobře.
Ďakujeme. A teraz prichádza člen predstavenstva Uniónu prevziať ocenenie Jozef Koma. Blahoželáme. Prichádza prevziať ocenenie druhé miesto, poistenie úrazu alebo choroby, cestovné poistenie a zdravotné poistenie.
Ja by som doplnil, že určite je toto ocenenie v správnych rukách aj z pohľadu poistného plnenia, aspoň teda za nás, za našu 18-ročnú činnosť. Takže gratulujem.
Otázka na vás.
Dobre, logistiku máme zvládnutú.
V kategorii pojištění úrazu jste se dostali na stupně vítězů poprvé od roku 2015, což je 10 let. Tehdy jste byli třetí. Byli jste v letech 2013, 14 a 15 na třetím místě. Nikdy jste nebyli druzí. Čili otázka zní, co děláte dobře a případně zvyšuje se vám počet spokojených klientů?
No, musím povedať, že keď som toto videl, tak som ostal prekvapený a potom som zistil, že to je kategória úrazu a zdravie. A možno to, čo my máme ako poistenia veľmi silné, je to, že my sme aj v komerčnom poistení, aj v zdravotnom poistení prítomní, takže vieme, aké sú problémy na Slovensku. A ten produkt, ktorý vlastne skončil na tom druhom mieste, sa volá Uniprevent a je to ochorenie onkologických chorôb, kedy vlastne klienta sprevádzame celou časťou jeho ochorenia od diagnostiky cez rôzne radioliečbu, chemoterapiu a tak ďalej. A vždycky v každom cykle je tam istá finančná podpora, lebo ako asi všetci vieme, tie verejné zdroje čím ďalej, tým menej stačia na to krytie a nejaké tie zdroje potrebujeme aj z vlastného vrecka. Takže pevne verím tomu, že toto sú produkty, ktoré budú do budúcna veľmi dôležité a možno premenujeme kategóriu na zdravotné a úrazové, pretože rozhodne je to oveľa väčší a zaujímavejší segment.
Zajímavý podnět, budu nad tím přemýšlet do budoucna. Děkuji.
Ďakujeme Jozefovi Komovi a Dalimilovi Hatokovi. Blahoželáme.
Zde promluvím pouze já. Bohužel ČSOB se mi dnes ozvali, že nenašli nikoho, koho by poslali na tento gala večer. Takže zmíním, že to jsou oni, kdo mají druhé místo v hypotékách. A potom třetí místo internet banking a třetí místo podnikatelské úvěry. Je zajímavá věc, v kategorii hypoték letos v Zlaté minci svedli boj o pódium 4 největší banky na Slovensku. A o to cennější je, že bylo to těsné, ty ostatní banky jsou samozřejmě velké a silné, a o to cennější je, že ČSOB se dokázali dostat na druhé místo. Pojďme dál.
Blahoželáme ČSOB a na pódium príde Jana Hmírová, Payout Chief Executive Officer a členka odbornej poroty od roku 2025. A už ide? Ide. Vítajte.
Ďakujem. Zdravím vás. Otázka zní, je něco, co by podle vás slovenské banky mohly dělat lépe?
Myslím, že slovenský bankový sektor je dosť silný a drží chrbticu tej slovenskej ekonomiky. Ale čo by mohli robiť lepšie a kde vidím ešte príležitosť, je práve otvorené finančníctvo. A to je priestor, kde môžu klienti rozhodovať o svojich dátach a viac a intenzívnejšie ich zdieľať. Pretože v prvom kroku budú zdieľať dáta s ostatnými finančnými inštitúciami, ako sme tu my dnes, a v druhom kroku môžeme zrýchliť vďaka týmto dátam obeh kapitálu. A všetci vieme, že rýchlejší obeh kapitálu znamená lepšie investície, lepšiu ekonomiku a lepšie podnikateľské prostredie. Takže za mňa otvorené finančníctvo.
Zajímavé. Děkujeme.
Takže ocenenie prichádza prebrať za Fiobanku vedúci pobočkovej siete pre Slovensko Peter Farkaš. Blahoželáme. Preberá ocenenie za druhé miesto podnikateľské účty, sporiace účty a tretie miesto za bankové účty a terminované vklady.
A otázka na vás. Zvýšil se vám, nebo snížil se vám počet klientů za uplynulý rok?
Samozrejme, a chvála Bohu zvýšil. Určite všetci kolegovia bankári, ktorí tu dnes sedia, vedia, že minulý rok bol veľmi dynamický, hlavne v medzimesačnom porovnaní. Špecificky hlavne marec, čo bol posledný mesiac pred zavedením dane z finančných transakcií, kde ten dopyt klientov po bankových službách bol obrovský, hlavne z radu živnostníkov. A minimálne za našu banku môžem povedať, že v priemere ten marec až dvojnásobne prekonával priemer ostatných mesiacov. A ak by som to mal nejak odhadnúť, ako skončí rok 2025, tak si myslím, že sa veľmi blízko dostaneme číslu 30 000 nových a spokojných klientov.
Sbíráte nějakým způsobem zpětnou vazbu od svých klientů? Zjišťujete, zda jsou šťastní?
Šťastný.
Pokud se to tedy samozřejmě dá, že zaplatili jsme.
Samozrejme. Zisťujeme spätnú väzbu. Určite áno. Či už zisťujeme aktívne nejakým oslovovaním konkrétnej skupiny klientov, ale takisto aj pasívne vnímame akúkoľvek spätnú väzbu, ktorú nám klienti poskytujú. A dokonca by som povedal, že áno, tá pozitívna spätná väzba od klienta je strašne fajn. Takéto potľapkanie po pleci, výborne to padne. Ale aj tá menej pozitívna spätná väzba, keď je konštruktívna, je extrémne dôležitá. Dokonca by som povedal, že konštruktívna, nepozitívna spätná väzba nás posúva ďalej a núti nás robiť veci lepšie. A ak nejakú takúto dostaneme, tak sa snažíme vždy urobiť ten krok naviac.
To je pravda. Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme za krásne slova Petrovi Farkašovi a ďakujeme aj Jane Hmírovej. Prechádzame ďalej.
Takže stejně jako loni, když jsem hovořil o tom, že společnost Revolut se dokázala dostat na druhé místo v bankovních účtech, podařilo se jim to i letos. Je to banka, která na Slovensku ani nemá přímé zastoupení a přesto jsou druzí v bankovních účtech, druzí v studentských účtech, druzí v debetních kartách, třetí v mobilních aplikacích a dokonce i třetí jako roboporadci. A s takovýmito společnostmi je to problém, protože dostat je z Irska na gala večer Zlaté mince je náročné, ale přesto?
Přesto máme video, pretože nemá pobočku v Strednej Európe Revolut, ale riaditeľka rozvoja pre Strednú Európu Mária Lukáš poslala z Írska video.
Good evening, everyone. It's a great honor to accept the award on behalf of Revolut, and we're deeply grateful for it. To be recognized by such a wide jury as an innovative challenger and to have surpassed many of the largest local banks across several categories speaks volume about the value you see in innovation and user centricity. It proves that our mission to simplify all things money is resonating profoundly in Slovakia. Revolut has now surpassed 500,000 users in the country, with hundreds of thousands of new customers joining us since the start of the year. This reflects a powerful shift. Revolut is evolving rapidly from a great travel companion into a daily spending bank account. We're not just a challenger, we're the most downloaded financial app in the country. Revolut in Slovakia is used by entire households, from children's accounts to multi-currency cards to saving and investment. We're truly honored by the recognition we received across multiple categories tonight. Our goal is clear: to strengthen our position as a daily account for all 500,000 Slovaks and many more to come. We'll continue to work tirelessly to make everyday finance simpler, more transparent, and more rewarding. Thank you again to Zlata Minca organizers and expert jury, and most importantly, to our passionate customers in Slovakia. Ďakujem. Thank you.
Ďakujeme aj my, Márii, Lukáš. A plynule môžeme prejsť na ďalšie ocenenie a na pódium príde Legerský Tomáš z Fingo, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2021. Vítajte.
Otázka zní, jste víc zastáncem pasivního nebo aktivního investování?
Tak dobrý večer, dámy a páni. V prvom rade musím povedať, že som zastánca investovania ako takého, čiže je určite lepšie pre každého človeka na tom trhu byť, ako tam nebyť. Ale keďže žijeme v 21. storočí, je fajn, že máme na výber. A z tohto hľadiska teda ja osobne preferujem, čo sa týka bežného človeka alebo retailového klienta, skôr pasívnu formu investovania, čiže prostredníctvom ETF fondov.
ETF nebyly původně míněny jako produkt pro širokou veřejnost, byl to produkt původně pro profesionály. Co by měl člověk o ETF vědět jako základní informaci?
Tak základnou informáciou o ETF je, že prostredníctvom ETF fondov má každý možnosť investovať v podstate dnes do čohokoľvek, či už sektorovo z hľadiska rozdelenia hospodárstva alebo teritoriálne. Čiže tých možností je naozaj veľa a hlavne by sa nemal báť ten človek využiť túto možnosť a možno pri prvej skúsenosti sa s niekým o tom poradiť.
Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme. A za Babocký Investment Office prichádza Martin Babocký. Blahoželáme.
Doufejme, že už dorazil.
Vyzerá, že nie.
Avizoval, že dorazí později, ale... Dobře. Zeptáme se v průběhu večera. A když tady už bude, tak vás ještě jednou pozveme.
Ďakujeme. Blahoželáme. Takže plynulo, môžeme ísť ďalej. Na pódium privítame Ondreja Macka, Touch It Editor-in-Chief, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2005.
Celých 20 let.
Vítajte.
Dobrý večer, príjemný večer prajem.
Dobrý večer.
Ahoj.
Ahoj. A v odborné porotě si 20 let momentálně je v odborné porotě 10 lidí, kteří jsou od roku 2005 členy odborné poroty. Dnes večer bychom měli vidět, doufám, 4. Ty jsi první z nich. Otázka, když Zlatá minca začínala v roce 2005, jak jsi ji tehdy v tu chvíli vnímal? Co si o ní myslel?
No, musím ti to povedať otvorene, ako to bolo vtedy naozaj. A ešte sa vrátim k tomu, čo si hovoril úplne na začiatku. V tej dobe, keď som prvýkrát hlasoval, tak som vedel o bankovníctve, poisťovníctve veľmi málo. Ale postupne som sa začal zlepšovať, lebo v tvojich dotazníkoch je napísané, že odpovedajte alebo hlasujte len za tú kategóriu, kde máte prehľad. A ja som naozaj postupom času začal hlasovať takmer za všetky kategórie, takže som postupne začal získavať aj prehľad o tom a stále vidím, ako prichádzajú tie jednotlivé kategórie, ako sa plnia do Zlatej mince a je to veľmi pekné. Vidieť ten kompletný vývoj, ten progres je veľmi dobré. A tým, že to robíš s tým, že hovoríš po česky a teda Zlatá minca, pekne to po slovensky vyslovuješ, to má strašne... Už od začiatku si sa naučil hovoriť. Áno. A Jiží ešte sa voláš, vieš to, na Slovensku nikto nevie povedať rozmäkčeňom, takže takto to je.
Ďakujem.
Ďakujeme. Teraz predáme ocenenie pre 3 najinovatívnejšie spoločnosti na slovenskom trhu. Najinovatívnejšia banka a za Tatra banku prichádzajú Adrian Koficaj a Barbora Podhorská, segmentoví manažéri za Mass segment a SBB. Najinovatívnejšia poisťovňa za Generali poisťovňu je to Matej Kormanec, senior manažér pre spoluprácu so životnými maklérmi. A najinovatívnejšia firma v investovaní za Finax prevezmu ocenenie Boris Jankovský, Business Development Manager a Filip Výboščok, Financial Wellness Coach. vypadáva mi mikrofón. To je všetko. Ďakujeme, blahoželáme. Jednu spoločnú fotku trošku dopredu.
Ještě přichází. Počkejte, ještě to, běžte, prosím, samozřejmě.
Budete podľa mňa hovoriť, že až tak ich nepustíme len tak hneď.
Ano. A předej mikrofon prvnímu po ruce, kterého máš. Stručně a postupně. V čem jste inovativní, prosím?
Fíha, to by sme to boli dlho, ale pravdepodobne to bude tá digitálna platforma, ktorú máme dneska pre klientov. Dobrý večer všetkým prajem. Teda, keď môžem, tak tiež klobúk dole pred Jiřím, 20 rokov. To som bol ešte na základnej škole. Ale teda ešte verím, že ďalších 20 je pred tebou a pred vami. A späť k otázke, teda ako som hovoril, tie digitálne riešenia, ktoré dneska máme automatizované a samozrejme chystáme ďalšie veci, takže nezastavuj.
Tak dobrý večer aj za mňa. Za mňa veľké hlavne poďakovanie aj členom poroty. Pre nás je to veľké ocenenie, ktoré dáva veľký zmysel. V našej DNA je byť poisťovňou, ktorá prináša stále nové inovácie a v čo možno, tak snažíme sa už, či už pri našich partneroch alebo klientoch, aby ten zážitok z toho, či už kúpy produktu alebo potom následného servisu bol veľký a to človek vlastne musí stále prinášať nové a nové riešenia. V podstate preto sme spustili aj nový portál San Marco minulý rok, čo verím, že nám dopomohlo aj k tomuto oceneniu, za ktoré sme veľmi vďační a máme aj tento rok veľké plány a veľa vecí sme už aj spustili, tak pevne veríme, že zabojujeme aj budúci rok.
Ďakujeme.
Dobrý večer, ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Veľmi nás teší, že si aj tento rok preberáme zlatú mincu za inovatívnu banku alebo najinovatívnejšiu banku. A čo robí nás najinovatívnejšou bankou? Všetko, čo robíme pre klienta, aby tá cesta bola najrýchlejšia a najdigitálnejšia. Tento rok to bolo od digitálnej hypotéky, kedy sa vidíme až pri podpise, cez digitálny switching. Nikdy nebolo jednoduchšie k nám prejsť. A robíme to všetko s dôrazom na spokojnosť klienta, jeho šťastie a to, aby sa cítil vítaný.
Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme všetkým zástupcom troch najinovatívnejších spoločností Adrianovi Koficajovi, Barbore Podhorskej, Matejovi Kormanecovi, Borisovi Jankovskému, Filipovi Výboščokovi a ďakujeme aj Ondrejovi Mackovi.
Ďakujem pekne. Ešte pán fotograf požiadal o jednu fotografiu.
Postupte všichni dopředu, prosím.
Asi to nevyšlo.
Úplně na okraji toho pódia. A snažte se nakompresovat do středu.
Ďakujeme.
Děkujeme. Někteří z vás se sem ještě vrátí? A já bych měl jenom zajímavou takovou poznámku. Mně bylo líto, že se na dnešní gala večer nedokázal dostavit zástupce společnosti MetLife, protože oni mají 3. místo, já jim to předám dodatečně, domluvili jsme se, že se potkáme. A to je jediná společnost na Slovensku, kde snad celých těch 20 let komunikují stále s jedním a tím samým člověkem. A v bankách, v pojišťovnách se za tu dobu vystřídalo už množství ředitelů, lidí na marketingových pozicích. Je mi to trochu líto, když jsem teď procházel včera, jsem si procházel seznamy odborné poroty z roku 2005 a také jsem vzpomínal na lidi, se kterými jsem v té době komunikoval v bankách a v pojišťovnách. Já velice rád vytvářím takové kontakty. Mě tato práce baví nejenom proto, protože dělám něco kreativního, ale baví mě to i proto, když mohu komunikovat s lidmi, kteří mě už trochu znají a se kterými mohu mít nějaký vztah. A toto mě trochu na tom mrzí, že je určitá fluktuace a přichází noví lidé, ale zase kdyby noví lidé nepřicházeli, tak by to bylo nudné a všichni bychom byli starší. Dobře, poďme dál.
Teraz prichádza tá zaujímavá vec, keďže som videla napísaných všetkých členov odbornej poroty vonku a ideme sa teraz všetci fotiť. než začneme oceňovať teda spoločnosti, ktoré získali prvé miesto, pozývame teraz všetkých členov odbornej poroty, aby sa přišli odfotit
Čili
společně.
doslova, všichni, kdo jste členové odborné poroty, zvedněte se, prosím, pojďte sem na pódium. Kdo sebou máte vytištěné vaše hlasovací listy, jak jsem vám psal do mailu, vezměte si je sebou, ukážete je. Pokud nemáte vytištěný hlasovací list, můžete ukázat ten hlasovací list na svém mobilním telefonu nebo i v případě potřeby notebooku nebo tabletu. Pojďte. Toto je poprvé v historii, že se pokusíme udělat fotografii členů odborné poroty. Mělo by vás být zhruba 60, což je necelá třetina.
Ideálně asi dopredu, abyste nemali
ano, snažte se být co nejvíc vepředu. A myslím si, že z tohoto pohledu zástupci bank, pojišťoven a investičních společností získají trochu představu o tom, kolik těch 210 lidí je, neboť toto je pouze slabší třetina. Tito lidé rozhodovali o tom, jak se umístíte v zlaté minci. Někteří z vás dorazili na poslední chvíli doslova. OK. Snažte se zkomprimovat ke středu. Nebuďte příliš roztaženi, prosím. Ano, můžete i dolů, někteří z vás. Trošku se natlačte ke středu, co nejvíc to jde, prosím. Ano. A ano, ještě vyčistíme první řadu. A teď se pokuste si představit, že vám telefonuji a prosím, abyste vyplnili hlasovací list a poslali to dnes večer. Usmějte se. Zamávejte. Ukažte ten hlasovací list nad hlavu. Kdo ho máte? Výborně. Ještě tak vydržte 10 sekund. Toto jsou prostě, prosím, hlasovací listy skutečné, kterými odborná porota zaplnila můj e-mail.
Ďakujeme.
Děkujeme.
Ďakujeme.
Je tady Babocký. Myslím, že ho můžeme vyzvat. Takže ještě jednou se vrátím k Babockému a tomu člověku, co ho...
Aha, to jsme.
Dobře. A já mám takový pocit, že pan Babocký dorazil.
Takže Martin Babocký.
Ale ještě člen odborné poroty, který mu má předávat ocenění.
OK. Legerský Tomáš Fingov, člen odborné poroty od roku 2021.
Ale už se na nic ptát nebudu.
A privítajme aj Martina Babockého za Babocký Investment Office, ktorý dorazil. Vítajte, pekný večer prajme. Želáme k oceneniu 3. miesto investovanie Wealth Management.
Fototermín.
Trošku dopredu.
Ukaž minci na fotografovi. Tak. A podám ti mikrofon. Nedávno jsem narazil na takový citát, který není úplně snadno pochopitelný, ale líbí se mi a zeptám se na tvůj názor. Výrok. Býčí trh se rodí na medvědím trhu, roste ve skepsi, stárne v optimismu a umírá v euforii. Souhlasíš?
Súhlasím, kebyže viacero investorov investuje spôsobom, že myslí na toto, čo si práve prečítal, tak potom by sme všetci boli milionári.
A bojí se tvoji klienti změn na trhu? Jaké s nimi máš zkušenosti?
Ja sa ich snažím aj spolu s mojím tímom, nie je to len o mne, je to o nás, ale my sa ich snažíme ako keby vychovávať k tomu, že tie poklesy prichádzajú, netreba sa ich obávať, treba ich brať ako príležitosti. Je najlepšie toto vysvetľovať ľuďom, keď je na trhu dobre, lebo keď už prídu tie horšie časy, tak potom nezlaknú sa, nevyberajú svoje investície, ale doinvestovávajú. a takéto máme my skúsenosti.
Toto je poprvé, dámy a pánové, co se v kategorii Wealth Management dostal na stupně vítězů jednotlivec. Ne firma, ale jednotlivec. Čemuž velice gratuluji. A otázka zní, ještě je taková úplně poslední, kolik let trvalo, než jsi se dopracovala k tomuto umístění?
7 rok sa tomu venujem a jednotlivec ako jednotlivec sme tým 8 ľudí, ale áno, som z sprostredkovateľského prostredia, ale hovorím, no už to nie je dávno iba o mne.
Ďakujeme.
Blahoželáme.
Ďakujem aj ja.
Ďakujeme Martinovi Babockému a Tomášovi Legerskému. A plynule prechádzame ďalej a na pódium príde Igor Horvát z dôchodkovej poradne, majiteľ a člen odbornej poroty od roku 2023. Igor Horvát.
Je tady.
Vítajte. Krásny večer prajeme.
Ahoj. Hlasoval si ty za produkt VUB Generali, které budeš předávat ocenění?
Áno, hlasoval, ďakujem.
A proč?
No, ja si myslím, že majú dobrý produkt, všetko funguje ako má, takže v zásade je to niečo, čo určite klienti vítajú a oni sa z toho tešia. Takže tak.
Ďakujeme.
Takže za VUB Generali DSS prichádza vedúci oddelenia riadenia investícií Igor Vilček. Blahoželáme. Preberá ocenenie za prvé miesto, druhý pilier.
Přichází první zlatá mince. Trošičku krok dopředu. Ať nemáte to výborně.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za toto ocenenie, veľmi si ho vážime. Sme hrdí na to, že sa nám darí s našim indexovým fondom VUB Generali dlhodobo dosahovať najvyššie zhodnotenie zo všetkých dôchodkových fondov na Slovensku, čo sa teda podarilo za posledných 5 rokov, aj za posledných 10 rokov. A budeme sa robiť všetko preto, aby sa to darilo aj naďalej. A veríme, že toto kritérium, to znamená zhodnotenie dôchodkových fondov, bude aj naďalej dôležitým kritériom pre porotu, ktorá hlasuje vlastne o dôchodkových spoločnostiach. A ďakujem všetkým sporiteľom, ktorí si u nás sporia, lebo bez nich by sme tu vôbec nestáli.
Ja ešte možno chcem zaželať a popriať si, aby ten druhý pilier zostal ako je. Pretože to je jedna, by som povedal, z vecí, ktorá stále ešte možno niekde máta, by som povedal, tých, ktorí sú mocní a rozhodujú. Takže dúfajme, že to zostane a tie miliardy tam budú rásť.
Ďakujem.
Děkujeme. A gratulujeme.
Děkujeme.
Po 4 letech konečně první místo v Zlaté minci.
Ďakujeme,
Jsem
vážime
za
si
vás
to.
rád.
Ďakujeme Igorovi Horvátovi a Igorovi Vilčekovi. Blahoželáme. Ja už na pódiu vítam Eriku Sučovú, broker consulting, produktovú manažérku a odborného garanta, členku odbornej poroty od roku 2008. Vítajte.
Dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer. Od roku 2008, jak jste vnímala tehdy v roce 2008, když jste se poprvé zapojila do hlasování Zlaté mince?
No tak poslali ste lístok a ja som vlastne vtedy nastúpila do spoločnosti Broker Consulting, kde som vlastne musela robiť tú prácu, že študovať všetky dokumenty. Analytika, takže pre mňa tá Zlatá minca bola taký nejaký Oscar produktový, že vždy som si pozerala, je tam Zlatá minca, nie je tam Zlatá minca, čo to má okrem toho. No a mne to celkom vtedy aj pomohlo a vlastne mi to tak aj dalo taký punt s tým produktom, takže ja som to vnímala veľmi pozitívne a stále to vnímam pozitívne.
Děkuji.
Ďakujeme. Za AXA Assistance prichádza Pavol Šturc, manažér pre Slovensko. Blahoželáme. Prichádza si pre ocenenie za prvé miesto cestovné poistenie. Blahoželáme.
Minci. Ano. Pan Viktor, což je profesionál v držení mince a certifikátu.
Dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer.
A včera jste mi do mailu napsal, že obhajoba je rok od roku těžší. Proč?
Tak je to asi tým, že tá konkurencia nespí a v podstate každý rok sa snažia každá spoločnosť prísť s niečím novým, prísť či už v rámci produktu alebo cien s nejakými uputavkami a preto si myslím, že tá obhajoba je vždy náročnejšia.
A jaká jste měli obchodní čísla za posledních 12 měsíců, jestli prozradíte?
Konkrétne čísla nie, ale musím povedať, že ten rok 2025 po letnej sezóne a tým pádom pre nás by som povedal, že už po koncových číslach bol najúspešnejším a odvíja sa to od toho podľa mňa aj tým, že ľudia viac cestujú a po covide mám taký feeling, že tí ľudia, ktorí cestovali predtým a nepoisťovali sa, tak v súčasnosti sa oveľa viac poisťujú. Čiže tým pádom aj tie produkty cestovného poistenia sú úspešnejšie.
Mně napadlo, že za současné vlády lidé víc cestují.
No len, aby sa vracali ešte, ale nie, myslím si, že to cestovanie aj za súčasnej vlády bude intenzívnejšie. Teda pokiaľ to úplne nezavrú.
Len aby sa vrátili naspäť.
Ale áno, len aby to nezavreli. No.
Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme krásne Erike Sučovej z Broker Consulting a Pavlovi Šturcovi za AXA Assistance.
No, M-Bank získala první místo ve spotřebných úvěrech, ale nepodařilo se jim najít zástupce, který by dnes večer přišel, takže pojďme dál.
Na pódium privítajme Andreu Sikorovú z klientského servisu, CEO, členku odbornej poroty od roku 2022. Vítajte, krásny večer prajeme.
Dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer. A budeš předávat ocenění první místo za pojišťovnu Dovera. Vnímáš rozdíly mezi zdravotními pojišťovnami nebo mezi nabídkou zdravotního pojištění na Slovensku?
Určite áno, čoraz viac, ale ešte stále málo. Takže v podstate z pohľadu poistenca, pacienta potenciálneho sú tie rozdiely veľmi veľké, hlavne čo sa týka dostupnosti plánovanej zdravotnej starostlivosti. Inštitút INECO robí také komplexné zhodnotenie za posledné 2 roky a pokiaľ som poistenec, potenciálny pacient, čo sme všetci, tak sa môžem rozhodnúť, či chcem patriť do poistného kmeňa v spoločnosti, kde sa čaká, teda kde 16% poistencov čaká na plánovaný zákrok, 18% alebo 53%. Takže vyberám si ako poistenec. Pokiaľ som lekár, poskytovateľ zdravotnej starostlivosti, takisto sa rozhodujem do určitej miery, s ktorou zdravotnou poisťovňou budem spolupracovať, ktorú budem preferovať. Pretože ak je to zdravotná poisťovňa, ktorá podporuje inovácie, napríklad, ja neviem, AI diagnostiku, telemedicínu, inovatívne testingy v prevenciách určitých chorôb, prípadne disease management produkty, na to, aby sa nielen liečili pacienti, ale aj predchádzalo určitým ochoreniam, tak ja ako lekár si samozrejme vyberiem spoločnosť, ktorá ma podporuje intenzívne. A ja ako sprostredkovateľ poistenia takisto sa rozhodujem. Buď budem spolupracovať so spoločnosťou, zdravotnou poisťovňou, ktorá v nejakom období masívne odzmluvňuje poskytovateľov zdravotnej starostlivosti, alebo budem spolupracovať s takou, ktorá mi povie, ak tvoj klient potrebuje odborné vyšetrenie u konkrétneho lekára, ktorý s nami nemá zmluvu, tak nám zavolaj a my ju okamžite urobíme. Takže tieto rozdiely dúfam, že budú ešte väčšie a dúfam, že už to nebude také ľahučko vulgarizované v podobe rozdávania celaskonov.
Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme. A za dôveru zdravotnú poisťovňu prichádza prevziať ocenenie vedúci predaja Branislav Jendrol. Blahoželáme. Preberá ocenenie za prvé miesto zdravotné poistenie.
Postupte dopředu, prosím. Otázka. Změnilo se něco na trhu zdravotního pojištění za poslední rok?
Tak v prvom rade ďakujeme za ocenenie, veľmi si to vážime, veľa to pre nás znamená. Tešíme sa, že po, neviem, x-krát sa nám to podarilo vyhrať. Kolegyňa to pekne zhrnula, musím povedať, že vyzerá, že odborná porota je naozaj odborná. A čo sa zmenilo? V zdravotníctve sa toho mení strašne veľa. Otázka je, že skôr, že poviem to tak, za 20 rokov sa 35 krát menil zákon. Takže otázka, kedy sa skôr dačo nemenilo. My sme boli práve, že radšej, keby sa niečo nemenilo a zostalo to viacej stabilné. Ale tak by som povedal z pohľadu toho úplne klienta, tak tam až tak veľa zmien nie je. Čo mňa osobne teší, je, že máme stále konkurenciu, že poisťovne môžu medzi sebou súťažiť a že prinášajú stále nové služby a zlepšujú ako zdravotníctvo ako také celé. Spomeniem napríklad tú telemedicínu. Jeden z problémov slovenského zdravotníctva je, že chodíme veľmi často k lekárovi. Možno si to neuvedomujeme, ale priemerný Slovák ide 11 krát za rok k lekárovi. Keď si to porovnáte napríklad so západným svetom, kde ide 5 krát. To znamená, že potrebovali by sme 2-krát viacej lekárov, aby sme obslúžili ten istý počet pacientov. To však nemáme. Čiže riešenia, ktoré musíme prinášať, musia byť inovatívne. A v tom treba povedať, že tie poisťovne, hlavne súkromné poisťovne, pochválim aj kolegov, prinášajú ten pokrok, ktorý by mal možno byť drivovaný tak celkovo, napríklad tou telemedicínou. Dnes v dôvere, keď ste poistencom dôvery, môžete sa spojiť lekárom 24 hodín denne a je to plnohodnotné poskytnutie zdravotnej starostlivosti. Môžete mu napísať SMS-ku, môžete s ním chatovať, viete sa spojiť cez online videohovor, on vás vidí, vie vás ošetriť a poskytne vám plnohodnotné poskytnutie zdravotnej starostlivosti. To znamená, že vám končí tá vaša konzultácia tým, že vám vie predpísať liek o 3 ráno a sa vám objaví v vašej apke a tieto údaje sa zapíšu do vašej karty NCZ, čiže je to naozaj plnohodnotné a môžete byť napríklad kľudne aj v Chorvátsku a takisto vie vám dať aj európsky recept. Takže to sú veci, ktoré dneska tie poisťovne vedia urobiť. Asi myslím, že za to si zaslúžia pochvalu. Tak trošku som sa pochválil.
Určite áno, ďakujeme, blahoželáme.
Pochválila vás hlavne odborná porota. Gratulujeme.
Ďakujeme Branislavovi Jendrolovi z Dôvera zdravotná poisťovňa Andreje Sikorovej.
Já bych jenom upozornil všechny, kdo jste dostali ocenění, že úplně nakonec gala večera se udělá jedna velká skupinová fotografie, takže pripravte sa na to certifikáty.
A teraz už na pódium príde Roman Scherhaufer, European Investment Center, Chairman of the Board, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2005. Vítajte.
Takže budeš předávat ocenění, prosím kliknout, za Wealth Management společnosti Ecros. Vidíš ty něco, co by mohlo být v této kategorii, ve wealth managementu obecně na Slovensku lepší? Nebo co by se mohlo změnit?
Dobrý večer ešte raz všetkým. Myslím si, že ten sektor ide celkom dobre a celkom som rád, že vlastne aj jednotlivec získal umiestnenie, takže to znamená, že tomu sektoru by som prijal viacej teda marketingu, viacej z propagácie, lebo pravdepodobne to je ten hlavný dôvod, pre ktorý sa teda umiestňujú v týchto sektoroch, v týchto teda kategóriách, to sú také špecifické kategórie. Takže viac marketingu a menej byrokracie asi tak.
Dobre.
Ďakujeme. Za Ecros Private Investments prichádza Dominik Hapl, analytik a portfolio manažér. Blahoželáme. Prevziať ocenenie za prvé miesto v kategórii investovanie Wealth Management. Blahoželáme.
Minci. Minci. tu minci ukažte víc na foto. Naklopte ji dolů. Ještě víc naklopit, dobře. Aha, dobře, děkujeme. A otázka na vás. Používáte v komunikaci s klienty informaci o tom, že máte ocenění Zlatá mince, protože už je to třetí vítězství v řadě?
V prvom rade mi dovolte poďakovať odbornej porote za to, že nám prejavila dôveru. A aby som odpovedal na tvoju otázku, Jiří, tak na jednej strane sme radi vždycky, keď môžeme ukázať, že sme dostali určité ocenenie nejakej nezávislej organizácie, ktorá je pre nás známkou kvality. Na druhej strane, samozrejme pri tej komunikácii s investormi hrá dôležitejšiu úlohu to, čo im vieme poskytnúť, to, čo im vieme priniesť, aké riešenie im vieme doručiť, samozrejme s akým výnosom. Čiže toto sú tie prvotné informácie, ktoré zaujímajú investorov. Keď je to podporené, nazvem to tou známkou alebo pečiatkou kvality v podobe zlatej mince, tak sme len radi.
Děkuji. Jinak u tebe jako člena odborné poroty je zajímavé, když jsem tě oslovoval v roce 2005, tak ty jsi byl ve společnosti Ecros, kterou dnes ohodnocuješ, a dokonce tě máme v mobilu stále uloženého jako Roman Scherhofer Ecros.
Áno. Však ale to je dobré, lebo to...
Já to neměním takto lidí, když si jednou označkují nějak.
Áno, to mám spoločné, ani ja to nemením. Áno, vlastne my sme začali budovať kolektívne investovanie, tam som bol v tej asociácii, no a potom vlastne s Julom Strapekom sme dali dokopy ten koncept Ecrosu ako takého prvého wealth management podniku. Takže to bol úplne, myslím si, že jeden z prvých takých obchodníkov s cennými papiermi, čo sa vlastne orientoval na tento sektor.
Takže gratulujem a děkuji.
Ďakujeme Dominikovi Haplovi a Romanovi Scherhoferovi. Presto prechádzame ďalej. Na pódium príde Erika Javorčíková, European Financial Planner, ambasádor EFPA pre Slovenskú republiku a členka odbornej poroty od roku 2024. Vítajte.
Dobrý večer.
Otázka na vás. Certifikát, který kvázi získávají finanční zprostředkovatele. Jaký je rozdíl mezi finančním zprostředkovatelem, který tuto značku má, a zprostředkovatelem, který ji nemá?
Dobre, takže EFA, to je European Financial Advisor. Je to celoeurópsky titul. Na to, aby ho poradca získal, musí absolvovať prípravný kurz, ktorý trvá zhruba presne 18 dní. Najväčší dôraz sa kladie na investície. Investíciám sa venujú poradcovia 8 dní. Vlastne poradca s týmto titulom EFA vie lepšie komunikovať a pracovať s bonitnejšou klientelou. Ďalej.
Bonitnejší klientela?
Hej, bonitnejšia klientela. Napríklad investovanie, 50 alebo 100 eur, to zvládne dneska hoci kto. Ale pripraviť klientovi rentu a napríklad investovať 500 eur pravidelne mesačne, to už musíte naozaj niečo predviesť. Hej? A to EFA poradcovia vedia. Prispievajú aj ku kultivácii finančného trhu.
Děkuji.
Ďakujeme.
Vážime si toho.
Za EIC prichádza Roman Scherhofer, European Investment Center Chairman of the Board. Vítajte opäť na pódiu, blahoželáme.
Je to trošičku paradoxní. Byl se tady jako po roce, teď přicházíš jako oceňovaný.
Prebrá ocenenie za prvé miesto ostatné investičné riešenia.
Fotografie.
Krok vpred, trošku dopredu.
Výborně. Ano, teď je to napsané správně. Ostatné investičné riešenia. Produkt, který toto získal, je tvoje platforma. Ty jsi vybudoval platformu, kterou používá mnoho profesionálů a zprostředkovatelů a nabízí to klientům. Otázka zní, je stav této platformy nehybný, anebo na ní musíš stále něco aktualizovat a zlepšovat?
No samozrejme, to stále treba niečo zlepšovať, dynamický proces, čiže to je neustály vývoj, hlavne v oblasti IT. Takisto legislatívu treba zapracovávať, nové fondy, keďže je to fondová platforma, nové ETF-ka tie vznikajú, ja neviem, každý mesiac 15-20 nových, takže poradcovia nám pridávajú o 106. Niekedy aj, ako sa hovorí, také dosť veľké divočiny. Takže
Stává sa niekdy, že niekto niečo pridá, ty mu to vyhodíš?
Áno, ale stáva sa to skorej vlastne od tých producentov, ktorí chcú byť zaradení do platformy. Dávame tam trošku pozor aj, aby sme tam mali také štandardné tie nástroje a nejakým spôsobom, aby sme zabezpečovali takú nejakú bezpečnosť celého toho systému. Takže je to, áno, neustály vlastne vývoj. Sme v podstate jediná firma, čo sa venuje tomuto segmentu, pretože nemáme žiadnu kategóriu, museli sme vytvoriť.
Ta kategória sa ale nevytvořila kvôli vám.
Ja si vás randujem.
Potom sem na mne niekto vrhná a budú...
Nie. Tak sme jediní v Strednej Európe, kto sa naozaj venuje len infraštruktúre pre iné finančné subjekty, ako sú teda obchodníci s cennými papiermi, samostatní finanční agenti, poisťovne, nejakí lokálni asset manažéri a podobne. Tí všetci tú platformu teda používajú. A je to naozaj už dosť veľký nárast. Tam je okolo 30-40 tisíc obchodov denne tých transakcií. Sú to obrovské čísla, okolo 180 tisíc klientov, 4 krajiny, 10 tisíc vlastne poradcov to používa. Takže je to EFA poradcovia. Áno. U nás môžu byť len poradcovia, žiadni sprostredkovateľia, lebo nič nesprostredkovávajú, musia vytvoriť produkt, riešenie. Takže to je ten zásadný rozdiel. No a bola to dosť veľká práca za tých 15 rokov, takže verím tomu, že aj preto sa nikto do tohto segmentu nepúšťa, lebo je to naozaj, že zabíjak.
A před několika lety jsem dostal takovou určitou zpětnou vazbu. Bylo mi řečeno, jedna firma chtěla ti začít konkurovat. Ale mám pocit, že to asi nakonec nedopadlo.
To ja neviem, ale pochybujem, lebo naozaj my sa sústredíme len na technicko-právnu podporu iných finančných subjektov. Čiže neposkytujeme naše investičné služby klientom. Čiže nikdy im nekonkurujeme. Proste by sme naozaj iba ten operátor v pozadí.
Dobře, gratulujeme a děkujeme.
Ďakujeme Romanovi Šerhauferovi a Erike Javorčíkovej.
Letos poprvé v Zlaté minci už měli své produkty v minulosti společnost Vanguard. Dostali se na první místo v dluhopisových fondech. Informace, je to sdílené první místo, ale přesto. Dosud nikdy nebyli v Zlaté minci na stupních vítězů. A teď se tam dostali. A to je opět, já velice oceňuji na odborné porotě Zlaté mince, že dokáže ocenit i takovéto fondy, které ani nemají na Slovensku zastoupení. Vanguard má zastoupení ve Frankfurtu. A našel jsem si tam kontakty, oslovoval jsem je, ale nedostal jsem od nich žádnou zpětnou vazbu, takže uvidíme možná v budoucnosti. Pojďme dál. A toto je opět, z minulosti jsem ukazoval Interactive Brokers, první místo v kategorii brokerských platform. Tam jsem už před 3 lety je začal kontaktovat a měl jsem snahu je oslovit, jestli by nemohli poslat někoho na gala večer, anebo... Ale bohužel, jak vidíte, na nikoho na gala večer neposlali, Avšak
máme opäť video. Rob Garfield, riaditeľ marketingu, komunikácie a PR, nám však z New Yorku poslal krátke video, ktoré si môžeme teraz pozrieť.
Hello everyone and greetings from Interactive Brokers. I'm Robert Garfield, Director of Marketing, and it's an honor for Interactive Brokers to be recognized once again by the Zlata Minka expert jury as the leading broker in Slovakia. On behalf of our entire team, I want to thank all 210 members of the jury for your time, expertise, and your continued confidence in us. We know that earning your trust year after year is not something to take for granted, and we deeply appreciate it. At Interactive Brokers, our mission has always been to provide investors and traders worldwide with access to the best tools, the lowest costs, and the broadest range of markets. We are proud to serve clients in Slovakia who expect transparency, technology, and value, and who share our belief that investing should be both efficient and empowering. Thank you once again to the Zlata Minka organizers and to everyone attending tonight's gala. Congratulations to all of this year's winners and best wishes for another successful year ahead.
Ďakujeme.
Takže jsme rádi, že jsme dostali. Dnes v 1 hodinu v noci přišlo toto video.
A prechádzame ďalej a na pódium príde Imrich Fekete, expert pre poistenie a poistné právo, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2005. Vítajte, krásny večer, prajeme. Zatlieskame.
2005, 20 let, člen odborné poroty Zlaté mince. Dobrý večer. Dokážete během několika minut zrekapitulovat, nakolik se změnil nebo nezměnil pojistný trh na Slovensku za těch 20 let?
No, ja som účastník tohto trhu už dlhšiu dobu ako 20 rokov. Treba povedať, že tie podmienky v podstate kopírujú tie podmienky, ktoré existujú v iných členských štátoch. Je to kvôli tomu, že sme členmi, chvála Bohu, že sme členmi Európskej únie a tá poisťovacia činnosť, a dohľad nad poisťovníctvom a vôbec celá infraštruktúra okolo poisťovníctva je vo všetkých členských štátoch rovnaká. Že vďaka tomu to poisťovníctvo, by som povedal, že sa vyvíjalo alebo vyvíja podobným spôsobom. Sú to rovnaké produkty, je tu pomerne vysoká konkurencia medzi poisťovňami. Čo je takým menším handicapom je ten malý koláč, o ktorý sa musia poisťovne deliť, lebo keď si zoberieme, že na Slovensku prijaté poistné predstavuje zhruba 3% HDP, vo vyspelej Európe je to okolo 7 až 9%. To znamená, že poisťovne sa musia uspokojiť aj s takýmto menším koláčom, ale napriek tomu by som povedal, že podávajú veľmi slušné výkony. A ešte také negatívum, čo by som chcel povedať, že s čím sa na Slovensku stretávajú poisťovne, že je tu veľká nepredvídateľnosť legislatívy. Každú chvíľu sa nám menia zákony. Napríklad ja som robil v oblasti PZP dlhé roky aj ako výkonný riaditeľ Slovenskej kancelárie poisťovateľov. Tak treba povedať, že v podstate skoro každým rokom sa menia zákony, čo je veľmi zlé. Zavádzajú sa tu dane. Teraz sa zvýšila daň z poistenia z 8 na 10%. Poisťovne, čo robia PZP, musia zaplatiť vyšší odvod z PZP, sa to tiež zvýšilo z 8 na 10%. To znamená, že aj napriek týmto, by som povedal, takýmto handicapom a nedostatkom ten poistný trh podáva veľmi slušné výkony.
Ďakujeme za toto shrnutí.
Ďakujeme a ekoprodukt, ocenenie za ekoprodukt 2025 získava Generali poisťovňa s produktom havarijné poistenie bicykla Domino. Na pódium už prichádza Tomáš Potúček, riaditeľ poistenia majetku a zodpovednosti. Blahoželáme. Takže ocenenie ekoprodukt 2025. Jedna fotka.
Postupte trochu dopředu.
Dobrý večer všetkým prajem.
Dobrý večer. Taková řečnická otázka. Jak vás může být něco víc ekologičtějšího než pojištění kola?
Tak ja si myslím, že tie ekologické riešenia sú teraz celkom trendy a niečo určite príde, ale musím povedať, že my sme sa rozhodli ísť iným smerom ako klasické poistenie v rámci majetku alebo domácnosti a išli sme skôr takým tým zrkadlom voči havarijnému poisteniu, čiže možno aj týmto sme unikátni a máme tam teda tie rizika, ktoré ľudia poznajú z havarijného poistenia, či už je to havária, živé odcudzenie, takisto územná platnosť Európa, asistenčné služby. A myslím si, že tie bicykle sa budú stávať viac a viac populárnejšími aj vzhľadom k parkovacím politikám, ktoré teraz mestá zavádzajú, už to nielen Bratislava, sú to okresné mestá. A bicykel už sa nebude brať len ako športový. Ja by som to možno potreboval prostriedok, ale skutočne ako dopravný prostriedok.
Máte už hodně pojistných událostí?
Máme nejaké, ale nie je toho veľa. Zatiaľ sa ku nám poisťujú zodpovední klienti, ktorí opatrne jazdia, takže verím, že to tak zostane, pretože nás netešia poistné udalosti, samozrejme, pretože vždy klient niečo utrpí. Na druhej strane, pokiaľ sa stane, tak chceme byť určite silným partnerom.
Napadlo mě už dřív, já používám Slovnaft Bike, sdílená kola. Máme dokovací stanici kousek od našeho bytu. Dá se pojistit i takto, když to není moje kolo?
Zatiaľ nie. Zatiaľ začíname s tým, že chceme poisťovať bicykle pre súkromné osoby. V minulosti sme poisťovali aj operatívny leasing, pretože v rámci B2B poisťujeme už bicykle dlhší čas, ale takto ešte tie vzdialené kolá alebo vzdialené bicykle či elektrokolobežky, pretože to nie sú len samotné bicykle, tak zatiaľ nepoisťujeme. Ale je to možné.
Dávam to ako podnet. Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme Tomášovi Potučkovi a Imrichovi Feketému. Ďakujeme, blahoželáme. Teraz na pódium príde Robert Pór zo Slovenskej asociácie rizikového manažmentu, predseda predsedníctva, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2022. Vítajte. Krásny večer.
Děkuji.
Dobrý večer.
Budete předávat ocenění pro objavy roka. Otázka zní, že jak vnímáte inovativní chování pojišťoven a které pojišťovny se podle vás pokrokově chovají?
Dobrý večer ešte raz. Vážené dámy a páni, treba povedať úplne jasne, že slovenský trh je rozdelený a každý, kto chce byť úspešnejší, musí vo vzťahu k zvyšujúcim nárokom klientov niečo priniesť. A preto ten prvok inovatívnosti, pred chvíľou hovoril kolega môj z minulosti, sme spolu pôsobili, Tomáš Potúček, je extrémne dôležitý. Z poisťovní, ktoré tvoria tú veľkú skupinu veľkých poisťovní, Allianz, Kooperatíva, Generali, vystupuje do popredia práve tá poisťovňa, ktorá bola ocenená predo mňou. Ale podobne aj tie menšie poisťovne. Unión, Unika, Premium cez nové produkty sa správajú tak, aby uspokojovali klienta z hľadiska krytia rizík lepšie ako ostatní. A preto, tak ako hovoril pán Fekete, že slovenský trh je svojím podielom finančným na trhu nie je veľmi významný v porovnaní s inými poistnými trhmi, tak východiskom zo situácie je práve tá inovatívnosť správania sa jednotlivých poisťovní vo vzťahu k produktom, ktoré majú, prípadne, aby rizika, ktoré poisťujú, kryli ešte lepšie. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Ďakujeme.
Objav roka 2025 získali 3 spoločnosti za Unión poisťovňu s produktom Unitravel, krátkodobé cestovné poistenie v mobilnej aplikácii Uniónu. Na pódium prichádza člen predstavenstva Jozef Koma. Za Generali poisťovňu s produktom poistenie pre podnikateľov Profi Simple prichádza Juraj Smrek, senior manažer poistenia podnikateľov. A poisťovňa Unika s produktom znížená sebestačnosť s výplatou doživotnej renty prichádza Ján Kusí, riaditeľ externej distribúcie. Blahoželáme všetkým trom.
Společná fotografie. A postupně stručně, v čem jsou vaše produkty unikátní?
Takže príjemný dobrý večer. Mne nápada pri tomto ocenení, že objav roka, že keby to videla moja manželka, že byť objav roka po 50-ke, že to už teda naozaj niečo znamená. Ale teraz vážne chcem povedať to, že toto ocenenie naozaj má pre nás obrovský význam a si ho nesmierne vážime a sme veľmi rádi, že to ocenenie získalo práve pri poistení zníženej sebestačnosti, pretože je to naozaj nesmierne aktuálna téma. Až 84% Slovákov predpokladá, že teda ich blízky sa o nich v starobe postarajú, ale podľa našich prieskumov len 70% ľudí to naozaj myslí teda vážne. Takže sme radi za túto cenu objav roka práve pri tomto pripoistení a myslíme teda, že tomu patrí naozaj budúcnosť na Slovensku.
Ďakujeme.
Dobrý deň, ďakujem aj ja. Na úvod chcem samozrejme poďakovať za toto ocenenie. Veľmi sme sa potešili, lebo išli sme s malou dušičkou do spustenia tohto produktu a ako aj vo vašom vstupe bolo treba skúšať niečo nové, no tak sme skúsili nájsť taký cieľový segment malých podnikateľov, pre ktorých je tento produkt určený a snažili sme sa zúžitkovať v tom všetky tie veci, ktoré dneska sú nevyhnutné. To znamená čo najlepšie poistné krytie a samozrejme maximálne využiť digitálnosť a všetky tie nástroje, ktoré dneska technika umožňuje. Ďakujem.
No, pre nás cestovné poistenie je také malé rodinné striebro, pretože máme radi tento produkt a vychádzali sme z neho a podarilo sa nám ho veľmi úspešne zakomponovať do našej aplikácie a veľmi privetivé užívateľské prostredie a najlepšou odmenou je pre nás klienti, keďže my sme ani nerobili zatiaľ tomu nejakú osvetu, ale veľmi rýchle si ten produkt našli a veľmi rýchlo nám nabieha penetrácia.
Ďakujeme Jánovi Kusemu, Jurajovi Smrekovi, Jozefovi Komomi a Robertovi Pórovi. Blahoželáme. Posúvame sa ďalej. Prichádza Miriam Čizmazia, generálna tajomníčka Asociácie finančných sprostredkovateľov a finančných poradcov, členka odbornej poroty od roku 2025. Vítajte.
Blíž. Dobrý večer, prajem.
Dobrý večer. Včera jsem vás celý den nedokázala zachytit, spojili jsme se až dnes brzy ráno. Jakou máte aktuální agendu?
Aktuálna agenda. Ráno Finweek, po obede rekodifikácia občianskeho zákonníka, večer odovzdávanie cien.
A co je z toho pro vás... Samozřejmě zlatá mince je nejdůležitější, ale pro vaši běžnou práci, co momentálně řešíte tak jako nejdůležitější věc?
Toho je veľa a to by sme tu boli dlho.
Dobře, tak vás nebudu trápit.
Ocenenie príde prebrať Robert Todd, marketing manažer za NN. Blahoželáme. Prebrá ocenenie za prvé miesto, tretí pilier, tretie miesto, druhý pilier.
Postupte trochu dopředu, prosím. Nebo je to v pořádku? Otázka podobná, jako byla na EIC. Jak často v třetím pilíři ten produkt nějakým způsobem upravujete, nebo inovujete, nebo vylepšujete?
Dobrý večer. Ten tretí pilier je hlavne o tom, aby sme tým klientom zhodnocovali tie dôchodkové úspory a to zlepšovanie a inovácie je hlavne na strane toho, že toho, aby si ten klient vedel samostatne spraviť zmeny, napríklad v klientskom portáli, aby sme mu posielali, ako sa tie jeho dôchodkové úspory vyvíjajú a aby si to mohol sledovať v čase.
Dobře, děkujeme. Je ještě něco, co byste dodal k ocenění Zlatá minca?
Že ďakujeme veľmi pekne odbornej porote, veľmi si to vážime a samozrejme ďakujeme aj všetkým miliónom klientom, ktorí sa schovávajú pod týmito dvoma piliermi.
Ďakujeme krásne Robertovi Totovi za NN a Miriam Čizmazi z Asociácie finančných sprostredkovateľov.
A já bych možná ještě podotkl, zatleskejte speciálně pro jednou Richardovi Rikonovi, který tak nenápadně zde celý večer nás zatím doprovází na piano.
A opätovne vítam Romana Scherhaufera z European Investment Center, Chairman of the Board.
by si navrhoval nebo si smyslel, že by na slovenském investičním trhu mohlo být lepší?
No, regulátor.
Ďakujeme.
Trošku žartujem, ale naozaj my veľa pracujeme so zahraničnými spoločnosťami, Nemecko, Írsko, Luxemburg a podobne. A už len keď si porovnávame tie podmienky na to podnikanie, tak tam sú obrovské rozdiely naozaj. Ten nával byrokracie, ktorý my tu máme, to je neporovnateľné vôbec s tými západnými firmami a vôbec také tie rôzne návrhy na riešenie. Teraz napríklad sme museli naozaj veľmi zasahovať, však hrozilo tu naozaj, že zákaz poplatkov, v vstupných poplatkov v oblasti wealth managementu. No a samozrejme toto všetko vám odčerpáva energiu, čas. Takže to potom chýba, keď potrebujeme robiť riešenia pre klientov, vlastne pre partnerov. Takže je to také, no, to by sa mohlo teda zlepšiť, by som povedal, že trošku také prívetivejšie prostredie pre investovanie, lebo naozaj sme si prešli dlhú cestu. Však vieš, boli tu rôzne BMG investy a neviem čo všetko. Stále tí ľudia prichádzajú o peniaze a my sa snažíme ten sektor naozaj vybudovať, aby bol transparentný, férový. Hlavne, aby to fungovalo tak, ako teda na to v tom civilizovanom západe. No ale potom občas takéto polena pod nohy, keď nám hádžu, tak je to problematické. Takže trošku, by som povedal, takej väčšej pokory a trošku nechať dýchať tomu sektoru.
Dobře, děkujeme.
Ďakujeme. A už vítame na pódiu zástupcov spoločnosti Finax, Borisa Jankovského, Business Development manažéra a Filipa Výboščoka, Financial Wellness Coacha. Vítajte, gratulujeme. Preberajú si ocenenie za prvé miesto v oblasti investovanie roboporadcovia a druhé miesto ostatné investičné riešenia.
Postupte všichni, prosím, dopředu. Postupte dopředu. K okraji toho. Tak. Ano, přijde otázka. A tu otázku jsem si vypůjčil, nedávno byl křest knihy, na které se spodílel i váš majitel. A v nedávno vydané knize, tedy Kolik stojí vaše peníze, zazní myšlenka, že když máte pocit, že všichni okolo vás jsou extrémně úspěšní a bohatí. Pravděpodobně to není pravda. Drtivá většina Slováků nemá našetřené významné úspory a pasuje se životem od výplaty k výplatě. Na druhou stranu dnes při úvodní řeči zaznělo, že bychom se měli snažit, aby naši klienti měli z rozhodnutí dobrý pocit. Jak se popasovat s tímto rozporem, že velká část populace na Slovensku už z podstaty pravděpodobně nemá dobrý pocit? Jak to řešíte u vašich klientů?
Dobrý pocit. No, k tej knižke, koľko stojí vaše šťastie, inak už je v predaji, predalo sa pár tisíc kusov, myslím, že sme teraz na takých 5 000. Tak áno, táto téma tam teda odznela. A k tomu pocitu, ťažké je to spojiť, niekedy ten rozum s tým pocitom a vybrať to najlepšie. Niekedy sa riadíme rozumom, niekedy pocitom, ale v tých financiách podľa mňa to riešenie je veľmi jednoduché, aby ten investor alebo klient, alebo akokoľvek to nazveme, bol spokojný, a to je riadiť sa s finančnými cieľmi. To znamená, že pokiaľ chcem investovať, aby som bol jedného dňa bohatý, to nie je dobrý cieľ. Pokiaľ chcem investovať, aby som prekonával nejaký index, to nie je dobrý cieľ. Ja potrebujem investovať kvôli nejakému cieľu, ten má každý iný a podľa toho cieľa sa potom tvorí aj nejaký rizikový profil. Takže odpoveď je začať od seba, ako od individuálneho investora, lebo každý je iný, a potom následne až neskôr pristúpiť k tým samotným finančným produktom. Nie naopak, že mám super produkt a hľadám, kto si ho kúpi. Tak to nefunguje.
Ďakujeme za odpoveď.
Ďakujeme. Ďakujeme Filipovi Výboščokovi, Borisovi Jankovskému a Romanovi Šerhauferovi. Na pódium príde Hutová Darina z Národného inštitútu pre podporu a rozvoj finančného trhu, predseda prezídia, členka odbornej poroty od roku 2011. Vítajte.
Dobrý večer. I ten rok 2011 je docela ocenění, jaký je správný výraz?
Ocenění hodný.
Ano, ocenění hodný. A otázka na vás, když jste tak poslouchala, co se dnes hovořilo, je něco, co byste k tomu chtěla doplnit?
Tak samozrejme od odovzdávajúcich, ako aj od ceny preberajúcich sme počuli mnoho podnetných myšlienok. A to, čo ja by som len rada zdôraznila, je, že tá cesta k úspechu si vyžaduje samozrejme vzdelávanie vašich klientov. Ja som veľmi rada, že sa tešíte svojim úspechom v podnikaní. Je to veľmi zaslúžené, pretože v tých kategóriách, v ktorých sme my mohli hlasovať, boli spoločnosti, ktoré majú vynikajúce týmy. A sú tam personálne zabezpečení ľudia rozumejúci finančným produktom a my vieme, že máme 6 sektorov finančného trhu vďaka zákonu o finančnom sprostredkovaní a majú veľmi dobrý pohľad na to, keďže monitorujú súčasne trh a potreby klientov, aké vedomosti, aké informácie odovzdávať. Dá sa povedať, že to je vec, z ktorej my vychádzame pri činnosti Národného inštitútu pre podporu a rozvoj finančného trhu, kde sa snažíme postaviť práve konzistentný systém finančného vzdelávania, kde síce necielíme na nižšie vekové kategórie, ale na tých vyšších a je pre nás ohromné sa spájať s tými ľuďmi, ako napríklad Scherhofer, že áno, už stálica obchodníkov s cennými papiermi, aby sme vedeli sústrediť myšlienky tých, ktorí naozaj rozumejú finančnému trhu, finančným službám a vedia poznať potreby slovenských občanov. To bude rozhodujúce v našom najbližšom smerovaní.
Ďakujeme.
Ďakujeme a ocenenie prichádza prebrať člen Wealth Management týmu Karol Bojňanský za Wood & Company. Blahoželáme. Ocenenie prvé miesto za alternatívne fondy a druhé miesto investovanie Wealth Management.
Existuje kniha Nenasytný mozek, ve které je napsáno, je jedno, kolik dobrých návyků si osvojíme, pokud se nezbavíme těch zlých, dál se nepohneme. Mají lidé, kterým spravujete investice, hodně zlých návyků?
Dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer.
Ešte pred tým, ako vám odpoviem, tak by som chcel poďakovať odbornej porote za toto ocenenie, lebo je to ocenenie práce mojich kolegyň a kolegov, takže veľmi si to vážime, ďakujeme a myslím, že sme sa trošku aj posunuli.
Áno.
A možno ešte by som chcel vedieť, že či je to ocenenie za nejaký konkrétny náš fond, alebo za skupinu fondov?
Je to za konkrétní fond. Ale teď vám z hlavy neřeknu, jaký, neboť to nemám zde napsané.
Okay, ďakujem.
Uvidíte to ráno ve skupině na stránce webu Zlaté mince, to bude zveřejněno všechno kompletně, celé výsledky.
Ďakujem pekne. A na vašu otázku ja si pomôžem prácou mojej kolegyne Juky Sadovskej, ktorá nedávno mala taký príspevok, ktorý sa venoval práve nejakým neduhom. A v princípe platí, že veľká väčšina našich investorov si nechá od nás poradiť. Približne viac ako 90% ľudí, ktorí vyhľadávajú naše služby, si nechá poradiť na konci dňa. Takže a tie zlozvyky sa snažíme odstraňovať budovaním vzťahov s tými investormi. Takže majú nejaké svoje, povedzme, zlé návyky, ale systematickú prácu sa dá pomaličky odstraňovať.
Tak držím palce, aby ste to dařilo i dál.
Ďakujem pekne.
Ďakujeme Karolovi Bojňanskému a Darine Hutovej. Zároveň, aby sme trošku postúpili, na pódium príde Peter Samuel Tóth, riaditeľ základnej školy Plícková v Bratislave, spoluautor učebnice Financie v praxi, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2025. Vítajte.
Pekný večer.
Pekný večer. Co s dětmi na základní škole nejčastěji řešíte, když přijde na finance?
Mm-hmm. No, je to rôzne.
A postupte maličko dopředu, abyste neměl tolik světla na...
Takže
Děkuji.
závisí to troška aj od veku, keďže do tej základnej školy chodia od 6-ročných detí až po 15-ročnú mládež. A možno by som také 3 veci, rieši sa niečo ako vreckové, jeho výška, odkedy a tak. Možno tí 13-15 roční už majú aj tie študentské účty, takže riešia, čo k tomu účtu môžu mať, aké majú benefity z toho účtu, ako platobné karty alebo mobilné bankovníctvo. A tretia taká vec je investovanie, aj keď to zatiaľ v teoretickej rovine. Takže zaujímajú kryptomeny a takéto veci a tie rôzne mobilné spôsoby tiež v rámci toho investovania.
Ano, já jsem jenom tak se zatvářil, protože minulý rok jsem hovořil s jedním člověkem, který dělal finanční gramotnost na střední škole a řekl, že když studentům řekne, že investování, tak oni se ptají na kryptoměny. Dobře.
Na základnej škole ja som v Lani učil prvýkrát úplne zatiaľ najmenšie a to boli štvrtáci, čiže 10-roční žiaci a naozaj kryptomeny sa riešia už aj v tomto veku. Takže...
Je to cool. Mají emoci. Dobře, děkujeme.
Ďakujeme. Ocenenie prichádzajú prevziať Miloslav Frimel, Head of Portfolio Management 365 Invest a Tomáš Barbarič, Head of Product 365 Bank. Blahoželáme. Ocenenie prvé miesto sporiace účty, druhé miesto realitné fondy a tretie miesto spotrebné úvery.
Společná fotografie. Postupte všichni, prosím, dopředu. 2 kroky dopředu. Děkujeme. A ta otázka bude, první místo máte spořící účty. Je takový vtip, kdy žena říká, že máme s manželem výborný způsob, jak šetřit peníze. Já schovám peníze do kasičky a manžel před mnou schová kasičku. Je to v podstatě podobné trošičku jako spořící účty. Neuvažujete někdy nad tím, že byste se snažili před klienty ty peníze ještě trochu víc schovávat?
Dobrý večer. Ďakujeme pekne za ocenenie a ďakujeme porote. Ja inak každý rok trpnem, že ako dostanem otázku. A toto akože tak celkom sadlo, lebo my máme takú fičúru v našej mobilnej aplikácii, že naše sporenia sa dajú schovať. Že sám pred sebou, lebo peniaze, o ktorých neviete, tak ich neminiete. Takže my takúto fičúru už máme normálne, že sú predo mnou samým schované, ja si ich viem odblokovať iba keď poznám PIN kód. Ešte sa ma tá apka opýta, či naozaj ich chcem odkryť. Takže...
A co když člověk zapomene PIN kód?
Tak ani do apky sa nedostane. Tak to už potom mu budeme musieť pomôcť nejako inak. Ale to je to možno najlepšie, čo sa môže stať.
Ano, to je o investování, zase pro změnu taková teorie, že nejlepší investiční výsledky dosahují v průměru lidé, kteří zapomněli, že nějaké investiční kód to mají, případně lidé, kteří jsou mrtví. Dobře, je něco, co vy byste ještě k tomu chtěl dodat?
Tak samozrejme poďakovanie. To už
trošičku blíž mikrofon k ústu.
Samozrejme to poďakovanie odbornej poroty, to je samozrejme. My máme také motto na realitnom fonde, že vaša investícia sa stáva realitou, takže naše investície sú hmatateľné. Snažíme sa mať hlavne takéto diverzifikované portfólio a samozrejme doručiť klientovi čo najlepšie, stabilné a dlhodobé výsledky. Takže to je náš cieľ, samozrejme. A ide o to, že jednak sme najväčší realitný fond, o to je to väčšia zodpovednosť a aj záväzok voči klientovi.
Dobře, děkujeme.
Ďakujeme krásne Miloslavovi Frimelovi a Samuelovi Tótovi a Tomášovi Barbaričovi. Ďakujeme, blahoželáme.
Povzbudíme vás, už se blížíme ke konci.
Na pódium vítame medzi nami Evu Stoklásovú zo Slovenskej akadémie poisťovníctva, riaditeľku a odbornej garant vzdelávania, analytičku poistného trhu a odbornú konzultantku pre finančno-sprostredkovateľské spoločnosti, členku odbornej poroty od roku 2021. Blahoželáme, teda vítajte, hlavne blahoželáme.
Vítaj.
Ahoj, Jirko.
Ahoj.
Počuť? Už áno. Dobrý večer.
Když jsem ti napsal, že by si mohla ocenit společnost Generali, tak jsi se zaradovala. Proč?
No,
Prozradíš nám proč?
A prečo nie? OK.
No, Generali sme si, ja som sa na túto otázku zamýšľala, teda, lebo ja som úprimne o nej vedela už trošku skôr. A Generali máme už toto za sebou. Máme vrúcný vzťah, Generali sprevádza moje kroky, odkedy si pamätám, odkedy som v tomto biznise. A ja stále si ich tak hovorím, že viete, keď niekoho poznáte viac ako 7 rokov, už je to rodina. No a do tej mojej poistnej patria aj Generali. Takže je mi cťou dnes odovzdať im cenu a som na nich nesmierne hrdá. Blahoželám.
Poprosíme veľký aplauz, pretože po 4-krát príde na pódium zástupca poisťovne Generali Tomáš Potúček, riaditeľ poistenia majetku a zodpovednosti. Opäť blahoželáme. Prichádza si pre ocenenie prvé miesto poistenie úrazu alebo choroby, druhé miesto rizikové životné poistenie, havarijné poistenie, poistenie podnikania, poistenie zodpovednosti zamestnanca a tretie miesto PZP zodpovednosti z prevádzky motorových vozidiel. Blahoželáme.
Tak opätovne ďakujeme.
Otázka. V literatuře o financích a ekonomii se dá najít poměrně málo nějakých zajímavých myšlenek k pojištění, ale existuje knížka, která se jmenuje Paradox Prosperity. A v ní je taková myšlenka, že nikdo se ráno nevzbudí s tím, že si chce koupit pojištění, ale vzbudí se s obavami, že by se ten den mohlo stát něco, co by mohlo zničit jeho život. Souhlasíte s tím a případně zažíváte něco podobného s vašimi klienty? Přišel už někdo a řekl, probudil jsem se ráno a řekl jsem si, že chci pojištění?
Tak toto som ešte nezažil, jedine po povodniach, ako musím povedať, že tí ľudia, ktorí bohužiaľ neboli poistení, tak prišli s tým a ako bohužiaľ vtedy už je neskoro. Ale istým spôsobom s tým súhlasím, aj keď ja sa teda snažím zobudzať ráno s nejakými inými myšlienkami a nie s obavami, dúfam, že aj vy.
Dobře, děkujeme.
Děkujeme.
Ještě něco, co byste doplnil potom všem, už jste tady byli opakovaně?
Nie, ja gratulujem určite všetkým aj našim konkurentom a teda držím aj im palce, pretože sú to určitou spôsobom inšpiráciu a v niektorých kategóriách nás predbehli a verím, že budúci rok sa popasujeme s tým. Ďakujem.
Ďakujeme opätovne Tomášovi Potúčkovi a Eve Stoklasovej. Prechádzame ďalej a vítame Ivana Znášika, nezávislého analytika v oblasti kolektívneho investovania, člena odbornej poroty od roku 2007. Vítajte medzi nami. Krásný večer prajeme.
2007, to také není. To je také výborné číslo.
Dobrý večer všetkým.
Dobrý večer. Jak si vnímal zlatou minci v roce 2007? Vzpomínáš si ještě?
No jasné, že si spomínam. Bol som veľmi rád, že vlastne existuje taká súťaž, pretože porovnávať finančné produkty všeobecne nie je jednoduché, hlavne keď si človek zoberie tú metriku, že akým spôsobom porovnávať. A vlastne ten spôsob, ako vlastne funguje zlatá minca, je pri produktoch, ktoré sú na jednej strane veľmi podobné alebo takmer rovnaké, ale vo vnútri, keď sa na ne pozrieme, tak sú úplne mnohokrát rozdielne, tak na to je práve vhodné, aby si práve odborná porota to pozrela, ako je to vo vnútri a na základe toho rozhodla.
Ďakujem.
Za Amundi AM sa zúčastní Roland Šmihel, sales manažér a prichádza pre ocenenie za prvé miesto alternatívne fondy, druhé miesto zmiešané fondy, komoditné fondy, peňažné fondy, fondy investujúce do akcií realitných spoločností, tretie miesto akciové fondy, dlhopisové fondy. Gratulujeme k oceneniu.
Fotografie? Otázka na vás. Jaký máte názor nebo pocit, když lidé porovnávají podílové fondy a ETF?
Takže ďakujem odbornej porote za priazeň. Hej. Myslím, že tých mincí je tam dosť a dneska, keď teda tá cena tých drahých kovov rastie na trhoch, tak myslím, že hodnota tých ocenení rastie. Ale k vašej otázke. No, je to podstate sú to dva nejaké spôsoby, ktorým tí investori môžu pristúpiť k tej investícii. Jednak sa spoľahnúť na to, že tie trhy sú efektívnejšie a jednoducho, že tie ETF fondy, ktoré kopírujú nejaké indexy, prípadne nejaké iné podkladové aktíva, že im v konečnom dôsledku prinesú zaujímavejší výnos, to znamená, majú tam nejaké bezstarostné riešenie, alebo sa spoľahnú na to know-how, ktoré im poskytnú nejakí správcovia majetku. A v niektorých časoch to jednoducho môže byť efektívnejšie, keď sa dokážu pri analýze tých jednotlivých nástrojov, akcií vyhnúť možno niektorým chybám a doručiť tým investorom nejaké lepšie výsledky. Ale v zásade dopredu nikdy nevie ten investor, že jednoducho, či pre ňo bude efektívnejšia táto cesta alebo táto cesta. Ideálne je to kombinovať. Trošku horšie pre ten slovenský trh je možno to, že to rozhodovanie niekedy deformujú nejaké legislatívne podmienky. To znamená napríklad na Slovensku tá nerovnomerná legislatíva v oblasti zdaňovania ETF-iek alebo aktívne riadených fondov. Takže toto môže byť trošku potom také skresľujúce, čo je pre toho investora lepšie.
Dobře, děkujeme.
Ďakujeme Rolandovi Šmihelovi a Ivanovi Znášikovi.
Já bych jenom ještě doplnil takovou zajímavost. Kdo jste získali ocenění, držíte v rukou minci, buď stříbrnou nebo zlatou. Každý rok se cena těchto mincí zvyšuje. A naposledy je to přibližně o 50% z loňského roku. Čili suma, kterou platím za tyto mince, je poměrně dost vysoká a naposledy jsem poslouchal ještě k tomu, že jak stoupá cena zlata a stříbra. A když jste vy teď zmínil v tom, že stoupá cena drahých kovů, tak ano, ovlivňuje to i zlatou mincu. Takže pojďme dál.
Máme tu Slovenskú sporiteľňu.
Ano, jeden slide. Slovenská sporiteľňa nemá svého zástupce na gala večeru. Oni zvítězili právě v tom velkém souboji o hypotéky. Jsou na prvním místě. Potom mají množství druhých míst a případně třetí místa. V internet bankingu a v mobilních aplikacích to druhé místo je poměrně hodnotné z toho důvodu, protože v těchto kategoriích už roky vlastně v internet bankingu od začátku existence zlaté mince stále vítězí jenom jedna a ta samá banka. Čili mít druhé místo zase není až tak špatné. Dobře, pojďme dál.
Už sme skoro pri konci. Na pódium príde Jan Foltán, Ministerstvo financií z Ministerstva financií Slovenskej republiky, sekcia finančného trhu, odbor kapitálového trhu a poisťovníctva, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2012. Vítajte, krásny večer.
Ďakujem, dobrý večer.
Otázka zní ještě podobná, co jsem se ptal předešlých zástupců. Svádí podle vás v současné době podílové fondy úspěšný boj s ETF?
Finančný trh je samozrejme miesto, kde dochádza ku konkurenčnému boju medzi providermi aj produktami. Ako narážate na tie podielové fondy ETF, to je známy súboj, ktorý prebieha na slovenskom finančnom trhu. Ale myslím, že momentálne situácia na finančných trhoch, celkovo nie na Slovensku, ale vo svete relatívne dobrá. Takže je to tak, že tie produkty, aj tí providery si momentálne nájdu svoje miesto a každý produkt si nájde svojho klienta momentálne. Takže môžeme sa na to dívať z rôznych pohľadov, ale tie produkty sú v podstate podobného charakteru, líšia sa svojou formou. Majú možno nejaké, jeden produkt má daňové výhody, druhý nemá, takže závisia od daňovej rezidencie klientov a podobne. Tých faktorov je veľmi veľa, ktoré vplyvajú na tento konkurenčný boj.
Není to jednoznačné, nedá sa jednoznačne říci jedno nebo druhé.
Ťažko povedať, závisia od preferencií klienta. Tie podielové fondy sú väčšinou vnímané skôr ako aktívne riešenia, ETF-ky sa vnímajú skôr ako nástroje na pasívne riešenia pre investorov. Tak to sa profilujú, ale nevždy to platí, ale v zásade to aj klienti takto vnímajú.
Dobře.
Ďakujeme a za potlesku môžeme privítať zástupcu IAD Investments, riaditeľa pre externé siete Mareka Adamca, ktorý si prichádza pre ocenenie prvé miesto, realitné fondy, peňažné fondy. Blahoželáme.
Určitě budete chtít fotografii. Ukážte tu minci níž trochu. Tak, výborně.
Ďakujem pekne, dobrý večer.
Dobrý večer. Při investování si často skloňuje trpělivost a disciplína. Jste trpěliví a disciplinovaní, když tvoříte vaše fondy?
No, myslím si, že áno. Nie, myslím si, určite sme trpezliví. Ten trh, ktorý vlastne Slovenská republika ponúka, tak je široký a pritom treba samozrejme trpezlivosť a rovnako to preskúmať. Takže áno. Ak dovolíte, rád by som poďakoval za ocenenie jednak odbornej porote, rovnako vlastne aj fanúšikom fondov a fanúšikom investovania. Sme radi, že už dnes po 9-krát, prepáčte, po 10-krát sme tu na pódiu s prvým miestom pri prvom realitnom fonde a takisto po 7-krát, nie, po 8 dnes s depozitným kontom, tak za to vám ďakujeme, milá porota.
Ďakujeme aj my, Jánovi Foltánovi a Marekovi Adamcovi. Ďakujeme.
Poslední 3 certifikáty.
A na pódium opäť vítame s potleskom Kromku Tomáša, zakladateľa Múzea poistenia a člena odbornej poroty od roku 2022. Zakladateľ Múzea poistenia.
Ano, tento rok si vydal knihu. Můžeš ji ukázat? Zde je.
Ďakujem. Tak, zde je, ako si povedal. To je ona.
Jaké na ní dostávaš spätné vazby?
Vieš čo, veľmi dobré. S tým, že ja som si dal presne taký ten poisťovací cieľ, že nebude sa to predávať cez knihkupectvo, aj keď to tam je, ale že najviac sa bude predávať priamým predajom. A všetko ide presne tak, ako má. Poisťovne, makléri si to kúpujú ako darčeky, idú Vianoce. Takže ešte ich mám dosť. Takže kľudne si objednávajte aj vy.
Dobře, reklamní vsuvka. Pokračujeme.
Reprezentantom JNT banky je Veronika Belušková, PR senior manažérka, ktorá prichádza pre ocenenie. Je to prvé miesto za terminované vklady, privátne bankovníctvo a tretie miesto za fondy ponúkané bankami a poisťovňami na Slovensku. Blahoželáme. Jedna fotka.
Postupte dopředu. Dopředu, ještě dopředu, ještě dopředu, ještě dopředu. Dobře. Zůstaň. GNT banka vstoupila na slovenský trh v roce 2006. Je tedy téměř stejně stará jako zlatá mince. V termínovaných vkladech vítězíte po 4. v řadě. V kategorii Private Bank taháte šňůru vítězství od roku 2011. Jakou vidíte budoucnost? Budou termínované vklady a private banking atraktivní ještě za 10 let?
V prvom rade dobrý večer. Veľmi si vážime v GNT banke toto ocenenie. Každým rokom je to pre nás potešenie a utvrdenie, ale zároveň aj záväzok pokračovať v tom, čo robíme. Čo sa týka otázky, tak myslím si, že o 10 rokov sa preferencie investorov a našich klientov určite zmenia, ale to, čo zostane, je tá podstata. A to znamená, že klienti budú potrebovať partnera, ktorý rozumie a chápe ich finančným rozhodnutiam, cieľom, investičným cieľom a zároveň dokáže spravovať ich majetok zodpovedne a hlavne s rešpektom. A to je úloha, ktorú podľa mňa a podľa viacerých GNT banka náplňa naozaj dlhodobo. Ďakujem krásne.
Ještě jedna otázka. Už jste si koupila knihu Historia slovenského poisťovníctva?
Ešte som nestihla, priznám sa, ale je to prvá vec, čo urobím, keď odtiaľto odídem.
Ano, a jinak tady Tomáš říká, že já jsem byl první člověk, který získal tuto knihu shodou okolností. Takže ano, jsem na to hrdý, ale taky je to zajímavá kniha a je to i velice zajímavý obrazový materiál. Děkujeme.
Ďakujeme krásne Veronike Beluškovej a Tomášovi Kromkovi. Ďakujeme. A teraz na pódiu privítame Tomáša Mágu, finančného poradcu, partnera a člena odbornej poroty Zlatej mince. Krásny večer prajeme, vítajte.
Od roku 2021 člen odborné poroty. A budeš Nemá to být General?
Mm-mm.
Jaj? Aha, dobře, pardon. Už na to nevidím pořádně. Podobná otázka, jako byla ta úvodní. Hlasoval jsi za produkty pojišťovny Unika?
Ano, hlasoval. Ano, hlasoval.
Dobře, a proč? Co na nich oceňuješ jako finanční profesionál?
Tak majú dobré produkty, snažia sa ich inovovať a klienti sú spokojní s plneniami.
Dobre,
Ďakujeme. Za poisťovňu Unika teda vítame Jana Kuseho, riaditeľa externej distribúcie, ktorý prichádza pre ocenenie. Prvé miesto rizikové životné poistenie, poistenie nehnuteľnosti, ostatné poistné produkty a druhý pilier a druhé miesto PZP zodpovednosti z prevádzky motorových vozidiel a tretie
Postupte
miesto
dopředu.
havarijné poistenie. Blahoželáme.
Děkujeme. Už čtvrtý rok po sobě jste zvítězili v kategorii rizikové životné pojištění. Tentokrát to s produktem Život a radost. Je toto ocenění, i když je čtvrté, pro vás nějakým způsobem výjimečné?
No, ja sa chcem teda poďakovať naozaj teda Porte a našim klientom a sme veľmi radi a nesmierne poctení, že sa naše produkty takto páčia. No a Jiří, ty si mi teda absolútne nahral teda s touto otázkou, pretože je to práve nové rizikové životné poistenie. Je to absolútna novinka, ktorú sme priniesli vlastne v tomto roku a sme veľmi radi teda, že sa umiestnila na prvom mieste. No teda veríme, že ten produkt má veľký potenciál a že ešte ukáže, čo dokáže.
Držím palce. Děkujeme.
Ďakujeme krásne Jánovi Kusemu a Tomášovi Magovi. Blahoželáme.
Následující slide. Společnost Allianz nedodala svého zástupce na tento gala večer, takže jenom zmíním. Havarijné pojištění a PZP. V havarijnom pojištění Allianz tahá nepřetržitou šňůru vítězství od založení zlaté mince, což je obdivuhodné. A jak jsem zmínil na úvod, 317 bodů hlasování odborné poroty, aktuálně nový rekord v tom, co produkt pojišťovny získal v jedné kategorii. Dobře, pojďme dál na další slide. A je to poslední společnost, která bude dnes oceněna. Ještě dodatečně budu dodávat do Vídně. Jak vidíte, BlackRock zopakovali podobný úspěch, jaký dosáhli minulý rok, tak mají i letos. Získali v 5 kategoriích 5 prvních míst, 1 druhé a 2 třetí místa, což je obdivuhodné. Ale tentokrát upozorním, ten Vanguard jim v jedné kategorii dost vlastně se vyrovnal na prvním místě, čili ten rozdíl už tam není tak vysoký, jako byl v uplynulém roce. Pojďme dál, ještě jeden. A toto už je maximální vítěz.
Ako posledný príde na pódium Rudolf Sivák, emeritný rektor Ekonomickej univerzity v Bratislave, vedúci autorského kolektívu Vysokej školy učebnice financie, člen odbornej poroty od roku 2005. Máme ho tu?
On tady asi není.
Okay.
Nevidím ho. Dobře, a můžeme znova pozvat Janu Sedlákovou, která souhlasila s tím, že bude člověk, pokud tady je. Dobře, tak potom poprosíme zástupce odborné poroty, který je tady za portál Akčné ženy. Výborně. Naštěstí mám...
Vítajte.
Děkujeme. Dělám se docela starost s panem Sivákem, ale...
Ďakujeme, krásny večer prajeme.
Dobrý večer všetkým prajem.
Jaký vy máte názor na zlatou mincu?
Že je to fantastické. Ja som členom odbornej poroty, myslím, že 5 rokov alebo 4, ale to, čo robíte, to je úplne úžasná vec, takže ja si myslím, že veľký potlesk.
Děkujeme.
A veľký potlesk patrí aj najúspešnejším oceneným subjektom a je to Tatra banka. Má 9 prvých miest a prichádzajú teraz na pódium Adrian Koficaj a Barbora Podhorská, segmentoví manažéri za Mass segment a SBB. prichádzajú prevziať ocenenie za prvé miesto, bankové účty, študentské účty, internet banking, mobilné aplikácie, debetné karty, kreditné karty, podnikateľské účty, podnikateľské úvery, fondy ponúkané bankami a poisťovňami na Slovensku a druhé miesto za privátne
Postupte dopředu na
bankovníctvo.
fotografii, prosím, všichni.
Posledné tretie miesto, úvery na bývanie za tretí pilier a realitné fondy. Blahoželáme 9 prvých miest.
Takže bude od dnešního dne Tatra banka komunikovat, že je oficiálně nejlepší bankou na Slovensku?
Na úvod by som sa chcel veľmi poďakovať odbornej porote za tieto ocenenia. Je to famózne.
To se nikdy vám nestalo, totiž, abyste získali takovéto množství prvních míst. Je to doopravdy famózní.
Veľmi si toho vážime. A čo sa týka týchto ocenení, tak to je najlepšie, čo sa týka ocenení, že keď niečo robíte, pracujete dennodenne na týchto veciach a ste za to takto pekne ocenení. Týmto by som sa chcel poďakovať aj všetkým svojim kolegom, ktorí vlastne pracovali na týchto inováciách a týchto produktoch a posúvali hranice bankovníctva vpred. Je to... Nemám slov. Ďakujem.
Ďakujeme.
Gratulujeme. A prosím, vy tu ještě zůstaňte, protože teď všichni... Uvádíš to?
Prosím vás, ešte všetci ocenení, príďte sa odfotiť spoločne. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, ďakujeme vám aj za trpezlivosť. Výsledky Zlatej mince 2025 budú zverejnené zajtra ráno na webe www.zlataminca.sk. Ďakujem aj Jiřimu Ščobákovi, že som tu mohla dnes byť. Ďakujem, že organizuje takúto krásnu akciu. Prajem vám ešte krásny večer a ďakujeme všetkým za účasť, za váš čas. Ďakujeme. Krásny večer prajeme. Ďakujeme aj Richardovi Rikonovi za krásne klavírnu hudbu a sprevádzanie tohto večera.